I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Order. If members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly, I'll give the call to the honourable member for Dunkley.
The 8th report of the Petitions Committee for the 48th Parliament, together with 196 petitions and 28 ministerial responses to petitions presented previously. There are currently 71 petitions open for signatures on the House e-Petitions website. The petitions cover a diverse range of topics, including arts and education, national security, visa processing, protests in Iran and the sale of military assets. More certifications will follow at the committee's next meeting. The committee's inquiry into the standing orders relating to petitions continues to progress, with 16 submissions received and available on the committee's website. The committee is continuing to gather evidence and looks forward to continuing to engage with stakeholders throughout the process. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I look forward to updating the House further on the work of the Petitions Committee.
Call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 1. Protecting Australia's Prime Agricultural Land Bill 2026.
Give a call to the honourable member for Calais.
Speaker, I present the Protecting Australia's Prime Agricultural Land Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to protect Australia's prime agricultural land and for related purposes.
The call to the honourable member for Calais.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Speaker, today is a historic day for Australia, as I again present to the Parliament our country's very first bill to protect Australia's prime agricultural land, the Protecting Australia's Prime Agricultural Land Bill 2026. It's legislation that is crucial to the future of our country. This bill secures and safeguards not only Australia's prime agricultural land, but also our nation's food security. It's hard to believe that a country which relies so much on agriculture to sustain it has never before passed legislation to protect the land that is the source of such bounty and prosperity. Our prime agricultural land is at serious risk. The gross value of agricultural production has increased by 34% in the past 20 years to $82.4 billion in 2023-24, and it's forecast to hit $95 billion in 25-26. In 2024-25, the value of Australian agricultural exports surged to $77.2 billion, or 15.1% of Australia's total exported goods. These statistics demonstrate how important agriculture is to our country and also to the future of regional Australia. As the population of the world continues to increase, so too does the importance of food and water resources. Their social, economic and strategic importance can't be underestimated. This being the case, why hasn't anyone made any effort to safeguard our prime agricultural land? Other countries like Canada are way ahead of us in protecting their best agricultural land, And as the Australian population grows, the footprints of our cities, towns and villages continue to grow as well. Around our country, residential developments and urban sprawl are encroaching on some of our finest agricultural land. This is the land that feeds and nourishes us, yet we're building houses and parking lots on top of it. It's wrong and it must stop. It's not just residential developments that pose a threat to prime agricultural land. Across Australia, foreign corporations are rolling out renewables projects, some of which are on prime agricultural land. I'm not against renewable energy, but at some point, our national interest has to be the paramount consideration. To be clear, we should not have foreign corporations or anyone else effectively deciding how our prime agricultural land is used. Our prime agricultural land should be off limits. Residential, mining and industrial developments need to go elsewhere. Our prime agricultural land should be preserved for agriculture. I shouldn't have to spell it out, but food security is a key part of national security. A nation which can't feed itself is a very vulnerable one. The Protecting Australia's Prime Agricultural Land Bill provides that if a person, which includes a corporation, is in possession of prime agricultural land, the person must not use the land for a purpose other than agriculture or permit another person to use the land for a purpose other than agriculture. It also provides that if a person purchases prime agricultural land, the person must ensure that the land is not used for a purpose other than agriculture. The bill also makes it a requirement that a person in possession of prime agricultural land that is being used in part for a purpose other than agriculture at the date of commencement of this Act must not expand or extend that usage. The bill further requires that if prime agricultural land is being used for a purpose other than agriculture as at the date of the commencement, and such non-agricultural land ceases, the prime agricultural land must once again be used for agriculture. Our prime agricultural land is under threat and it can't be taken for granted. The general public listening to this debate may well be asking, how has this been allowed to happen? How come nobody has ever stood up to protect our prime agricultural land? The truth is that there has been a shocking failure of politicians at all levels of government to do their jobs. Lazy local councils prepared to rubber stamp developments regardless of their impact on agriculture. Lazy and derelict town and city planning, and lazy state governments failing to pass planning laws to properly protect our prime agricultural land. At a federal level, the major parties have also been asleep at the wheel on this issue since the time of federation. Where have the so-called guardians of the bush, the National Party, been on this? On the 24th of March 2025, I tabled this game-changing Protecting Australia's Prime Agricultural Land Bill in Parliament. But once again, the original thinkers, the plagiarists in the National Party, were at work. Fresh from copying my bill and policy to ban the foreign buying of residential property for 2 years in the lead up to the last election, and also plagiarising my gas reservation policy at the same time, the National Party are now trying to copy this bill as well, coming up with their own cheap imitation and knockoff. They say imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, but you cannot make this up. No original thinking. Is it any wonder that people in the bush have lost faith in them? And the Farrer by-election awaits. They claim to be the protectors of agriculture, but in 12 years in New South Wales government and 9 years in federal government, they utterly failed to live up to one of their founding tenets and very reason for existence. Not one piece of legislation. They have completely and abjectly failed to protect our vital and irreplaceable prime agricultural land. And let's not forget that it was the National Party which created renewable energy zones in New South Wales and which also passed laws to put wind farms into state forests and then abrogated its responsibility to properly regulate them. They've created chaos, pitting neighbour against neighbour, failing to ensure that there is genuine consultation between developers and communities, and failing to properly protect the rights of neighbouring landholders. The failure has been epic. It's been of epic proportions. and there looks set to be a high political price to pay. Because of the opposition, inaction and chaos, it falls to the crossbench to do the heavy lifting for Australia, and that is what this bill is all about. Australia's farmers are the best in the world. Our prime agricultural land is a precious gift that must be protected. It defies belief that we continue to build houses, parking lots and industrial developments on it. If we don't act now, it will continue to disappear before our eyes. We as a country need to remember where our food comes from. It just doesn't automatically appear on supermarket shelves. Our nation's ability to feed itself comes from the great food baskets of country Australia and its prime agricultural land. It's also where the fibre comes from that makes the clothes we wear. I urge all members of this House to stand up for agriculture, to stand up for our nation's food security. We cannot squander this precious resource. I commend the bill to the House and cede the rest of my time to the member for Kennedy.
Is the motion second? The member for Kennedy.
Speaker, speaking of this bill,
Just get you the second the bill.
Yes, I'm seconding the bill, Speaker. In seconding the bill, I point out to my fellow Australians that if you move 100 kilometres west of Sydney, Newcastle or Brisbane, Gold Coast, you can drop a series of atomic bombs right across Australia and you'll kill nobody. There's nobody living there. In fact, if you take a narrow 120 kilometre wide belt out of the east coast of Australia and a little dot around Perth, there's less than 1 million people living on a continent the size of the United States or China or Europe collectively. No one living there. So why do you have to take up prime agricultural land when, you know, if there is one thing that Australia has, it's empty land. And the demography of Australia is heartbreaking, that people are living on a little tiny narrow coastline paying like $270,000 for a piece of land in an empty land. I mean, and who's responsible? The people in this place are responsible. The people in the state parliaments are responsible. They have created the situation and they must be held responsible. Australians, no one in this place would deny that the average Australian can't afford to buy a house now. And that is mostly a product of land prices. Now, there are real estate sharks all over Australia, and they have a great vested interest in keeping land prices up high. But if Australia is a food-producing country and it can't feed itself now, and I quote the figures to you. According to the figures of the federal government, 40% of our fruit and vegetables are coming in from overseas. Almost all of our seafood. Ask yourself how much fruit and vegetables and seafood you eat in a week.
Yeah. The question is the bill being read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has now expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Give a call to the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 2. Telecommunications Legislation Amendment Strengthening Communications in Natural Disasters Bill 2026.
Call to the honourable member for Curtin.
At the request of the member for Indi, I fix Monday 25 May 2026 as the day for presenting the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment Strengthening Communications in Natural Disasters Bill 2026.
Thank you, member for Curtin. I give the call to the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 3, for a motion in relation to housing.
Give a call to the Chief Opposition Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. I move the motion relating to housing in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Well, Speaker, as we start this sitting week, Australians are suffering a fuel crisis, a cost of living crisis and a housing crisis. The economy is weak, fuel supplies aren't guaranteed and Australians are hurting. The great Australian dream is becoming a nightmare under this Labor government. It's a nightmare for young Australians, it's a nightmare for renters, it's a nightmare for homeowners, it's a nightmare for seniors. If you've got a home, you're worried about whether you'll be able to keep it. And if you haven't, you worry that you never will. Last week, the RBA lifted the official cash rate to 4.1% on the back of raging inflation, meaning that mortgage holders have been dealt yet another blow. The average mortgage holder is paying $27,000 a year in interest more than what it was under the coalition government. And renters are not escaping either, with rents up 22% in the same time. These numbers underpin why living standards have fallen and Australians are going backwards. Now, there are two major factors in determining whether housing in this country is successful and achievable, and that is the balance of supply and demand. At the Joint Standing Committee on Migration hearing on Friday the 13th of March, the Department of Home Affairs admitted that it has never, I repeat, never modelled the impact of the Albanese government's migration numbers on housing and infrastructure. Infrastructure Australia, during the same hearing in their evidence, described the recent surge as mega population growth. Now, Treasury has said that net overseas migration is expected to moderate to, say, 260,000 in 25-26, but in recent years the forecasts have not been close to reality. In the year 22-23, they forecast 235,000. And what did we get? 538,000. In 23-24, 235,000 was the forecast, and the actual was 429,000. Now, what's interesting about these numbers is that the current Housing Minister was the Minister for Home Affairs at the time. The irony is not lost on anyone that she is now the Minister whose job it is to fix the housing crisis. We remember that she was hopeless in Home Affairs, and now we've seen she's hopeless with homes. The Minister talks about there being a crisis that's been building for 40 years, but the reality is it's only been the last 4 under this Labor government. Now, in short, immigration has been way too high, and it's been putting unsustainable pressure on the housing sector. There must be an alignment of immigration and housing, or this crisis will only deepen. Now, it doesn't matter what the question is, Speaker, but the answer is never higher taxes. But of course, in true Labor fashion, when they run out of actual ideas, they reach for the taxation drawer. Labor now wants to fiddle with capital gains tax and negative gearing, changes that are dressed up with as fairness, but they won't lead to more homes being built. The Property Council said last month there is a long-held misunderstanding that changing the capital gains tax discount would help housing affordability. Quote, even though it will not boost supply. Now, the Property Council are not new to analysing this issue, and in September 2017, when Labor was in opposition, they said this, quote, we have also consistently put the view that the opposition's plan to cut the discount from 50% to 25% would damage the industry, the economy and the security of livelihoods of many in the industry who rely on construction. There is a big difference between a tap-the-brakes approach to CGT and slamming on the handbrake. Now, that is the key point. If you tax housing and investment more, you won't get more housing. Higher taxes will lead to fewer houses. Now, the government's dream of 1.2 million homes is so far from reality. It is absolutely unachievable. They are not getting there. We must restore home ownership as the centrepiece of the Australian dream, and it's only the coalition that will protect Australians' way of life and restore their standard of living.
I thank the honourable member, and I give the call to the member for McPherson. Sorry, well, is the motion seconded? Okay. You reserve your right, no worries. Any other speakers on? Member for? The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Ford. Morton, thank you. Member for Morton has the call.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker,
thought you were going.
It's pretty extraordinary that the member for Fadden has come here today to talk about irony. It's pretty extraordinary because he is part of a coalition that didn't have a housing minister for most of the time that they were in government. It's pretty extraordinary because he is part of a coalition that teamed up with the Greens to vote down, to block and to delay critical housing policy. It's pretty extraordinary
Thank you.
because he's part of a coalition that voted against Help to Buy. He's part of a coalition that voted against Build to Rent. He's part of a coalition that voted against the HAF. And, Deputy Speaker, it's pretty extraordinary and it's pretty ironic because those sitting on that side of the chamber when they were in government built a measly 373 homes in 9 long years. Deputy Speaker, what Australia needs and what Australians need isn't talk, isn't business being brought to this place to have a chat about. What Australians need is a plan. And what they need is consistent delivery of that plan. Because in this country, Deputy Speaker, we have a supply problem when it comes to housing. We have a supply problem that has been building for the last 40 years. And for Australians, this has real impacts. This has impacts because everywhere I go, Deputy Speaker, whether it's at the local fete, whether it's across the back fence, whether it's while you're out door knocking and talking to people, families want the key to their first front door. Parents want their children to have the same opportunities when it comes to housing that they did. And young people are contemplating whether housing will ever be a reality for them and their future. And Deputy Speaker, we have a long way to go. People are doing it tough, but there are green shoots coming through. And I've seen the faces of those people who are getting into their first homes because of the work that Labor is doing with our local communities to make housing more accessible and more affordable. Deputy Speaker, the other day I met with Mitchell. Mitchell is a young person in my local electorate on Brisbane's south side, and he just bought his first home, a townhouse in Maruka, not too far away from the city, pretty close to the train station. And Mitchell said that he wouldn't have had a hope to get into that first home without the Help to Buy scheme. Deputy Speaker, in my own team, Kane and his partner Jackson have just moved into their first home. And they did it because they were able to save a 5% deposit, something introduced by Labor. Housing is more than bricks and mortar. It's about having a home. It's about having security. It's about setting down roots and being able to have a place where you can watch your kids grow up and you can build a life. And Deputy Speaker, our government has been working to do practical things to throw the kitchen sink at what is an incredibly challenging problem for our nation. It's why we're building more homes, and we have an ambitious target for 1.2 new homes. 570,000 built since we came to government, and new home starts are up by 11.6%. It's why we're delivering 55,000 new social and affordable homes through the HAF. 6,000 are complete, 24,000 are in planning and construction. It's why we've introduced 5% deposits. 230,000 Australians have bought their first homes with it. The Shadow Minister called 5% deposits a gimmick. Well, it's not a gimmick for those young people who are buying their first home. It's not a gimmick for those people who, for the first time, have the ability to plan for their future. Deputy Speaker, the member for Fadden says it's only been the last 4 years. It shows the profound misunderstanding of this challenge from the Coalition.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution, and the question before the House now is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for McPherson.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Acting Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to speak to this motion moved by my dear friend, the member for Fadden. And I acknowledge also the member for Moncrieff, who is also in the chamber, and the three of us represent a constituency of the Gold Coast. We are no stranger to the issue of housing because we're seeing it right in our backyards, Mr Acting Speaker. I'm pleased that the member for Moreton recognised the importance of housing. It's just really unfortunate that those opposite and the policies that they reflect do not reflect that fact. The motion today before the House of Representatives touches on a number of different important things, but in particular, something that's become even more relevant over the last 2 weeks, and that is the fact that the government has made Australia's housing crisis even worse. And they've done this by expanding the 5% deposit scheme from what was a sensible and a targeted approach to something that is uncapped and not means-tested. So it's a free-for-all approach which has supercharged house prices by 3.6% just in 1 quarter. Now, why is that amplified by everything else that this government is overseeing? In the last week and a bit, we've seen an increase, yet another increase, to our interest rates in this country. That takes us to 14 rate rises under this Albanese Labor government. So for all of those people who may have gone into the housing market for the first time under this government's 5% deposit scheme, they are now hit. They are absolutely hit with having to pay higher interest rates on those houses. We've also seen a government, and this motion goes to the fact, that has created the failing Housing Australia Future Fund. That has $11.4 billion in it, but get this, it has only built 895 houses in 2.5 years of operation.
Unbelievable.
Now, when I speak to people in my constituency on the southern Gold Coast, in fact, I was at the Burleigh Heads markets for about 5 to 6 hours on Saturday morning, and we had a number of, especially young people, who either are struggling with rentals because we've got a situation on the Gold Coast where the rental market is severely constricted, but then there's others who are young families who have just gotten into their first home, and they're dealing with not only the cost of housing and not only these interest rate rises, but the cost of housing and these interest rate rises on top of every single other increase in cost that we're facing under this government. And it all goes back to 2 main points. One is a lack of ambition in relation to housing by this government, and 2, it's in relation to the fact that we've got a government that is addicted to spending. And it's a combination of those 2 factors that have resulted in where we're at as a country right now. Now, Mr Acting Speaker, I have recently been appointed or elected to the Deputy Chair role of the Parliament's Migration Committee. And as the member for Fadden touched on, we had our first public hearing last Friday, or Friday before, and something came about which I think this House really needs to know.
It was extraordinary, actually.
It was absolutely extraordinary, member for Fadden. What we saw was we had the Department of Home Affairs, which is the department that is responsible for administering Australia's migration policy. They came before the committee and we asked them what I thought was a quite simple and straightforward question. The question was, does the department rely on any modelling in relation to infrastructure, in relation to housing, when it devises, along with the government, its migration intake and our numbers for migration into Australia? Now, I was expecting a list of the modelling, and I was expecting a detailed and comprehensive answer, because this is something that I think most reasonable Australians would turn around and say, well, yes, surely our migration figures are based on what our country can take, what our infrastructure can take, what our housing can take. But what was the answer? There was nothing. There was no modelling that was actually the basis of our immigration policy. And I just think that just goes to the lack of, the lack of concentration by this government on something that, to be quite honest, Australians deserve better on. It's something that the young people of Australia, the older people of Australia, the working class, the families, they're all struggling, whether it's rentals, whether it's home ownership, and it's something that to hear these people, to hear the members of Parliament on the other side of the chamber come in here and talk about the value of housing, I just really hope, Mr Acting Speaker, that they finally learn a lesson from the opposition and start to act appropriately.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution. The question is now that the motion be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Brisbane.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, I agree with the opposition. We are in a housing crisis. That is a fact. But for the opposition to think that this started in 2022 is simply delusional. This has been bubbling along for decades. And it's no doubt that we're in a critical time in our nation's history where we need all levels of government working together to build the homes we need for this generation and the next. Now, Deputy Speaker, housing is a human right. It is something I have said in this chamber many, many times. People are working hard, they're doing everything right, yet they still can't afford a place to call home. Young people are outbidding each other at rental properties. Families with kids who would absolutely have owned their own home a generation ago cannot get a foothold in the market. We hear it from parents who cannot give their kids the stability that they had as kids, and we hear it from renters that prices are going up. We see women in my electorate in Brisbane who are fleeing domestic violence or unworkable domestic situations, left stranded, couch surfing and car sleeping. And of course, we see a rise in homelessness. But no matter what your situation is, having a roof over your head fundamentally changes your life's trajectory. Deputy Speaker, for a long time the Commonwealth Government had tapped out on our national housing challenge, leaving most of the hard work up to the states. And for 9 years, I'll say it again, as the member for Moreton said, for the 9 years the coalition was last in power, they didn't even have a housing minister, and they built just 373 social and affordable homes over that entire 9-year period. Now, this crisis wasn't created overnight and it won't be fixed overnight. And that's why our government understands this and we are throwing everything at it. We are acting. Contrary to what the member for McPherson said, we're not sitting on the sidelines, and what we're doing is implementing the single biggest housing build since the Second World War. That's full of ambition. It's not a lack of ambition, as said by the member for McPherson. Our $43 billion agenda is focused on three things: backing first home buyers, building more homes and making it better and easier to rent. We've completed over 5,000 social and affordable homes and have 25,000 more in construction and planning. And this includes 80 social and affordable homes in Lutwyche and Windsor alone. These programs are helping people right across the country, like Karen, who lives in my electorate. Karen's in her 60s. She fled domestic violence 7 or so years ago. She lived in shared accommodation and she now has a home that she can call her own. She can decorate it the way she wants. She can leave the dishes till tomorrow and she can sit on her balcony and listen to music whenever she wants. She finally gets to live her life her way. Now, since Labor was elected, over 180,000 Australians have bought their first home with the 5% deposit, including almost 2,100 in Brisbane. And I asked the member for McPherson again to ask them if they think this is a bad policy. More than 1 million households have been supported with our 50% increase in rent, and this has helped almost 9,200 recipients in Brisbane alone. We're seeing a real turnaround in home building, with almost 500,000 homes being built since we came to office and new housing commencements up 17%. But we know the job's not done. In this term, we will continue to do more. We will continue to build more homes, continue the path of building 55,000 social and affordable homes, as well as building 100,000 homes for first home buyers, excluding investors. And we're working towards a bold aspiration for Australia to build 1.2 million homes in 5 years. We're about making it better to rent and helping thousands more rental homes get built and continuing to lift rental standards through our work with the states. Implementing Help to Buy, our first national shared equity scheme, and delivering our 5% deposit guarantee to every first home buyer. We need to keep building, we need to make it easier to build, and we need to make it quicker to build. And I want to say to the people of Brisbane, This Labor government has your back, and we will do everything we can to tackle the housing challenges you are facing. But to make a difference, we all have to work together. It's going to take all levels of government, state, federal and local, to sort through getting houses built more quickly. We need to think innovatively how we build more homes. We owe it to the next generation to continue to do what we can and get homes available for people.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution. The question is that the motion now be agreed to, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Lynn.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. For generations, Australians understood a simple truth. If you worked hard, saved diligently and made responsible choices, you could own a home. That promise, that great Australian dream, is now slipping out of reach. And what attempts do we get from the Albanese government to fix the issue? More intervention, more distortion, more pressure on interest rates that make the problem worse, not better. Take the government's expanded 5% deposit scheme, for example. Now, on the surface, that might sound compassionate. It might sound like it's helping young Australians into the market. But in reality, it does something far more dangerous. It pushes up demand without fixing supply. And when you artificially inflate demand in a constrained market, what happens? Well, prices go up. That's not theory, that's basic economics. So instead of helping first home buyers, this scheme risks locking them into higher levels of debt at higher prices with thinner equity buffers. This government is effectively encouraging people to stretch themselves to the limit, to take on bigger mortgages with less margin for error. That is not responsible policy. And while the government is busy pumping demand, where is the serious plan to boost supply? Where is the investment in regional infrastructure to unlock new land? Where is the reform to planning systems that choke development? Where is the support for local builders dealing with rising costs and workforce shortages? Australia doesn't need more Canberra-designed demand schemes. It needs practical policies that increase supply, reduce costs and support local economies. The Coalition took such a policy to the last election, a $5 billion housing infrastructure program to fund shovel-ready enabling infrastructure such as water, sewerage, power and telecommunications headworks to unlock 500,000 houses that had stalled on greenfield sites. This is the type of investment that the housing industry and my electorate is calling for. And they're also calling for relief from the high taxing regime on housing. The taxes, fees and regulatory charges new home buyers must pay, which constitute up to 50% of the total price of a new house and land package, effectively means that they are spending 15 years of their 30-year mortgage solely paying off government taxes. As the Housing Industry Australia said last year, it's incongruous that government set building home targets while at the same time taxing new home building even more. More taxes means less new homes. But despite this, the government is flirting dangerously with changes to the capital gains tax discount. Weakening the CGT discount is not some harmless tweak. It is a direct attack on private investors who play a critical role in providing rental homes, especially in regional towns where government housing simply cannot meet demand. With rents already up 22% under Labor, this risks making a bad situation even worse. If you reduce the incentive to invest, you will reduce supply. And when rental supply falls, rents rise. Again, this is not complicated. We're already seeing rental shortages across regional Australia. Families are struggling to find a place to live. Employers cannot attract workers because there's nowhere for them to stay. And yet, at precisely the wrong time, the government is considering policies that will push investors out of the market. This shows their fundamental misunderstanding of how housing markets actually work. You cannot tax your way to more homes. You cannot regulate your way to lower prices. And you certainly cannot solve a supply crisis by discouraging the very people who build and provide housing. What Australia needs is a government that backs aspiration and the private sector, not one that punishes it. We need policies that reward saving, encourage investment and unlock supply. That means investing in regional infrastructure to open up new housing developments with investment in headworks, streamlining planning and approvals, supporting the construction workforce and restoring confidence for investors. Because when investors have confidence, homes get built. When homes get built, supply increases. And when supply increases, affordability improves. It's that simple. Home ownership isn't just an economic goal. It's about a promise that you have a go, you can get ahead. That is the promise this government is putting at risk. That is the promise we must restore.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution, and the question now is that the motion be agreed to. I give the call to the most honourable member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Since being elected in 2022, Labor has made one thing absolutely clear. We are determined to help more Australians into a home of their own. I have to say it's quite remarkable to hear those opposite criticise the Housing Australia Future Fund. The member for Fadden points to 895 homes delivered so far, as if that proves failure. Deputy Speaker, let's be honest. Even that cherry-picked number is more than double the 373 social and affordable homes delivered over an entire decade by the former Liberal National Government. That is the record they're bringing into this chamber, and their criticism ignores a simple reality. Housing construction takes time. It takes time to secure land, complete design, obtain approvals, and build. 2 years in the construction sector is the very beginning, not the end of delivery. But what makes their argument truly cynical is this. While they complain about delivery, they actively worked to stop it. They blocked, delayed, and voted against the Housing Australia Future Fund, voting against 40,000 social and affordable homes for Australians who desperately need them. And this is not a one-off. The Liberal National Party has consistently voted against every serious measure to improve housing affordability in this country. They voted against Labor's 5% home deposit scheme, which has already helped 230,000 Australians get into their first home. They voted against the Help to Buy Share Equity scheme, a model proven across the world. They voted against increasing Commonwealth rent assistance for the most vulnerable renters in my electorate. And they voted against our build-to-rent scheme designed to deliver more than 80,000 long-term rental homes. Every step of the way, when given the choice, they have chosen to stand in the way of housing affordability. So, Deputy Speaker, I will not be lectured by a party that, when in government, couldn't even be bothered to appoint a housing minister for 6 out of their 9 years in office. That is not leadership, that is neglect. Deputy Speaker, the housing crisis we face today is serious. It cannot be solved overnight, and no one pretends otherwise. But it demands commitment, consistency, and real policy. That is exactly what Labor is delivering. We are working with states and territories to build 1.2 million new, well-located homes by July 2029. And we are investing more than $43 billion to make that happen. We went to the election promising $10 billion to build 100,000 homes reserved for first home buyers. We have expanded access to the 5% home deposit scheme so more Australians can enter the market sooner, and we are doing the hard work with states and territories to reform planning systems, making it easier to build the medium-density housing Australians need, closer to jobs, transport and opportunities. In my home state of Victoria, we are already seeing that ambition, with even a bolder target to increase housing supply and unlock more homes for future generations. Deputy Speaker, Labor has a plan. Labor is delivering on that plan, and Labor is focused on outcomes: more homes, more affordability, and more Australians with a place to call their own. Australians should not be fooled by the Liberal National Party. The Liberal National Party has opposed measure after measure designed to improve housing affordability. At the last election, they promised to scrap existing programs with no credible replacement. And even today, Australians are still waiting to hear what their plan actually is. So, I say this clearly. Australians cannot afford more delay, more obstruction, more empty promises. They need homes, and only Labor is getting on with the job of delivering them. I want to commend the Minister for Housing, Claire O'Neill, for her work over the last 2 years. In the face of obstruction, she has shown determination and a genuine commitment to tackling the housing crisis.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution. The question now is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Dawson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. There is a false promise being peddled to the young people of this country, a cruel illusion that says a 5% deposit is a doorway to a more secure future, where it's actually a trapdoor. This Labor government doesn't just miss the mark on housing, they've engineered a mirage and then have had the audacity to call it a blueprint. A blueprint is supposed to be a promise for what can be built, but under this Labor government, the only thing being constructed is a catastrophe by design. The great Australian dream has just been priced out. It has been evicted and replaced by a great Labor nightmare. This Albanese Labor government has made the housing crisis in this country worse. They've taken the first home guarantee and turned it into a reckless, non-means-tested free-for-all by removing sensible income caps and targeted place limits. They have supercharged house prices by 3.6% in just 1 quarter. This 5% deposit lure is being used to tempt young Australians into a market that is already boiling over. And we've seen this movie before, and it ended in a global disaster. In 2008, housing collapse in America was an architecture of catastrophe, built on the shaky ground of some prior lending and an erosion of deposit standards, by encouraging young families into a volatile market with minimal equity. And they have been geared to the absolute hilt. These young borrowers face extreme risks and are being forced into bloated mortgages for inflated homes. If this continues, this government will have paved the way for a generation of first home bankrupters. Deputy Speaker, last week, interest rate rise, the second hike this year, has sent a shockwave through every family home. At Senate estimates, the Reserve Bank Governor was clear, stating these highly leveraged borrowers face higher risk and higher repayment costs. These families are at risk because they are geared higher on overpriced homes, starting their journey on a financial razor's edge. Every rate rise cuts deeper into the family budget, and there is nothing left to give, until the only choice remaining is to give the house back to the bank. By replacing private insurance with government guarantee, Labor is using tax dollars to fuel the very price hikes that makes houses unaffordable. It is a circular firing squad of economic policy. Then we have the crowning jewel of failure, the Housing Australia Future Fund. The Albanese Labor government has locked away $11.4 billion in a bureaucratic nightmare. After 2.5 years, how many houses has the Labor government built? A grand total of 895. At this rate, children in primary school today will be retirees before Labor finishes their first suburb. They are labouring under the delusion that a spreadsheet can provide shelter. The maths is as hollow as their promises. Labor is overseeing a historic collapse of construction. Under the previous coalition government, we completed 200,000 dwellings a year. Under Labor, that has slumped to 170,000. All the while, the population has surged by more than 1.6 million people. How do you think those numbers can work? This government is already running more than 80,000 dwellings short of their National Housing Accord target. The problem is, instead of actually building, the government is busy fiddling with capital gains tax and negative gearing. Labor dresses it up as an equity measure, but let's call it for what it is. It's a tax grab. It is a cynical distraction from the fact that Labor is failing on supply, failing on construction and failing on common sense. We see the human cost in Dawson every day. We see young people outbidding each other for rentals because they have no other choice. We see families who do everything right yet cannot get a foothold. Most heartbreakingly, we see women who have fled domestic violence left stranded, couch surfing or car sleeping because there's nowhere to go. Housing is a life-defining challenge. This government needs to put ideological before people, and the result is higher tax and higher taxes.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution. The question before the House now is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The average age of a first home buyer in 2000 was around 30. Today, the average age of a first home buyer is around 37. This is a symptom of the housing affordability crisis that has taken grip in this country for decades, really ever since the Howard government policies destroyed the housing market for future generations. They were warned, they chose to go ahead. Younger Australians are no longer able to afford their own home. They're not even able to get their foot in the door for a rental property. Families who might have been able to afford their own home decades ago are now priced out of the market. The Coalition, who claim to have the miracle cure for all our housing woes, did nothing during their decade of government. We on this side of the House recognise the enormity of the situation, that an ambitious plan is required to address many of the underlying issues, and that is why the Albanese Labor government has committed an unprecedented $45 billion to build more homes, to make home ownership more affordable and to ensure that renting is accessible, secure and fair. The Albanese Labor government's plan sets an ambitious national target of 1.2 million new homes. As Minister O'Neill says, yeah, it is ambitious because it needs to be. This will involve lessening the burden of bureaucracy, red tape, ensuring there is infrastructure to service those new homes, to train more tradies who are at the heart of the process of the build. The Coalition, on the other hand, did not set a single housing target during their 10 long years in government, not even a whisper of a target. They didn't even have a housing minister for 6 of those years. They cared so little. And now they try to tell Australians that this has only been an issue for 4 years. Talk about being out of touch. The Albanese Labor government, not yet 5 years in, has already seen more than 570,000 new homes built nationwide. And we're working with states and territories to ensure that planning reforms will have tangible benefits for communities. We're modernising methods of construction to ensure efficiency and reliability, and we've seen the number of new home starts increase by 11.6% in the last year alone. We've seen construction costs brought down by 1.8%, which under the Coalition had reached a 50-year high of 17%. It is an ambitious plan that's delivering ambitious results, because these are big and complex issues that will require long-term commitment. That is why the Albanese Labor government has also committed and is on track to delivering 55,000 new social and affordable homes. If ever proof was needed that the Coalition dawdled away a decade in government, they had delivered just 373 social and affordable homes nationwide. With the Housing Australia Future Fund's first round of funding announced in September 2024, the government has already completed 6,000 new homes under that scheme, with 24,000 in planning and under construction. And again, no surprises in terms of the Coalition's determination to do all they can to do nothing. Because that's 6,000 new social and affordable homes built despite the Coalition's dogged attempts to delay the Housing Fund. In fact, the Coalition made it a centrepiece of their election commitments last year to cut the Australian Housing Australia Future Fund, a trend they continue to this day with their attempts to get rid of build-to-rent laws, Help to Buy and the 5% deposits, with no viable option to actually address the issue. All of these have been crucial in helping Australians to get into their own home, and indeed 230,000 Australians have already taken up the 5% deposit. The Shadow Minister for Housing, they now have one, has dismissed this scheme as a gimmick, which tells you all you need to know about their attitude towards broader home ownership. But by shaving years off the time you would normally take to save for a deposit, the Albanese Labor government is giving every first home buyer the opportunity to buy a house now with a small deposit and a smaller mortgage. The concept of home ownership has often been described as a dream, and it is the Australian dream. But we need to be using more concrete terms than dream. Home ownership should be available to all Australians. Renting should be accessible, secure and fair, because every Australian deserves a place where they can build their life, a place to raise a family and watch them grow, a place that provides warmth and security, where memories can be made and celebrated, a place to call home.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution. The question is now that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I share the member for Fadden's concern that expanding the 5% deposit scheme has added pressure to an already overheated market, increasing competition and exposing first home buyers, particularly young Australians, to larger mortgages. And while the Housing Australia Future Fund is well-intentioned, it's moving too slowly to deliver the social and affordable rental homes Australians urgently need. 2 years in, the $10 billion fund has delivered fewer than 900 completed homes, roughly 2% of its 40,000 home goal, although there is much activity still in the pipeline. On tax settings, I agree changes to capital gains tax and negative gearing won't, on their own, build extra dwellings. But they can help level the playing field so first home buyers are not consistently outbid by tax-advantaged investors. And I continue to urge the government to reform these property taxes for the benefit of younger Australians. We should be honest that Australia's housing crisis was allowed to develop across successive governments as both sides of politics realised that they were popular when house prices went up, at least with the 2/3 of households that were owned. For the other third, owning a house became increasingly out of reach. Houses have increasingly become vehicles to passively store and grow wealth rather than places to live. If we're serious about fixing this, we need clarity about what each lever can and cannot do, and importantly, what else can be done. In this House a fortnight ago, I set out 4 practical ideas from my community to help ease the housing crunch. And today I'm adding another 4, drawn from the Curtin housing policy I developed with residents and housing experts. None is a single fix, but together they are achievable, fair and evidence-based. They require governments to work together rather than passing the buck. As context, in Curtin we have about 7,000 vacant homes and about 29,000 homes with 2 or more spare bedrooms, while essential workers and young families are priced out of the communities they serve. People want practical actions that activate the homes we already have while unlocking capacity to build more. With that in mind, here are 4 more steps the government should take now. First, labour shortages are the handbrake on housing delivery. You can rezone and approve forever, but without more workers, completions won't rise. We should prioritise construction trades in migration, fast-track skills recognition and align training places with real project pipelines through a time-limited construction workforce compact tied to housing output. This is targeted capacity building, not open-ended migration, and should wind up as supply catches up. Second, in tight labour markets, government infrastructure projects can unintentionally outbid housing projects for the same carpenters and sparkies and concreters. For the next 18 to 24 months, residential construction should take priority over lower value infrastructure projects. Resequencing marginal infrastructure is basic capacity management. It reduces cost pressures, frees up workers for housing and gets more homes finished sooner. Third, Stamp duty locks people into homes that no longer suit them. It penalises downsizers, discourages mobility and strands spare bedrooms. The Curtin housing policy supports a gradual transition to a broad-based land tax with federal support to help states manage that shift. Do it slowly and transparently, but start it now. Every year we delay, more households remain mismatched to their homes while affordability worsens. Finally, the fastest, lowest carbon housing supply is the supply we already have. A modest vacant home levy or higher rates for long-term vacancies could encourage more homes back into use. We should also make it easier and safer to rent out spare bedrooms by simplifying tax settings and providing a standard fare agreement. Even modest uptake in Curtin could add capacity quickly for a student, a midwife on night shift or an apprentice needing somewhere close to work. These 4 measures share 3 things in common. They use existing levers, they respect local communities and they sequence changes sensibly. These build on the measures I've already discussed in the House, reforming property taxes, building more social and affordable housing, allowing more medium density supply and strengthening renter protections. The point is we need to pull all these levers at once. These are practical steps that can help the nurse at Sir Charles Gardner Hospital, the apprentice in Innaloo, the downsizer in Subiaco and the young family in Doubleview stay connected to the communities that they love. I urge the government to meet this moment with courage so more Australians can get into housing they can afford.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution. There being no further speakers, you wanting to... No, I'll wrap this one up first and then I'll come to you. So being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order for the day of the next sitting, and I give the call to the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4, motion relating to free TAFE program.
I thank the clerk and I give the call to the very enthusiastic member for Dunkley.
I move the motion relating to the free TAFE program in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Member for Dunkley has the call.
I second the motion.
No, you introduce it. The next one will second it.
Yeah. Sorry.
You just start your speech, Member for Dunkley.
Right, thank you. Yeah. Sorry. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to speak not only about policy but about opportunity, because TAFE and all it offers is not an abstract idea to me and the many students of Dunkley. It is an important pathway to one of many careers. It provides so many opportunities. I entered TAFE in my mid-20s. Like many Australians, I was searching for something more meaningful, more fulfilling and more impactful. At the time, I had been working as a secretary, volunteering in the community, working closely with young adults with disabilities. That experience opened my eyes to the difference that dedicated, skilled support workers can make in people's lives. It also inspired me to pursue a career in youth work and community development. TAFE provided that pathway. It gave me the chance to study, to build knowledge, and to develop the skills I needed to turn passion into a profession. At TAFE, I studied youth work and community development, and I am proud to say that at one stage I even taught at Chisholm TAFE. That journey gave me confidence, capability and a sense of purpose as a young woman to pursue a career and then go on to study a Master's in Business Leadership. And I remind the House, this was before TAFE was even free. But we cannot talk about TAFE without acknowledging what happened in the past. In the 1990s, TAFE in Victoria was gutted. Those opposite, when they were in government, cut $3 billion from the VET system and TAFE. The consequences of those decisions are still being felt today. We see it in our skills shortages, we see it in our housing crisis, and we see it in the lack of trained workers in critical sectors like child care and aged care. That is why the work of the Albanese Labor government is so important. We are rebuilding TAFE. We are backing apprentices. We are investing in the future workforce of this country. Through direct support of up to $10,000, we are helping train the carpenters, plumbers and electricians. In Dunkley alone, there are 1,800 apprentices currently in training. Since the 1st of July 2025, more than 11,000 apprentices have commenced housing construction trades. These are real people gaining real skills for real jobs. This government is not just investing to fill our current skills shortfall. It is also developing the skills for future-ready jobs. Just a few weeks ago, I was pleased to announce with the Minister for Skills and Training a $30 million investment in the Digital AI and Technology Centre of Excellence, a national first at Chisholm TAFE in Frankston. In addition to this, Labor has delivered 740 free TAFE places, opening doors for Australians who may never have had the chance otherwise. In Victoria alone, there have been over 149,000 enrolments and more than 59,000 course completions. These numbers continue to grow as students balance study with work and family commitments. Free TAFE is also delivering real cost of living relief. A student studying a diploma of nursing can save up to $17,000, while a diploma of building and construction can save up to $15,000. These are real life savings. Despite this success, those opposite continue to oppose free TAFE. They have called it wasteful spending and previously voted against making it permanent. This is despite a track record of cuts, including the loss of nearly 10,000 full-time TAFE teaching positions nationally between 2012 and 2019. The contrast could not be clearer. Free TAFE is working, it is popular and it is transforming lives and careers. Free TAFE is now so popular in Victoria that the Victorian Liberals did not oppose a bill to guarantee free TAFE. So I say to my colleagues across the aisle, look at the numbers, look at the outcomes, look at the opportunities being created. We need more skills in this country and our initiatives are delivering them and supporting productivity. Together, let us continue upskilling our workforce and building the future of Australians and Australia.
I thank the honourable member. Is the motion seconded?
Yes, Deputy Speaker, I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
I do thank the honourable member, and the question is now that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Dunkley for the opportunity to speak to this very important issue. Fee-free TAFE is one of the most significant investments that this government has made in working Australians. Enrolments in priority courses like construction, early childhood education, nursing and clean energy have surged. Free TAFE is telling students that our country is willing to invest in their future. The case for fee-free TAFE is also economic. Every qualified worker that we train here is a worker that we don't have to import. Every young Australian who enters the workforce will contribute to their community, to our tax base and to Australia's productive capacity. But despite this investment, Australia still faces critical workforce shortages in a number of key sectors. According to Jobs and Skills Australia, roughly half of all occupations in the technician and trades category are currently in short supply. And that's the consequence of decades of underinvestment in vocational training. Free TAFE aims to address this, although I am hearing from constituents like Ian Baker, who I met with in Kooyong last week, that despite free TAFE, first-year apprenticeship opportunities remain very difficult to secure. Mr Speaker, free enrolment is only valuable if it leads to completion and to a good job. According to the National Centre for Vocational Educational Research, around half of all apprentices who commence their training fail to complete it. And for those who started in 2020, the four-year completion rate is only 47.9%. Between June 2024 and June 2025, trade apprenticeship numbers fell by more than 7% and non-trade by more than 20%. Young people in Kooyong are telling me that the most common reason for them walking away is that employers are unwilling to hire first-year apprentices. But they're also really dissatisfied with pay and conditions, and national figures back that up. A first-year Boilermaker apprentice who finished Year 12 earns about $587 a week before tax, perhaps $500 in the hand. One who didn't finish school could earn less than $500 every week. Now, the median rent in metropolitan Melbourne is now $580 a week, and a room in a share house is often over $300 a week. The arithmetic is brutal. A young person committed to their trade can't fund themselves with $200 a week left for transport to the job site, for the tools, for their food and a phone. It just does not add up. Meanwhile, we know that 83% of those who do abandon apprenticeships are in employment shortly afterwards. Most end up in cash-in-hand labouring work in the very same industries, doing similar work, but without the qualifications, without the protection and without the same future. We are losing their skills to the cash economy at exactly the time that our economy needs them the most. The apprenticeship system is under strain. Host employer networks are fragmented. Group training organisations are overstretched. The paperwork burden on small operators is unreasonable. We should be making it easier for younger people to get a first break, not harder. We also have to be honest about who is bearing the brunt of these barriers the most. Young women entering male-dominated trades are still facing structural and cultural obstacles, and First Nations young people face enduring geographic and systemic disadvantages. Deputy Speaker, I do support the member for Dunkley's motion, and I welcome the government's investment in free-fee vocational education to support the next generation of workers. And I recognise that some in this place, like Pauline Hanson, have consistently voted against this measure, against free TAFE for young people. But the government's responsibility for apprentices doesn't end at enrolment. It extends to ensuring that the full pipeline works, from the classroom to the workforce, from the qualification to the career. And that means genuine incentives for employers to take on first-year or mature-aged apprentices. It means reducing the administrative burden of apprenticeships, and it means seriously addressing apprentices' wages. The young Australians who are trying to build a future in this country deserve more than a good start. They deserve to finish, and then they deserve a good job.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution, and the question now is that the motion before the House be agreed to, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There is a simple question at the heart of this debate. Who gets opportunity in Australia and who gets left behind? Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government believes free TAFE is all about opportunity. Opportunity for people to get ahead and lead fulfilling lives. And that is why I rise to support this motion, because this is about more than policy. It's about what kind of future we choose to build. Last week, the Minister for Skills and Training set out a clear idea in a speech at the McKell Institute, that skills policy is about the future, equipping Australians with the skills to navigate change, embrace opportunity or be left behind. And that is the choice before this House. On this side, we believe in building that future. We believe in expanding opportunity. We know that talent is everywhere in Australia, from our cities to regions like mine, across the Bellarine Surf Coast and Geelong. Those opposite take a different view. They oppose free TAFE, they vote against making it permanent, and they continue to undermine a policy that is changing lives for the better. As their former leader said, if you do not pay for something, you do not value it. That statement reveals everything, because it says that opportunity should depend on your capacity to pay. The Albanese government rejects that, and so too do Australians. We believe skills and training is a public good. We believe they connect aspiration to opportunity and success. And that is exactly what free TAFE is doing. More than 740,000 Australians have now enrolled, hundreds of thousands of people gaining skills in areas our country needs. In construction, aged care, early childhood education, technology. In my home state of Victoria, we've seen nearly 150,000 enrolments. These are not just about numbers, Deputy Speaker. They are about real people who will gain qualifications to set them up for rewarding work. People like Jack, an apprentice plumber from my region who is now working on some of the most transformative government projects that we've seen. And that is what Free TAFE does. It opens doors, it creates pathways to meaningful work, it builds confidence and it strengthens our country. Because if we are serious about building more homes, we need tradies. If we're serious about delivering care, we need qualified workers. And if we're serious about a future made in Australia, we need skills. And skills require investment. And that is why the Albanese government has made Free TAFE permanent. That is why we're investing over $1.6 billion into the future of the program, supporting at least 100,000 places every year. And that is why we are targeting those who need it most. Young people, job seekers, women, First Nations Australians, people with disability. Because this is about fairness. It is also about delivering economic prosperity. We know that VET graduates are more likely to find employment and will earn more after completing their qualifications. This is cost of living relief, and this is real workforce policy, and it stands in clear contrast to the approach taken by those opposite. A decade of cuts, a weakened TAFE system, fewer teachers and fewer opportunities, and now they call our investment in Free TAFE wasteful. Tell that to Jack, whose life has forever changed for the better because of Free TAFE, or to the parent retraining for a secure job. Deputy Speaker, this motion recognises something important, that Free TAFE reflects a belief in the future, in fairness and in Australians, because the real choice Australians have is simple. Do we go backwards, or do we build what comes next? Or in the words of our Skills Minister, do we get drawn in by nostalgia or push forward to the future, writing our own story? The Albanese government and Australians choose to push forward, to invest in people, to expand opportunity, to build our prosperity. I'd like to thank the member for Dunkley for bringing this motion forward and for her advocacy, supporting Free TAFE and helping Victorians and all Australians to get ahead. I commend the motion to the House.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution, and the motion now. The question is now that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Nichols. The minister has the call.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. It's great to be able to contribute to this motion moved on Free TAFE, and I'd just like to go through the points in the motion itself. And in the point 1, which is expanded opportunity, the government asked us to celebrate 3 years of expanded opportunity, but let's look at what the 3 years of data actually shows. And what it shows is that out of roughly 650,000 fee-free enrolments since January 2023, fewer than 1 in 4 has resulted in a completed qualification. Now, a completion rate below 26% isn't expanding opportunity, it's expanding enrolment numbers for a press release. Opportunity means someone finishes their course, walks into a job, and by this measure, this program is failing the very people it claims to help. Now, on point 2, which is despite opposition from the opposition, this motion frames scrutiny as obstruction, and that's not what it is. This side of the House has asked 3 very reasonable questions about this policy. What are the completion rates? Why is there no means testing? And where is the evaluation? Very reasonable things to ask of any policy. And the government's response was to legislate the program as permanent before answering any of those. Making a program permanent doesn't make it effective, it just makes it harder to fix. And the Business Council of Australia, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry and major employer groups have all opposed this legislation, not because they're against skills and training, none of us are against skills and training, but because they recognise you don't lock in a program with a sub 26% completion rate and no published evaluation. Point 3 talks about the $1.5 billion investment, and the motion celebrates $1.5 billion in spending, as though spending itself is the achievement. But we've got to ask, what has that $1.5 billion delivered? For every dollar spent, roughly 3/4 have gone to enrolments that have not yet and may never produced a qualified worker. Meanwhile, apprentice and trainee numbers have fallen, with commencements dropping 36% since the government took office. The question was never whether we should invest in skills. The question is whether this particular investment is working, and the government can still not demonstrate that it is. And point 4, there's a comparison with Victoria, and this is a distraction. What happens in Victoria is for the Victorian Parliament. But in this chamber, we are accountable for how Commonwealth taxpayers' money is spent. And on that question, the facts are clear. A cleaner earning $60,000 a year is subsidising fee-free training for plumbers and electricians who will go on to earn sometimes $100,000 a year. And I challenge the word free because everyone always pays for something. Now, that's not to say that taxpayer money should not be invested in skills training for people who most need it. But this Act contains no capacity to pay test, no targeting of the most disadvantaged, and no mechanism to ensure completions. And pointing across the aisle or pointing to the Victorian Parliament doesn't change any of that. On this side, I think everyone in this chamber supports skills, supports TAFE, and supports giving every Australian the chance to build a better career. But what we don't support is spending $1.5 billion of taxpayers' money and getting a completion rate that wouldn't be tolerated in any other area of government. We wouldn't tolerate refusing to publish a proper evaluation of a program that spends that amount of money and then coming in here and wanting the chamber to somehow congratulate the government for it. I say to the government, show us the completions, show us the employment outcomes, and show us that it's working, and then we can talk about celebration. My experience with TAFE and my experience of having witnessed vocational educational training overseas, particularly in Germany, Sweden and Finland, is that their vocational education training schools and facilities and teaching is far better than what we have in Australia, and that has led to highly qualified people going into the workforce in those countries, and the fact that they're much more linked with industry than they are here in Australia. So I say to those opposite, we want people to be able to access TAFE, but we also want a much better TAFE system than we have at the moment. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Bonner has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I love TAFE. My mum was a TAFE teacher for decades in Central Queensland, and I saw every single day the difference that she made to those students and training the early childhood education teachers of the future. And when I think about being here in this place and the importance of being in this place, there is nothing more important than fee-free TAFE. And that is why I'm so proud of the Albanese Labor government's commitment to making fee-free TAFE permanent. And from next year, we are going to deliver 100,000 free TAFE places every single year. And the impact is already being felt right across the country. We've got more than 740,000 people have enrolled in fee-free TAFE. And in Queensland alone, there have been over 134,000 enrolments and more than 45,000 course completions. These are not just numbers, Deputy Speaker, they are lives being changed. And in my electorate of Bonner, I see that impact each and every day. From Wynnum to Wakeley, Ransom to Rochedale, locals are gaining skills, changing careers and building better futures. They are studying everything from nursing to construction, accounting to cyber security. And importantly, they are saving thousands of dollars while they are doing it. A student studying accounting at the Mount Gravatt campus can save up to $4,800, and a nursing student can save more than $16,000. That is real cost of living relief, and that is also real opportunity. Behind these numbers, there are powerful stories. People like Stacey, a diploma of nursing student in Queensland. She was inspired to become a nurse, battling stage 3 ovarian cancer. and being cared for by nurses she describes as the best people I've ever met in my life. And now, because of fee-free TAFE, she is on her way to becoming one of those nurses herself. Or Reese, a Brisbane student studying cybersecurity, who said free TAFE had changed the trajectory of his life and set him up for a future in an industry where his skills will always be needed. And that is what this policy is about, not just qualifications, but transformation. Free TAFE is also helping us build the workforce Australia needs. Today, there are more than 50,000 apprentices in training than before the pandemic, and we've seen a 28% increase in construction apprentices, critical to building the homes Australians need. And through the Key Apprenticeship program, we are supporting apprentices with up to $10,000 to help cover the costs of tools, fuel and living expenses. Already, more than 11,000 apprentices have started in housing construction and over 12,000 are training for clean energy jobs. Because if we are serious about building homes, we must also build the workforce to deliver them. Deputy Speaker, we are also seeing something else shift, and it matters. More women are entering traditionally male-dominated trades. Women starting apprenticeships are up 32%, and women now make up 62% of free TAFE enrolments. That is not just progress, that also is transformation. Deputy Speaker, we are also making it easier for Australians to keep learning. There is a new national credit recognition framework, and we are reducing the barriers between TAFE and university. This means that students can receive credit for their existing qualifications, cutting the time and cost of a degree, because learning should not be limited by cost or by rigid systems. And the results speak for themselves. Research shows that VET graduates are now more likely to be employed and earn more. On average, graduates see income increases of over $14,000 after completing their qualification. 84% are employed after finishing their course. That is the value of skills, and that is the value of TAFE. Deputy Speaker, Labor understands that education does not just stop at 18 or 21. 9 out of 10 jobs in the next decade will require post-secondary education, and that is why supporting TAFE is not optional, it's essential. Free TAFE is delivering for young people, for job seekers, for women, for First Nations Australians and for people with a disability. It is removing barriers, it's lowering costs and it's opening doors. Only Labor backs free TAFE, and only Labor backs skills, and only Labor backs the future of this country.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Wright.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Speaker. And it's a great privilege to be able to make a contribution to this, because I have a number of children and I am a supporter. Yes, you heard it, a supporter of TAFE, but the system is broken. I do agree, as a nation, we need to be training the tradespeople, the apprentices, the trainees to build the infrastructure required that our country needs. And at the moment, this government is failing. When we left office 4 years ago, there was 412,000 apprenticeships, trainees in the system. Wow. Today, under this government's management, do you think the numbers have gone up with free fee TAFE, or have they dropped? I can report to the House they are down by 100,000. Wow. Over 100,000 less.
Where are they gone?
So it's great to bring motions into the House and espouse free fee TAFE, but you need to be able to back it up with outcomes. And currently, we are not in dispute. There are less apprenticeships and trainees today. My family attended TAFE. I was fortunate enough to have a tertiary education, but for my Boilermakers and tradie relatives of mine that went to TAFE, I remember it being an institution that was held in high regard. I am going to say to you, I'm going to ask the people in the gallery a question as to how many completions of the trades that we need to build the country, the electricians, the carpenters, the Boilermakers, any trade that you can think of. The TAFE system today, as it stands, what do you think the completion rates in the construction centre at the TAFE system in Australia is at the moment? What percentage? 80%? 50%? Would you be surprised? And it beggars to believe why they would have brought this motion into the House when you went armed with this data. That the completion rate TAFE right across the country in the construction centre at TAFE colleges is 8.37%. That is shameful. Now, we want to fix this. We need to fix this. Our country needs both sides of this House to work together to fix it, and free fee TAFE is something that, when in office, we will need to adjust, because these figures are not sustainable. They are not sustainable. Where the TAFE system is excelling, and I want to throw a bouquet to them, is in the care sector. Just under 30% of people going through the system in the care. So, bravo, we need those people, and with an ageing population, we need to be making sure that we've got the training skills to be able to look after the requirements we have into the future. But it's not just about focusing on free fee TAFE. When you have a look at why we've got less than 10% completions in the construction centre, you only have to look at the construction sector. Record insolvencies under this government's HR, the amount of regulation, red tape on business, the costs spiralling out, amazing inflation data which puts upward pressure on interest rates. And they sit there and go, rather than addressing all the underlying core problems of why we've got record insolvency problems in the construction centre, come into the House and say, oh, we've got the answer. We don't have to look at all the other underlying problems that we've created, that the government have created. The Reserve Bank Governor has clearly said that the inflation issues in this country are homegrown. That means they can be fixed. TAFE is an institution that needs our support. TAFE is an institution that I want to see returned to an institution held in high regard, but we need to change the completion rates. This having bushwalking skills as a Cert 2, a certificate in guiding, none of that is going to help build the infrastructure that our country requires. And it's only this side of the House that'll put a broom through the TAFE system and make it great again.
Thank you. I understand the member for Pearce would like to present a copy of their speech for incorporation into Hansard and in accordance with the resolution agreed to on the 6th of November 2025.
Thank you.
Excellent. The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Holt has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support this motion because free TAFE is fundamentally about fairness, opportunity and the future prosperity of this country. At its core, this policy represents a powerful idea. No Australian should be locked out of education and skills training simply because they cannot afford the upfront cost. No one should be forced to put their ambitions on hold because the qualification they need is out of reach. Let us be clear. No government serious about boosting productivity, economic growth and social mobility can ignore this paramount importance of skills and training. This is exactly why the Albanese Labor government proudly backs free TAFE. We know that investing in public education means investing in our people. It's an investment in the essential workers our communities need, laying the foundation for the stronger economy our country depends on. Right now, free TAFE is delivering for our national priorities. It is training the tradies who will build the homes we need urgently. It is training the dedicated care workers who will support our older Australians and people with disability. It is opening doors for early childhood educators, hospitality professionals, and the highly skilled workforce essential to building a future made in Australia. The Australian people have enthusiastically embraced this initiative. Free TAFE has now supported more than 740,000 enrolments nationally. This staggering number is not just demand, it is a testament to what happens when a government removes financial barriers and backs its citizens. Driven by this success, Labor has made free TAFE permanent. We are investing over $1.6 billion through to 2034 to 35 to support at least 100,000 free TAFE and vet places every year from 2027. This matters because it gives certainty to students, certainty to training providers, and certainty to industries in need of skilled workers. This is what good Labor policy looks like: practical, targeted, and focused on opening doors. At the end of January, I joined the Minister for Skills and Training, Andrew Giles, Victoria's Minister for Skills and TAFE, Gail Tierney, and the Member for Melbourne, Sarah Whitty, at Box Hill Institute. We were there to celebrate 3 years of the federal free TAFE program, and it was deeply inspiring to hear directly from students about how free TAFE is helping them gain the skills and confidence to build a better future. I hear these same stories in my electorate of Holt every single week. Constituents tell me how free TAFE has transformed their lives. For someone, it is a chance to retrain for a career in nursing. For others, it's an opportunity to finally start in construction or community services without carrying the unmanageable finance burdens. As a proud TAFE graduate myself, I know firsthand that TAFE changes lives. I know the value of that educational path and the profound confidence it gives. For so many Australians, TAFE is not just a qualification, it is a second chance, a fresh start, and a reliable pathway to economic security. This is why this reform matters so profoundly, because when we invest in skills, we are not just helping people into jobs, we are building the workforce this country needs. Yet, despite all these undeniable economic and social benefits, the Liberals and Nationals still voted against making free TAFE permanent. They recklessly dismissed it as wasteful spending after years of neglecting the sector. Labor is reversing that damage. We are rebuilding TAFE, backing public education, and ensuring that opportunity is not reserved for those who can afford it, but available to anyone willing to work for it. This government believes in the power of education to uplift communities and drive progress. By supporting our students, we empower our entire nation. Labor will always back TAFE, back workers and back Australians.
Has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Deakin.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to proudly support the motion brought by the member for Dunkley. Free TAFE has been an incredibly important program in the state of Victoria, helping to train the next generation of enrolled nurses, people assisting with literacy and numeracy in classrooms, and of course trades. Trades like those training at Swinburne TAFE in Croydon, who I visited as recently as last week, learning those essential skills. And we're seeing free TAFE make an enormous difference to individuals' lives, enabling them to reskill in mid-age, enabling them to gain their initial skills after leaving school, and in an economy where there is so much transition going on in the moment, the need for all of us to be able to re-equip ourselves with new skills mid-career, mid-working life has become more important than ever. In times when artificial intelligence is changing the world of work, we will often in lives have to adjust to a new career all of a sudden. And you're not carrying a wallet brimmed with cash often when it's time to make a career transition. Sometimes it happens suddenly and unexpectedly. And to now have the option of being able to suddenly reskill and enter a new career, new workforce, is something that is now more important than it's ever been before. And we're seeing the rewards of it across different sectors, desperate for skills. When I talk to employers, they're often saying, I'm struggling to find skilled workers to fill the vacancies in places. We have a low unemployment rate, but we need to make sure that our workforce has the skills industry needs in order to provide the essential services we all rely upon. And free TAFE is an enabler of that. The criticisms I've heard from the other side of the House of free TAFE seem to be based on, frankly, a contempt of the TAFE sector as it now sits. That, despite the fact that we inherited a system which was dominated by private providers whose reputations were various. We had some very good providers, but plenty providing subpar education, and many deregistered in recent years due to the low quality of training and support that those institutions were providing. TAFE, on the other hand, has the trust and confidence of industry, of students, to make sure that they are receiving the quality education they need and to be able to bring the skills that are essential for their success in their next careers. Victorians understand this. So much so that even the State Liberal Party in Victoria recognises the need for free TAFE. And unlike the Liberals in this House, are actually not opposing the free TAFE program. They support it, as they should, because Victorians recognise the importance of free TAFE. In Victoria, we've seen about 150,000 enrolments, and nearly 60,000 of those have already completed their courses, and many more will be completing them as they complete their training part-time. So a very significant completion rate. I know from the experiences of my own family and, of course, many in my community that those who have transitioned into careers in nursing and in personal care as well, that this has made an enormous contribution not only to the lives of the students themselves, but also to the community more widely. Having access to those skilled professionals who can contribute to the provision of those essential services across the board. In Victoria, we've got the top three courses are literacy and numeracy support, something we desperately need, with both young people and older people needing support in literacy and numeracy at rates that are really higher than we've seen for a very long time. Also, a diploma of nursing, so we're talking about qualified enrolled nurses as well, able to administer medications and provide essential support to people in hospitals, aged care and other settings as well. And the Certificate for in Training and Assessment, which enables people to contribute their industrial know-how, their formal skills and qualifications to train the next generation of skilled workers. These are really important courses, and this is the kind of work that has been made possible through free TAFE. We have seen a large increase in the number of enrolments. Now, the opposition have said this is a bad idea because it doesn't solve all problems at once. Completions and other aspects of the training system, of course, work together. This is a multifaceted challenge to ensure that we have the workers that we need, that the completions occur, that employers have the incentives and supports they require. It's a multifaceted system. Free TAFE is an essential part of that. It enables people to enrol in the courses to build the skills we need without having a massive financial burden at the start of their careers, often when they least need it. It means young people don't enter the workforce already with a debt, unable to enter the housing market and limited in what they can do. This is a weight off their shoulder, as well as enabling industry to access the skilled individuals they need. It has been an enormously successful program, and it's a great pity that the Coalition do not recognise the important contribution made by TAFE in our community. I can only hope that with time that they will learn to see the value of it as we continue to build the skilled workforce. I know that in the construction industry that was raised before, as part of the Key Apprenticeships program, we're already seeing about 11,500 people signing up for those key apprenticeships in housing construction. So we're very much focused on the job, and I commend the motion to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Fee-free TAFE is transforming the lives of Western Australians, and it is changing the nation and the state of WA. We are building skills not just for today, but for tomorrow as well. And you know what? We are seeing employers needing more skilled workers, and we are helping solve that problem. We are also doing this in the areas that matter: nursing, construction, aged care and disability care, early childhood education and, of course, the tech sectors. Fee-free TAFE is smart design. We are opening affordable, targeted training in spaces in fields that are state and national priorities. Since the program began, over 100,000 West Australians have enrolled in fee-free TAFE. Fee-free TAFE has delivered more than 34,000 course completions in WA, with an additional completions to come as many students choose to study part-time while balancing work and family responsibilities. Behind these numbers are regular West Australians taking these real opportunities. People like Natalie, who used fee-free TAFE to complete a Cert 3 in individual support and moved straight into disability support work at the same year. She explained, "Getting my qualifications at South Metro TAFE has helped build my self-worth, and I now have a job in disability support that I love. The guidance you get from lecturers is amazing. They are so encouraging, and no question is a silly question." This is an Albanese government policy helping people with the next chapter of their lives. In my electorate of Swan, we are proud to have South Metro TAFE's Bentley campus. This is home to Bentley Pines Training Restaurant. It's a live training environment venue where hospitality and cookery students train in the professional kitchen and a dining room. This particular restaurant is booked out for months. The Albanese government invested $2 million to upgrade the commercial kitchen at Bentley Pines, and the WA government contributing to further support to these facilities was completed last year. This is a game changer for students. The upgraded facilities deliver modern equipment, a clear line of sight between the kitchen and the dining area, and a facility that mirrors contemporary industry standards. The Prime Minister has visited twice this campus, and this reflects the government's commitment to Swan and to building a skilled workforce for our venues, for tourism businesses and hospitality, because we want to keep the doors open and lift the service quality and showcase what Western Australia has to offer. For a school leaver taking the first step, a parent retraining or a mature age worker that is changing careers, the Bentley Pines restaurant upgrades turns ambition into practical skills that translates to more shifts, more jobs and more income for West Australians. In a previous visit to this campus, I met Kayla, a single mum and one of the thousands of Australians benefiting from fee-free TAFE. For Kayla, not having to find money to cover course fees meant that she finally had the opportunity to improve her skills. She had been working in kitchens most of her life, but now with her kids in school, she wanted to get qualifications towards a career that she can do for the next 20 years. This is a really big deal. As Kayla told her kids, "I'm going to school to get a better job so we can have a better life." Fee-free TAFE is a reform that only a Labor government is willing to provide to Australians and is targeted to building skills accessible for students and aligned for the WA workforce priorities. The difference between having fee-free TAFE versus a paid TAFE course is the difference of whether someone decides on whether they want to study this course or not. What we are trying to do is two things. One is lower the barriers for students because we want them to have access to education, and it's something that the Albanese Labor government will always invest in. But what we're also doing is ensuring that our businesses have the workers that they need. If people want to study these areas, we want to make sure that we send that signal. So this is a way that the Albanese government is making sure that we transform the lives of Australians, but also our workforce as well.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Moreton has the call.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, when it comes to free TAFE, I have some real life experience from just last week. Because just last week, on Monday, I had the great pleasure of visiting not just a TAFE, but of visiting the largest trade training centre in the entirety of the Southern Hemisphere. It's the Acacia Ridge TAFE, and I'm lucky enough that it is housed on Brisbane's south side in the electorate of Moreton. And when Minister Giles and I went to that TAFE, we got to experience what apprentices were doing. Not just apprentices, but people who were uplifting their skills. Because we visited mechanics who were upskilling on EVs, to make sure that when EVs come into the market that they know how to deal with them safely. And so as future technology expands, those working people will have the skills that they need, and they got them at TAFE. We saw plumbers just a few months shy of taking their final exams to go out into the workforce and to get their plumbing apprenticeship stamped from that TAFE, to give them the skills that they need to make sure that they can drive not only household plumbing but also work in construction that we need to build homes. And they got those skills from TAFE. And we saw future chippies, people who were learning how to build a home that we know our country needs so that we can address the critical supply issues that this Labor government is looking to solve every single day. And Deputy Speaker, I did have a go at the nail gun, and I assure you, we need people at TAFE who can build houses. Deputy Speaker, TAFE means something. It's not just about going back to school, it's not just about what they do. TAFE is about building pathways to secure work. It's about making sure that people can map out a future for themselves supported by a quality education system. And TAFE builds the skills that our Australian economy needs. It builds the skills that we know we need to drive the economy and to drive what our country needs. And whether that's in housing, whether it's in construction, whether it's in healthcare, whether it's in education. TAFE, and free TAFE in particular, as the member for Swan says, removes the barriers and creates a country where we value those skills and we make sure that people can have them. It is not just about providing cost of living relief to young people and people training to get their job. It's also about making sure that we are building our nation to be something bigger and stronger with skills that people get at TAFE. And Deputy Speaker, what a stark contrast from those of us on this side of the chamber to those on that side of the chamber when it comes to free TAFE. Because they don't back in TAFE. And they don't back it in because they voted against free TAFE. They told those students that Minister Giles and I visited at the Acacia Ridge TAFE that they shouldn't have free TAFE, that they shouldn't have the opportunity to go to TAFE, to get skilled and to make sure that they have a pathway to a good, skilled country. And Deputy Speaker, it's not just that we've been investing in free TAFE, because this Labor government is focused on education and creating the skills that we need more broadly as well. It's why we've invested in free TAFE. It's also why we've invested in 20% off student debt. And it's also why we have invested in $10,000 for apprentices to make sure that we have the people that we need to build homes of the future. And Deputy Speaker, it's working. Free TAFE has supported over 740,000 enrolments nationally. In the first year of free TAFE, in 2023, there were over 355,000 enrolments against a target of 180,000 places. And what that means, Deputy Speaker, is that not only is free TAFE something that is important to building our skills and our future and our economy, what it also means is that Australians want it. They need it. And the only way we're going to build those skills is with a Labor government in power.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Spence has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. I remember standing in this place in 2023 speaking about what fee-free TAFE could mean, the doors it might open and the lives it very well might change. And I have to say, it is an absolute pleasure to stand here now. Not talking about potential, but talking about what is already delivered for Australia and for communities like mine across the northern suburbs. Because this reform has moved quickly and it has landed powerfully. Across the country, more than 742,000 Australians have enrolled in free TAFE, and over 245,000 have already completed their courses. In South Australia, 26,725 enrolments and more than 6,100 completions. Free TAFE is about removing that upfront hurdle and replacing it with opportunity. In the north, that opportunity has been seized. Free courses are offered in areas that lead directly into jobs in our economy. Aged care and disability services, community and family services, women's education. These are sectors built on care, compassion and connection, and they are crying out for skilled workers. At the same time, we are seeing strong uptake in industries shaping our economic future: workplace training, hospitality and cookery, cybersecurity, IT support, networking, programming, website development, automotive servicing. These are modern skills, practical skills, and they are opening pathways to secure, well-paid employment. Free TAFE is about building the workforce we need to construct homes, to care for our ageing population, to drive clean energy and to strengthen our digital capability. That is why only Labor is backing Free TAFE, because only Labor is making the choice to invest in people, to train the tradies, the carers and the technicians our country needs. This is practical support, not theory, not slogans or ideas, but real investment in real Australians. And importantly, this is not temporary. Free TAFE has been made permanent, giving certainty to students, to providers and to industries that rely on skilled workforce. Because if we are serious about building Australia's future, we have to be serious about skills. We have to recognise that talent exists everywhere, but opportunity does not always follow. That is why Free TAFE is targeted, supporting young people, job seekers, women, First Nations Australians and those facing barriers to education. It's about making sure no one is left behind, and when people are given the chance, that chance they take it. The results speak for themselves. VET graduates are more likely to be employed and earning more within a year of completing their qualifications, on average earning around $11,800 more. That is meaningful change, not just in wages, but in confidence, in stability and in future planning. Because when someone gains a qualification, it does not just change their job prospects, it changes the way they see themselves and what they believe to be possible. In the north, I see that firsthand. TAFE Elizabeth and Salisbury allows apprentices to start in trades, parents to return to study after years out of the workforce, and young people choosing a pathway that leads somewhere tangible. That is what good policy should do. It should not just sit on paper, it should move through communities, lifting people up as it goes. That is exactly what Free TAFE is doing. This government understands that education is not just an individual benefit, it's a national asset. We have the responsibility to help people now and a duty to the next generation to build an economy that rewards effort and unlocks potential. That is why investing in skills is not optional, it is essential. And it is why supporting TAFE is in Labor's DNA. We are rebuilding a system that was neglected, restoring confidence and ensuring public training institutions are strong and accessible. Through the National Skills Agreement, through long-term investment and through making Free TAFE permanent, we are laying the foundations for sustained growth. Because this is about the kind of country we want to be. Only where opportunity is real, where skills are valued and where your future is not limited by your circumstances. In communities like mine across the north, that matters deeply. Because when opportunity reaches places that have been overlooked, it does not change individuals, it transforms communities. That is what Free TAFE is delivering. That is why it is worth backing now and into the future. Thank you.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I have received messages from the Senate returning the following bills without amendment: Royal Commission's Legislative Amendment Protections for Providing Information Bill 2026, Migration Amendment 2026 Measures Number 1, Bill 2026, and Parliamentary Frameworks Legislation Amendment Reviews Bill 2026. I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to several bills. I do not propose to read the titles, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. I have received advice from the Chief Government Whip nominating members to be members of certain committees. Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of members to certain committees.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. Minister.
I move that Mr Burnell be discharged from the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters and that in his place Ms Payne be appointed a member of the committee, Ms Payne be appointed a member of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, and Ms Scrimgeour be discharged from the Joint Standing Committee on the National Capital and External Territories and that in her place Ms Payne be appointed a member of the committee.
I'll now put that question. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Leader of the House.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move a motion relating to an address by Her Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. Leader of the House has the call.
Deputy Speaker, I move the motion relating to an address by Her Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, in the terms as circulated to honourable members. For the information of members, tomorrow, should this resolution be carried, the following will happen. The bells will ring at 11:55 as usual. But we will gather in the House for the address of the President of the European Commission. Following the address, the House will suspend. Members are aware that there is a physical alteration that happens to the chamber when we have a guest here speak. So we will suspend after the address and the bells will ring again at 2:55 p.m. for question time to occur at 3 o'clock. After question time, we'll have the normal order of business. The Federation Chamber will not meet until 5 p.m. and the only business in the Federation Chamber will be constituency statements and the grievance debate.
I'll now put that question, that the motion be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Treasury Laws Amendment, Genetic Testing Protections in Life Insurance and Other Measures Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. The member for Page has the call.
Excuse me. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition is going to support this bill because it contains important reforms that Australians have been waiting for, including sensible protections around the use of genetic information in life insurance and improvements across our financial system. This bill also highlights a consistent problem with this government. Reforms are delivered too slowly, even where there is broad agreement. Schedule 1, the genetic protections delayed despite years of consensus. This schedule prevents life insurers from using genetic test results to deny or limit cover, ensuring Australians can access medical testing without fear of discrimination. Genetic testing can be life-saving. It supports clinicians to prevent, diagnose and treat serious conditions, including hereditary diseases and cancer. No Australian should be discouraged from undertaking genetic testing because they fear it could affect their ability to obtain life insurance. These reforms have had broad bipartisan support and strong backing from clinicians, researchers and patient advocates for years. So we encourage Labor to deliver these much quicker. The Coalition had to drag Labor kicking and screaming. In 2019, while in government, the Coalition supported the introduction of an industry moratorium as an interim safeguard, with the clear expectation that legislation would follow. This meant by the time of the 2022 election, there has been already built a broad consensus. In September 24, Labor announced to much fanfare that they would be introducing legislation to ban genetic discrimination in life insurance. This announcement raised real expectations among Australians, but by the 2025 election, no legislation was introduced, and it just shows that this has not been a priority. With strong bipartisan support and no opposition, there is no reason why this legislation shouldn't have been introduced in the previous parliament. And there is consequences for this. Deputy Speaker. People who could have benefited from this testing may have been discouraged from doing so because of concerns about insurance discrimination. Participation in medical research could have been affected. Fixing the problem now, we support these reforms. They provide certainty, they prevent discrimination, they support better health outcomes, and the reality is, as I said, that this has been agreed to for a long time. Schedule 2 is the relief for foreign financial service providers. This schedule provides long overdue clarity for financial service providers operating in Australia. It will help ensure our markets remain open, competitive and connected to global financial expertise. But again, this is another bipartisan reform that has broad stakeholder support. We introduced legislation in 2022 and since then have been waiting for Labor to deliver this. This 4 years of delay, again, while there's been broad support, is not acceptable. They have real consequences as well. Ongoing regulatory uncertainty, reduced confidence for international firms and risk to Australia's competitiveness as a financial services destination. Again, we support these changes and encourage the government to do them very quickly. Schedule 3, the multilateral development banks. This schedule changes how Australia funds its commitments to international finance institutions such as the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank and the International Monetary Fund. As a member of these banks, Australia contributes capital. This bill introduces standing appropriations without a clear... So there's a concerning shift towards the open-ended financial commitments here. The bill introduces standing appropriations without a clear upper limit. This is concerning and Parliament should not be asked to sign blank cheques. While disallowance mechanisms exist, they are not a substitute to full parliamentary scrutiny. We understand there are some genuine administrative challenges with the current system, but these changes reflect a broader trend to reduce, we think, parliamentary scrutiny. While the Coalition supports this schedule, Australia must meet its international obligations. We encourage the government to resist additional pressure from new levies, including the compensation scheme of last resort, which would further increase the cost of staying in the profession. While there are some bad eggs, like any profession, too often government has painted all advisors with the same brush. But good advisors are the best tool at any Australian's disposal to protect themselves from bad advice. The conclusion, Speaker, is ultimately it's Australians that are paying the price of fewer advisors, higher fees and reduced access to affordable financial advice. When financial advice becomes too expensive to access, people don't stop seeking advice, they just look elsewhere and they may get it from people who are not properly qualified. That's why the Coalition commissioned the Michelle Levy Quality of Advice Review, and that review set out a clear pathway to simplify regulation, reduce costs and improve access to advice. Again, the government has stalled their response. So again, the Coalition supports this bill, but we're calling on the government to deliver the reforms outlined by Michelle Levy to rebuild the advisor workforce, reduce the cost of the advice and ensure every Australian can access affordable, high-quality financial advice. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Moreton has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, genetic testing saves lives. It supports medical practitioners to prevent, to diagnose, to treat and to monitor a range of cancers, cancer predisposition syndromes and other heritable conditions. And medical practice is moving forward in leaps and bounds. We know a lot more than we did 100 years ago. We know a lot more than we did 10 years ago, and we know a lot more than we did 1 year ago. Genetic testing is one of the areas where this is the most prominent and, indeed, the most impactful. But right now, too many Australians are delaying or avoiding genetic testing that could save their lives. Not because their doctor hasn't recommended it, but because they're afraid their life insurer could use the results against them. And that's what's core to this bill, Deputy Speaker. This bill is about health. This bill is about making sure that Australians can be diagnosed as early as possible and that we remove every barrier that we can to allow that to be a reality. Deputy Speaker, Australians should never have to choose between their health and their ability to access affordable life insurance. And with this bill, they won't have to. This bill delivers 4 core outcomes. Firstly, it bans life insurers from using adverse genetic test results in their underwriting decisions. Next, it reduces licensing exemptions for certain foreign financial services providers. Thirdly, it modernises Australia's legislative framework for multilateral development banks. And finally, it repeals the Stage 2 financial advisor registration requirement. Schedule 1 of this bill bans life insurers from using those adverse genetic test results in those underwriting decisions. And from the date of commencement, an insurer will not be able to use your genetic test results to decide whether to offer you cover or to set the terms of that cover. And Deputy Speaker, this has a big impact. This is a measure that is carefully designed. Individuals can still choose to volunteer their test results with written consent where it benefits them. And insurers can still use information about clinical diagnoses, symptoms, and family medical history. And that distinction, it matters, because life insurance needs to be properly risk-rated. What this bill does is remove the chilling effect that genetic testing results have had on people's willingness to seek potentially life-saving information. And the objective is straightforward: to provide certainty to individuals that undertaking genetic testing will not impact their ability to obtain life insurance cover or the terms and conditions of that cover. For too long, the industry relied on a voluntary moratorium. In June 2023, Monash University published the final report from the A-Glimmer study, the Australian Genetics and Life Insurance Moratorium, monitoring the effectiveness and response. The report was unequivocal. The moratorium was inadequate to address and prevent genetic discrimination in life insurance. It recommended a legislative model of prohibition, and that is exactly what this bill does and delivers. The ban makes amendments to the Insurance Contracts Act 1984 and related amendments to the Disability Discrimination Act of 1992, aligning our anti-discrimination laws with the ban. It also creates civil penalties of up to $1.65 million and criminal offences for non-compliance enforced by ASIC. These are not token penalties. They are a clear signal that the government is serious about this change, and that if someone seeks to circumvent it, they will feel the full force of penalties and the law. And to make sure these protections keep pace with advances in medical science, the bill requires 5 yearly reviews of the operation of the provisions tabled in Parliament. This ban is underpinned by extensive stakeholder engagement and consultation. The government consulted closely with genetics research organisations, with patient advocates, the life insurance industry and the medical community throughout the design of the measure and on draft legislation. This is a reform that the community has asked for, the evidence has supported, and that the industry has accepted. Schedule 2 of the bill introduces licensing exemptions for certain foreign financial service providers who operate in Australia's wholesale and professional investor markets. Currently, foreign financial services providers must hold an Australian financial services licence or rely on temporary relief instruments issued by ASIC. This bill elevates those arrangements to primary law, giving industry certainty and improving regulatory oversight. Oversight that we know is needed in this space. There are 3 carefully targeted exemptions: the comparable regulator exemption, the professional investor exemption, and the market maker exemption. They benefit Australian superannuation funds, institutional investors and businesses by giving them access to a greater range of international investments, specialised global financial advice and new sources of financing. The bill also introduces a fast-track licensing pathway for foreign financial services providers already regulated by comparable overseas regimes. This removes the need to go through the full fit and proper person assessment when applying for an Australian licence to service wholesale clients. And it reduces duplication without compromising market integrity. As the Minister has stated, this improves outcomes for millions of Australians, as these services are commonly used by superannuation funds and institutional investors, among other financial firms. Schedule 3 modernises Australia's legislative framework for our participation in multilateral development banks and the International Monetary Fund. These amendments provide a more flexible and efficient appropriations framework, including provisions to support the government's commitments announced in the 2024-25 MYEFO process. And this covers the purchase of $150 million in hybrid capital from the world's banks International Bank for reconstruction and for development. It also enables the purchase of $200 million in guarantees through the Asian Development Bank's Innovative Finance Facility for Climate in Asia and the Pacific. Multilateral development banks are rapidly evolving in their financing models in response to the G20's calls for more innovative instruments to address global development in financing gaps. And without a flexible legislative framework, Australia risks falling behind in its ability to participate in these arrangements. Crucially, new financial obligations under this framework will remain subject to parliamentary scrutiny through disallowable legislative instruments. Transparency and oversight are maintained. What changes is that the legislative burden of routine, non-controversial transactions is reduced, freeing up Treasury officials to focus on substantive decisions, not administrative process. Finally, Schedule 4 repeals the Stage 2 financial advisor registration requirement, which would have required individual advisors to register themselves annually with ASIC from 1 July 2026. Stage 1 registration, which already requires Australian financial services licences to register their authorised advisors with ASIC, achieves the objective of a functioning and effective disciplinary system. The Financial Services and Credit Panel already has the authority to take necessary action against financial advisors where required, including suspending or cancelling registration. Stage 2 would have the added cost and administrative burden, including bespoke IT infrastructure, without meaningfully enhancing consumer protection. And not proceeding with it is the right call, Deputy Speaker, and it's consistent with the government's broader commitment to reducing regulatory burden on advisors where that regulation does not enhance consumer protection. And Deputy Speaker, you would have seen in this place and in the other place work being done to ensure that consumers are protected around a range of policy initiatives. This does not impact on that. Deputy Speaker, this bill brings together 4 very practical, well-considered reforms, but the one that will be felt in communities like Moreton on Brisbane's south side most is the ban on the use of adverse genetic test results in life insurance. And as I said at the front of this speech, this part of the bill is fundamentally about health. It's about making sure that people understand and have no barriers to accessing testing that may help save their lives. And it's part of the commitment that this Labor government has made to health in so many different ways. And ordinarily we talk about the commitment to affordable and accessible healthcare, whether that be through $25 caps on PBS medicines, whether that be through the creation of urgent care clinics, whether that be through making more bulk billing in our local communities. But this is important too, because it means that people can have the confidence to go and get those tests. It means that their families know that their loved ones can go and get those tests and that it will not be a burden in terms of their life insurance. For years, advocates have campaigned for this change. Researchers have documented the harm of the status quo. That's why the status quo is changing today. Families have had to make difficult decisions about their health because of the fear of financial penalty. And this government is delivering the protections people were promised and fixing a problem that those opposite ignored for a decade. Medical practice is moving forward in leaps and in bounds. The law must keep pace. And with this bill, it will. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Goldstone.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this legislation is incredibly important. It is a baseline test for whether or not we want an Australia that is free from discrimination based on people's life circumstances, because we have life insurance policies, and whether they make judgment calls about people based on their genetic makeup. It's actually quite a straightforward bill. In one sense, the oddity is, why did it take this long? This is not a new issue. It is not one that has been not been raised in Parliament before. It is not one that has not been raised as a consequence of design of financial products. We have known for a long time that there has been a question about genetic testing and the impact it has then on people's capacity to be able to access life insurance policies. In fact, the industry has moved forward on this issue. The Parliament has regularly discussed this issue. There has only been one group who has been Neanderthalic in their response, and it has, of course, been the current Labor government. So we support this legislation because finally they are doing something. Finally, we are actually getting action after 4 years to stop medical testing being a pathway to deny access to life insurance. Because when you think about it, Deputy Speaker, so many Australians, not knowing what the future holds, and none of us know what tomorrow holds, let alone today, take out life insurance policies because they simply want to be in a position that if, unfortunately, the worst happens, particularly with themselves and their families, that they are in a position to be able to support their families beyond their current life. Of course, while every family is different and every family has a different economic makeup, of course, life insurance policies heavily go towards those who are principal financial contributors to the household to make sure that people have confidence in the future. But by providing a pathway for genetic testing for life insurance, what you can end up with is people being excluded from being able to access a pool of insurance to give them protection. And that is the whole point of insurance. Insurance is a pool to mitigate risk. Risk can go from people's genetic makeup to the circumstances they face, to the workplaces they work in, of course, to other factors that put or pose risks to their overall well-being. So it is a simple test, a simple expectation that life insurance operates in a non-discriminatory way when we know full well that people face different circumstances within their lives, and they're specifically seeking insurance to protect things like their livelihood and their income and their capacity to support their families in light of that. So why did it take this government so long to be able to progress it? Because in 2019, while we were in government, we started the whole process to have this conversation. And what it meant that by the time we got to the 2022 election, there was broad agreement across the sector from the life insurance industry themselves. And in September 2024, remember him, the Assistant Treasurer, Stephen Jones? Not sure I'm going to miss him, but let's put that to one side. I think he's off at the OECD these days. I don't know what he's doing there. You can't run interference for industry super funds there. But the then Assistant Treasurer, Stephen Jones, announced to much fanfare. You know, when they do that, Deputy Speaker, Labor gets up and they announce with trumpets and songs and their own people to say what a wonderful job it is they're going to do, that they were going to finally ban genetic testing. Well, September 2024 was a fair way from where we are now presently, Deputy Speaker. They did nothing as a consequence, and that announcement was widely welcomed and raised real expectations among Australians and the medical community. But never leave the opportunity to stall, to do nothing, let this pass this government, which marks its success not on what it achieves for the Australian people. This government marks its success by the number of days bums sit on those seats over there, the number of days that the Prime Minister can do things like humiliate the shadow treasurer of the country, the extent to which the Prime Minister can occupy C1 but not actually deliver for the Australian people. That is not a good pathway for governing this country, but we were all left waiting while the Energy and Climate Change Minister lets the country run out of oil, while the Treasurer pours debt petrol on the inflation fire, and while the Prime Minister, well, when somebody can tell me what he's doing, Deputy Speaker, I'd love to hear it. But Australians have been left waiting with the consequences of this bill while we have sat here patiently waiting for change. And now we have legislation delivered from on high, and now, of course, we have a pathway to vote for it. And what happened? Oh, what a shock. The Coalition said, yeah, actually, we believe in this. What's taking you so long? So the cute observations of the Assistant Minister on the other side of the chamber is particularly entertaining. Oh, sorry, maybe Minister, I don't know. You never quite know where everybody is these days. The Minister on the other side of the table, Speaker, with his interjections, what took us so long. I'm not sure if you noticed, you're sitting on that side of the table, Minister, so you're in government. I'm quite happy if you want to forego that, but the reality is you did not. You are in government. You have a responsibility to deliver. I am quite happy to pick up the legislative agenda on your behalf and run it if the Minister or the Assistant Minister doesn't want to, but you'll be happy to as well.
Absolutely, jump over there.
We'd all be quite happy to jump over and define the future of this nation rather than just wait patiently for the Prime Minister to well, exactly, do not what clear. But here we are. Labor's delays had consequences. There haven't been, of course, changes to the legislation. We are now changing that legislation. We support these reforms for a simple reason. They provide certainty, they prevent discrimination, and, of course, they support better health outcomes for Australians. And it's really important because under this government there has been so much confusion around financial services, which I know isn't necessarily a topic that keeps everybody awake at night. But financial services is so important for the strength and endurance and capacity to enable Australians to be empowered to be able to live out their best lives. And what we've seen under this government consistently is they have completely mishandled financial services, from the problems of financial advice, which is also a subject matter of this bill, all the way through to, of course, doing anything they can because to fatten the pig of industry super along the way. I mean, you've got to hand it to the Labor Party. The Labor Party does understand, Deputy Speaker, who it is they're elected to serve. It's just not the Australian people. The Labor Party is elected to serve, once upon a time, blue-collar workers, but they don't really seem to care about them anymore. They were elected then, of course, to serve public servants, but even when public servants' wages start to outstrip private sector wages, they're not actually that interested in serving public servants anymore. These days, Deputy Speaker, the primary purpose of the Labor Party is to serve organised capital. It's not organised workers, it's organised capital, and particularly industry super funds, as we mentioned before, with the former Assistant Treasurer is now off to the OECD, probably paid off to go there so that the Labor Party could avoid having to continue dealing with him. But I imagine industry super is not that happy about it because they've lost one of their biggest advocates in this parliament. Labor exists now to advocate for the case of organised capital to create slush funds that ultimately they influence and control. And of course, if you look at financial advice, their approach is, well, how do we give all this power to industry super funds? We don't really care what the impact is on workers, people who've saved or sacrificed. It just means that we can suffocate out anybody else doing anything else so that they can be financially independent. And I absolutely believe in making sure that we have Australians who are financially independent, and you do that by making sure people have choice, Australians have choice, they have agency and ownership over their future. They're not merely beaten into submission by the Labor Party into going to a select number of funds, which they then pool capital, they then get marketing expenses, and they use it to shower it upon themselves for their campaigning activities, so they can send this parliament, and then they can garnish Australians more wages, so that they can pull it into those funds and undermine the very foundations of Australian financial advice.
Order.
Draw the Speaker's attention back to the topic of the bill.
Well, I've been listening intently to the over your interjections, and I think that he's staying pretty relevant to the topic, so he can continue on.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is clearly an opportunity to point out to the Minister, Schedule 4 of this bill is about financial advisor registration. Clearly the government not only is delayed, they don't even understand the bill they're trying to pass through Parliament. Well, I'll give the Minister the benefit of the doubt. We do on the opposition side. We understand what the point of this bill is. And I can tell you the one thing, Deputy Speaker, the point of this bill is not to shovel more money into the hands of capital pools and organised capital simply so it can be showered on marketing expenses for the Labor Party that then goes on to their campaign coffers, amongst other things, so they can then be in a position to give money to organised crime through the CFMEU Labor cartel. I know Labor members, every time I raise this, are appalled at raising it. I can tell you, not a single bit of financial advisor in this nation is going to say the best pathway forward for Australians to get ahead is to give your money to organisations that then empower a government to hand money to organised crime through the CFMEU Labor cartel. That would be anathema to financial advice, but that is the law in Victoria, and that is the law in this country right now. And that is the law that members of the opposition and the government want to make the case for. So we're supporting this bill because it doesn't actually entrench that power. We're supporting this bill because we actually believe that Australians should be empowered to live out their best lives. We're supporting this bill because we believe that life insurance should be there to pool capital to mitigate risk, and people shouldn't be discriminated against based on their pre-existing or genetic conditions that are in factors beyond themselves. But more importantly, we're supporting this bill because we desperately want to give a reprieve to those financial advisors out there that Labor would actually really deep down like to outlaw, and just throw them into industry super funds. We're supporting them to be able to give financial advice to Australians, so whether you're wealthy or you're just starting out on the ladder of opportunity, that you can afford financial advice, you can be in a position to make strategic decisions for your long-term future, and most importantly, so that Australians can get ahead, so they don't go on then and just get financial advice from those whose recommendation is throw your money into funds the Labor Party owns so they can use it for marketing expenses, so they can campaign to sit in this chamber, so they can then pass laws and appropriation bills to hand money to organised crime through the CFMEU Labor cartel.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, and that was quite an extraordinary performance. I'm not sure who it was for, and there were a few moments there, Deputy Speaker, I must admit, I thought that I'd entered the chamber with the wrong piece of legislation before me, because it really bared no resemblance to the tirade that we just heard to what we are being asked to consider today. And I do think it's a real shame that that was the case. It is a shame that the Speaker just before me is incapable of acting in good faith where there is broad agreement in the chamber here today, and incapable of cooperating in the best interests of Australians. But as they say, when people show you who they are, believe them. And I think we've seen that today from the Shadow Treasurer. I'm a bit, gobsmacked too, that in a bill where we're talking about something like access to care in the health system, there was very little respect and consideration paid to those people who have been advocates for these changes in life insurance. I think it was very disrespectful, frankly, the carry-on we saw from the previous speaker. And I want to apologise on behalf of the Parliament to those advocates who've worked in this area for so long that their voices were seen as secondary in this conversation. I've got some stories I'd like to share of some people who've participated in studies and who've advocated very strongly for the bill before us today, Deputy Speaker. And I want to make sure that their voices are heard and that they're treated with the respect that, frankly, everyone in this Parliament owes those Australians. Our party, the Labor Party, is of course the party of universal health care, where Australians can access the care they need without having to worry about the cost. That principle has guided every major health reform we've pursued as the Albanese Labor government, reflecting a simple belief that healthcare is not a privilege but a right. It reflects our commitment to equity, to fairness, and to ensuring no Australian is held back and no one is left behind. And it reflects our understanding that a strong health system is the foundation of a strong, thriving society. It's not just about money, but it's about the consequences that arise, the costs that arise when Australians delay seeking early diagnosis and treatment, which is why access is so important. Because when care is delayed, conditions worsen. And when diagnosis is postponed, outcomes unfortunately do deteriorate. When treatment comes too late, the consequences can be irreversible. This is something that affects not just individuals, but it affects families, communities and generations. Genetic research is critical to improving the screening, early diagnosis and treatment of Australian patients. We are living in an age of extraordinary medical advancement, with many advancements being made right here in Australia, and I know certainly in my own electorate of Chisholm. At the centre of that transformation is genetics. Genetics and genomics are reshaping clinical practice and changing the way we prevent, diagnose, treat and monitor a range of heritable conditions, cancer predisposition syndromes and rare cancers. What this means is that we're enabling earlier detection, more targeted treatment, giving Australians the knowledge they need to make informed decisions about their health. And with innovation, though, must come protection. With progress must come safeguards, and with new knowledge must come confidence. We know that some people, unfortunately, have been wary of undergoing genetic testing. They're postponing it or avoiding it altogether because of the perceived risks to their privacy and, significantly, to their ability to access financial products such as life insurance. This is deeply concerning because when Australians avoid testing, they're not just avoiding information, they're missing opportunities for early intervention. They're missing opportunities to protect their health. And in some cases, they are sadly missing opportunities that could save their lives. No one should be dissuaded from potentially life-saving testing out of fear of discrimination in life insurance. This is about fairness, this bill before us today, and it's long overdue. No Australian should ever be punished for seeking to understand their own health. They should never face a penalty for taking proactive steps to protect themselves and their families. Australia lags other countries on this issue, with prohibitions or bans already in place in the United Kingdom, Canada, parts of Europe, the United States and New Zealand. But this bill changes that. This bill brings Australia into line with global best practice. It provides certainty, it provides clarity and it provides protection. This bill amends the Insurance Contract Act 1984 to ban life insurers from taking into account information about an individual's genetic testing to inform the offer of life insurance cover or the terms and conditions of the cover that is offered. It bans the use of adverse genetic test results in life insurance underwriting and applies to life insurance contract decisions made on or after the date of commencement. This ensures that the protection is forward-looking. It ensures that Australians can engage with genetic testing with confidence, and it ensures that the system is fair. This legislation has broad support across the Parliament. Well, I thought it did before we heard the previous speaker, and has been a long time coming, spanning multiple parliaments. This should not be a partisan issue. This should not be an opportunity for cheap performances and political points. This is a national issue about making sure that all Australians can get the healthcare that they need when they need it. This reflects years of work, consultation and advocacy, and it demonstrates what can be achieved if we decide to work together as representatives and legislators. In response to a 2018 Parliamentary Committee report, the Financial Services Council introduced a genetics moratorium to address disincentives to undertaking genetic testing. In 2023, following years of research advocacy, Monash University, happens to be my former university in our local area, played a leading role in this space, with the A-Glimmer report published in June 2023 by Jane Tiller, measuring the impact of the moratorium. And I want at this point to really thank Dr. Tiller for her extraordinary work in this space. She has done so much. I've met with her a couple of times to talk about this, and I'm really pleased that we're able to see this bill before the House today. Her research provided critical evidence, insight into behaviour, and highlighted the real-world consequences of policy gaps. Dr. Tiller's report and subsequent genetic testing studies show that more than half of the participants who stopped their involvement in testing did so because of concerns about accessing affordable insurance. That's an incredible number. This is not a marginal issue, this is a systemic problem, and one that absolutely demands the action we're taking today. Every Australian should have every opportunity to receive the care that they need. We cannot accept a system where fear overrides health, where financial concerns override medical advice. We cannot accept a system that discourages prevention. One participant in the research was Ben. Ben didn't have any significant family history of cancer, but he took part in a genetic testing study. The results showed he carries a PALB2 variant, which raises the risk of prostate and breast cancer in men. This information was important not only for him, but also for his female relatives, who now know that they face high risks of breast and ovarian cancer and have begun the process of getting tested. Learning about these elevated risks has motivated Ben to adopt risk-reducing strategies, and I thank Ben for his advocacy and participation in this work. Ben's story is powerful. It shows the value of knowledge, it shows the ripple effects of testing, and it shows how one decision can benefit not just an individual, but an entire family. Dr. Tiller called for an amendment to the Disability Discrimination Act to prohibit the use of genetic or genomic testing results to discriminate between applicants for risk-rated insurance. This bill responds to that call. We want people to get tested and to use this knowledge to improve their health and better manage any underlying conditions they may have. We want Australians to feel empowered in every regard. We want them to be informed and to be supported. Deputy Speaker, in 24 to 25, the government subsidised more than 600,000 genetic and genomic tests under Medicare, totalling over $160 million in benefits. This reflects growing demand, it reflects growing awareness, and it reflects a central role that genetics now play in modern medicine. This represents a growth of approximately 85% in the annual number of Medicare-funded genetic and genomic tests between the years of 2019 and 20 and 2024 and 25. This growth will continue, and as it does, our policy framework must keep pace. If a person wishes to voluntarily provide their test results to an insurer, they may do so. However, there are strong consumer protections to ensure that any disclosure is deliberate and properly authorised. An insurer cannot use volunteered test results to produce a less favourable insurance outcome than would have applied had the results not been disclosed. This is a critical safeguard. It ensures that disclosure cannot be used against individuals, and it reinforces fairness in the system. The intent of this bill is to reduce the number of Australians delaying or foregoing genetic testing due to concerns about the possible impact on their life insurance. Because when we remove fear, participation increases. When participation increases, outcomes improve. And when outcomes improve, lives are saved. The ban is not intended to remove life insurers' ability to obtain and use other information necessary to effectively risk assess and underwrite insurance policies. However, insurers must continue to comply with the reasonableness requirements of the Disability Discrimination Act. This reform will not increase the cost of life or other insurance products. As life insurers remain able to effectively risk-rate policies, there is no threat of the industry taking on unacceptable risks that would increase payouts and drive up premiums. What this bill does is it creates a new strict liability offence and a civil penalty provision for breaches of the ban, with ASIC assigned regulatory responsibility for monitoring and enforcement. Because enforcement matters, accountability matters, and strong oversight ensures confidence in the system. Whether ASIC chooses to pursue criminal sanctions or a civil penalty will depend on the facts of each case. The ban covers life cover, total and permanent disability insurance, trauma insurance and income protection insurance, and will come into effect 6 months after receiving royal assent. No one should be dissuaded from potentially life-saving testing out of fear of discrimination in life insurance. That's the core message of this bill. It's a message that deserves to be repeated. Australians should never have to choose between protecting their health and protecting their family's financial future. So that's the choice that this bill removes. And this reform really does matter. I once again thank Dr. Jane Tiller, author of the Monash Report, for her ongoing advocacy in this area, as well as Minister Molino, former Minister Stephen Jones, and colleagues across this parliament and in previous parliaments who have contributed to this important reform. This is a testament to what can be achieved through persistence and collaboration, and in doing what is right. I commend the bill to the House, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Curtin.
I rise today to speak to Schedule 1 of the Treasury Laws Amendment, Genetic Testing Protections in Life Insurance and Other Measures Bill 2025. I want to begin by acknowledging the work that's gone into bringing this bill before the Parliament. This is an area that has been discussed, consulted on and called for over many years, and I welcome the fact that we're now delivering clear legislated protections for Australians. Schedule 1 bans life insurers from requesting or using a person's genetic test results when making decisions about life insurance. It replaces a voluntary industry moratorium with a clear legal rule backed by enforcement and review. It allows insurers to continue to rely on clinically diagnosed conditions and family medical history, but draws a firm line around predictive genetic information which reflects risk rather than illness. Just as importantly, it gives people certainty that choosing to undertake genetic testing will not jeopardise their access to financial security. This reform matters because fear of insurance discrimination has been preventing people from accessing potentially life-saving genetic testing and participating in medical research. No one should have to choose between protecting their health and protecting their financial future. Many of us on the crossbench have been raising this issue for some time through letters to government, questions in Parliament and collaboration with health experts, researchers and consumer advocates. We've pushed for legislation because the evidence was clear: a voluntary framework is not enough. This bill reflects that evidence, and it reflects the overwhelming consensus from the medical community, consumer groups and, importantly, the insurance industry itself. This is what good evidence-based policymaking looks like. Schedule 1 is a sensible, proportionate reform that strengthens privacy, supports public health and removes the barrier to early diagnosis and prevention. It shows that when Parliament listens carefully, works collaboratively and follows the evidence, we can deliver reforms that make a real difference to people's lives. I commend the government for bringing this forward, and I commend Schedule 1 of the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And the Treasury Laws Amendment, Genetic Testing Protections in Life Insurance and Other Measures Bill 2025 is an important piece of legislation. It truly is. What I do question is why it has taken this long to be brought before the House. The Coalition, as is often the case, had to drag Labor kicking and screaming to this point. And the government does need criticism for delaying implementation of this vital bill, which contains long overdue protections around the use of genetic information in life insurance, which is in Schedule 1, relief for foreign financial service providers, which is in Schedule 2, and financial advisor registration requirements, which is in Schedule 4. But there's also the point about weakening scrutiny by introducing new funding arrangements for multilateral development banks, which is part of Schedule 3. And I appreciate that there has been stakeholder negotiation. All too often we find with any bill that Labor introduces, first of all, it's too little too late. There's procrastination, but so often we hear, and we hear it from stakeholder groups that have not been able to put their case to the government, that there has been little or no consultation. Well, at least these organisations are supportive of the bill. Financial Services Council, the Council of Australian Life Insurers, the Australian Financial Markets Association, the Financial Advice Association Australia, and Chartered Accountants Australia and New Zealand. Now, that's to be encouraged, because there is important input that does need to take place with a bill which contains the sort of measures that this particular legislation does. Now, in 2019, whilst in government, the Liberals and Nationals coalition supported the introduction of an industry moratorium as a temporary or interim safeguard, with the expectation that legislation would follow. Now, that meant that by the time the May 2022 election came around, there would be, and there was, broad agreement across industry, clinicians, stakeholders, and that the Parliament that legislated protections were needed. Now, of course, there were a number of things happened after 2019, not least of which was COVID-19, and that put great difficulties on a number of things. But in September 2024, move on to that time period, the coalition was no longer in government, more's the pity. The then Assistant Treasurer, the former member for Whitlam, the immediate past member for that electorate, announced to great fanfare, if you like, that Labor would be introducing legislation to ban genetic discrimination in life insurance, to forbid that practice. And that announcement was widely welcomed and raised genuine and real expectations amongst Australians and the medical community, because, as previous speakers have noted, people should not be discriminated against because they go and get medical checks to ensure that if they have hereditary illnesses or diseases or the like, they should not be discriminated against. But by the 2025 election, no legislation had been introduced. No legislation. These reforms, it seems, were simply not a priority for Labor. Labor, which came to office in May 2022, promising it would be more transparent, promising that it would get on with the job that it said it would do. But we know in so many areas of endeavour, so important to Australians, that Labor has failed in that task. And this is another one of them, Deputy Speaker. And Australians were left waiting and wondering, and with genuine consequences, because delaying a bill such as this does have an impact in the community. in all of our communities, for the people we represent, for the ordinary, everyday Australians who expect better and expect this place to just get on with the job. Now, I know the wheels of parliamentary process, just like the wheels of law and legalese and justice, turn very slowly at times, but they don't have to turn this slowly, Deputy Speaker. With strong bipartisan support, refer back to what I said when we were in government in 2019, and with no opposition, we just heard from the Teal member for Curtin. There is no reason why this legislation could not have been introduced in the previous term. No reason, none whatsoever. And Labor's delay was not without effects, was not without consequences. And as I said, they are real consequences. People who could have benefited from genetic testing may have been discouraged from doing so because of concerns about insurance discrimination. And that's not being melodramatic. That's not too far-fetched. That is a genuine concern and was a real fear amongst people who could have, would have, possibly did delay their genetic testing to get the important medical results they needed for their own peace of mind, for their own health sakes, Deputy Speaker, because Labor kicked this into the long grass. And as I said, when there is procrastination, when the government delays, as it so often does, there are genuine impacts in our communities across Australia. And we have to be better than this. We do. Particularly when there is bipartisan support. Particularly when you're not going to get pushback from, it seems, the crossbench. Particularly when it's just perfunctory legislation, or it seems that way. And the Senate will agree, the Parliament will concur, royal assent will be given. I ask why? Why the hold-up? Why the delay? What we're talking about is people's lives. What we're dealing with here is people's health. And it's not good enough. We've got to be better. The government has to pull its socks up. It really does. The Coalition supports these reforms, as we always did. And we back them because they do provide that certainty that is needed. They do prevent discrimination. And I would have thought, I genuinely, in my heart of hearts, would have thought that avoiding discrimination would have been one of the hallmarks of Labor, of a Labor government. And it seems that whilst it might be, the delays are questionable. The Coalition backs these reforms because they support better health outcomes. And I know when I came into Parliament in 2010, I was told if you had a healthy community, you had a happy community, and things would go along pretty well. We've got a cost of living crisis at the moment, but health is everything. Yes, people are finding it difficult to pay their bills, and yes, every time they open their energy bill, every time they go to the supermarket, goodness gracious, every time they go up to the petrol station, now they almost need to extend their mortgage. But if they're healthy, at least they're going to be happy. And with this bill, it supports better health outcomes, and that's why the Coalition backs it. That's why Labor should have introduced it much, much earlier than right now. And the reality is this was a reform everyone agreed on, and yet Australians were left waiting due to Labor's delays. And we don't know why. Now, in Schedule 2, relief for foreign financial service providers, the Coalition acted and Labor delayed. That's a simple fact. This schedule provides long overdue clarity for foreign financial service providers operating here in this country. It will assist in ensuring our market remains open, it remains competitive, and it remains connected to global financial expertise. And let's face it, we do live, and there's some xenophobic people in this place. We all know who they are and what they're about, but we do live in a situation where we are very much part and parcel of international global markets, financial markets. We are. Now, again, this particular schedule, number 2, we see more evidence of how slow this government has been on this particular bill, this legislation. This is another bipartisan reform that has broad stakeholder support. The Coalition introduced this legislation in 2022, and since then industry has been waiting for Labor to deliver it. It's 4 years. 4 long years of delay from this government for reforms that have across the board support. At the same time, Labor will look to rush through controversial new taxes as they did with the super tax. Now, these delays have led to ongoing regulatory uncertainty, reduced confidence for international firms, which is a shame, and risks to Australia's competitiveness as a financial services destination. And we don't want that. We can't afford that. We can't. We simply can't. The third schedule with multilateral development banks, as I said, we are very much at the whim at times of international global uncertainty and the financial markets and how they're shaped by others, by other bigger players in this area. But we are a competitive force, and we need to ensure that anything to do with this and other bills has that taking into accord and account. Now, the bill introduces standing appropriations without a clear upper limit, meaning funding can be committed by the government without the same level of parliamentary approval each time. And you can look at that a couple of ways. I mean, one of the situations at the moment is that we've got uncapped limits, it seems, on the National Disability Insurance Scheme, and that is having all sorts of consequences for employment, because a lot of people are acting as carers when they would otherwise be engaging in other services in our community, services that are now being left way behind. And I refer to childcare, aged care, under the guise of the NDIS, which is this all-encompassing monster. And I'm sure that every single one of our electorate officers is being bombarded with complaints about NDIS issues at the moment, Deputy Speaker. And this, in this particular bill, is concerning. The Parliament should not be asked to sign blank cheques, and all too often, Deputy Speaker, particularly under this government, we have seen this Parliament just push through legislation, and it seems as though the debt situation is just getting out of control, that nobody is caring, that nobody is monitoring, and we do not want a situation with the NDIS similar to that, which just gets out of control. I can remember Maurice Yemmer, who is a Labor state premier, was concerned about the health aspects of the New South Wales budget getting out of control, and he said so bravely, said so. It was necessary to rein it in, not to cut costs at the expense of people's health, but to put a diligent ruler over what was necessary. And we must, as an absolute priority, do it with the NDIS at the moment, lest it get out of control, if it isn't already. And when it comes to this particular bill, this legislation before the House, we ought to do the same. The Coalition ultimately supports these provisions because we must meet our international obligations, our credibility in global economic institutions. It actually does matter. We cannot afford to be seen as a slow or unreliable partner, and we never are. We never are. When we said, and we said it under the previous leader of the opposition, the member for Farrer, I know that the member for Hume feels the same way. When there's good legislation, the shadow cabinet will consider it and we'll take it through the normal processes, and if it's good legislation, it's good for Australia, then it'll be good for the Coalition. We'll certainly support it, because that's the way the Coalition operates, and we do it in the best interest, the national interest, always operating in the national interest. And when Australia makes commitments, they will be honoured, and that's important too. You must keep your word. Keeping your word is something that is important, not just in politics, but in life, Deputy Speaker. And it's important that you stay the course, keep the faith and keep your word.
The question is that that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I still remember walking through the city on my lunch break in Brisbane many years ago when my phone rang and my dermatologist's number came up. I had had regular skin checks since I was 16. I grew up in central Queensland in a small town called Yeppoon, and spending long days at the beach and competitive sailing without not a lot of protection had its consequences. And over the years, I had had many biopsies. And my last routine check before that phone call, a suspicious mole was removed, and this time it came back, and that phone call was life-changing for me. It was a melanoma, and I was 27 years old. And in the years that followed, I was diagnosed with 2 more melanomas at different locations. So in total, I had 3 melanomas diagnosed before I turned 30. And after that, I sought support from the Cancer Council Queensland. I joined fundraising efforts like the Melanoma March, and I enrolled in clinical trials, hoping that my experience might help others. And it was during those trials that I first encountered the challenges around genetic testing. And I remember being told that participating and providing DNA samples could affect my ability to get life insurance. And I was asked whether I wanted to know if there were any indicators of future illness, and warned about the consequences of receiving those results. And at that time, as someone who was under 30, it was a pretty confronting conversation to have. And I guess at that time, when faced with your own mortality and around choices about whether to proceed with receiving those results, I do remember thinking how many people would opt out, how many people would choose not to know because of the complications for them with their life insurance, and how many would potentially walk away from life-saving treatment and testing because of fear of illness, not because of the fear of the illness itself, but fear of the financial consequences that might follow for themselves and, most importantly, for their family. Deputy Speaker, that is why I rise today to support this bill. This legislation is about giving Australians certainty that they can take steps to protect their health without being penalised for it. And for too long, Australians have faced discrimination based on their genetics when seeking life insurance. Insurers have been able to refuse cover, increase premiums, or impose conditions on genetic test results. That's exactly what happened to me with an exemption around skin cancer. And the result of that is clear. People do delay or avoid testing altogether, even when it could save their lives. This bill changes that. It ensures that life insurers cannot use protected genetic information to refuse cover, raise premiums, or impose conditions. It means Australians will no longer have to disclose genetic test results when applying for life insurance. And it gives Australians the confidence to participate in medical research and take control of their health without fear. Because, Deputy Speaker, this is not just a policy issue, it is a human issue, and it is an issue of fairness. Deputy Speaker, we've seen what happens when protections are not strong enough. The industry's self-regulated moratorium was a step forward, but it has not provided the certainty Australians need. Confusion does still remain, trust is low, and too many people still avoid testing. This is not a system that protects people, it is a system that holds them back, and this bill fixes that. The need for reform is not abstract, it is a very real consequence. And some people may have heard of the story of a Bundaberg mother, Judiana, who lives with Lynch syndrome, a genetic condition that increases cancer risk, and her son, Dwayne, avoided genetic testing, not because he didn't want to know about his health, but because he feared the impact on his life insurance. And because of that decision, he also stepped back from participating in research. That is the consequence of the current system, and it's not an isolated case. When I spoke to researchers at the PA hospital where I did a number of clinical trials, they told me that they were struggling to get participants because of the genetic testing consequences for people. And surveys and research has shown that many Australians delay or avoid testing for the same reason. Researchers have often reported difficulties in recruitment. Health professionals have overwhelmingly agreed that change is needed. And when people are too afraid to learn about their health, something is fundamentally wrong in the system and does need to change. We know that genetic testing saves lives. It does enable early intervention. It guides treatment. It allows families to make informed decisions. We are entering an era where genomics is transforming healthcare from cancer detection to rare disease diagnosis to targeted therapies. But that progress means very little if Australians are afraid to access it. This bill will ensure that those healthcare advances translate into real benefits for Australians, not more barriers. 10 years on from that first diagnosis, I happily remain cancer-free. I still have regular skin checks every 6 months, and I continue to support clinical trials. I do know how important it is for Australians to feel confident to do the same, because when people avoid testing, we all will lose. We will lose opportunities for early diagnosis, we will lose opportunities for prevention, and we will lose progress in medical research. This bill will also ensure that we do not suffer any of those losses, but also that Australia keeps pace with the rest of the world. Countries like the United Kingdom and Canada have already acted to protect citizens from genetic discrimination. Without reform, we risk falling behind not just in fairness, but in science. So the choice before us is clear, and I'm pleased to hear the support from across all sides of the chamber on this bill. We know that we cannot allow fear and uncertainty to continue to hold Australians back. We can create a system that supports people to take control of their health, and this bill does exactly that. It will remove a major barrier to testing, it will support research participation, and it restores trust in the life insurance system. Deputy Speaker, this type of research and testing also has the potential to reduce out-of-pocket costs. By detecting diseases early on, Australians will save extensive treatment and out-of-pocket costs down the track. That certainly was the case for me. Supporting Australians' health and being proactive in getting the healthcare they need is a priority for the Albanese Labor government. That is why we have implemented things like the tripling the bulk billing incentive. This will see over 4,800 more clinics convert to fully bulk billed over the next 4 years, including 13 in my electorate of Bonner. And this will mean that local families can continue to see a doctor for free. With cheaper medicines, Australians can get the healthcare they need when they need it. They won't put off looking after their health. It also eases the financial pressure so that many families experience when faced with incredibly hard decisions between things like groceries and medications due to cost of living pressures. The Albanese government has made medicines cheaper. Residents in my electorate have saved more than $12.8 million across 2 million scripts. From 1 January, we have seen the cost of PBS medications drop to just $25 per script. And since being elected, Labor has added over 300 new and amended listings to the PBS scheme. Those listings have saved families hundreds of thousands of dollars. And through the $800 million women's healthcare package, we are seeing much needed treatment for women and girls being made cheaper and more accessible. With more medicines listed on the PBS, it's also enabled more than 365,000 women to access more than 715,000 cheaper scripts for oral contraceptives and menopausal hormone therapies. Labor has also invested more than $49 million to provide around 430,000 more services to help women across the country with complex gynecological conditions, including endometriosis, polycystic ovarian syndrome, and chronic pelvic pain. The Women's Healthcare Package includes the first new listing of oral contraceptive pills in more than 30 years, saving 150,000 women hundreds of dollars every year. By making healthcare more affordable, more Australians will put their health first. This bill is one more piece of that work. Deputy Speaker, what this bill really says is simple. No Australian should be judged by the genes they are born with. No Australian should be denied life insurance because of a condition they may never develop. Genetic information is not destiny. It is not a guarantee of illness. It does not predict when a condition might appear or how severe it might be, or whether it will happen at all. Deputy Speaker, this bill restores fairness, it restores dignity, and it restores trust in the life insurance system. No Australian should have to choose between knowing their health risks and securing life insurance to provide financial security to protect their family. This is practical and compassionate reform. It strengthens our health system, it supports our research sector, and it reflects modern science. It will also protect our families, and it ensures Australians can take control of their health without fear. I'm proud to be part of the Albanese Labor government that is ending this form of discrimination. The message is very clear with this bill. Your genes are not your fault. Your health decisions should not determine your insurability. And your future should be shaped by your choices, not your DNA. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise this afternoon to speak to the Treasury Laws Amendment Genetic Testing Protections in Life Insurance and Other Measures Bill 2025. I will come to the bill in a moment, but want to talk first, as Shadow Minister for Regional Health, about the importance of primary and preventative care. Halting genetic discrimination in the life insurance industry is a good start on better health care. It's really just the beginning. We are at a fork in the road when it comes to health care in this country, particularly in regional Australia, with an ageing population and burgeoning rates of chronic disease. Our health services are struggling to keep up in the cities, let alone in the regions. We cannot afford to continue investing in acute hospital-based care if we're not adequately investing also in preventative health care and primary health care. The Australian health system does not prioritise prevention as it should, or in the way other countries do, with only 2% of the Australian health budget targeted at prevention or public health. Other nations with similar health systems spent in excess of 5% of their budget on prevention. We know in regional Australia how important primary and preventative health care is, as in many rural towns and localities, it is the only health care close to where you live. We don't have the urgent care clinics Labor likes to get up and thump their chest about. We don't even have the doctors. They vanished into metropolitan areas under rule changes Labor made as soon as they came to office in 2022. Increasing funding for prevention via genetic testing is an important step. DNA Screen found hundreds of people at high risk of cancer and heart disease who can now take action to prevent disease. They published health economic modelling that indicated it would be cost-effective to offer high-risk DNA screening to the whole Australian adult population. This sort of evidence for policy decision-making should not be ignored. I am speaking today amid a fuel crisis in regional Australia, and I'm very concerned that regional Australians will postpone or cancel a visit to their doctor if they can't afford or even source the fuel to get to the doctor. It is high time the Albanese Labor government thought about policy for regional Australians, not just for metropolitan Australians, that considered their poorer health status. One of my constituents from Caniva told me recently she had to cancel a health appointment in Horsham because her local service station was out of fuel. Labor has let that woman down. She couldn't access health care, so spare me the posturing about women's health. Labor are not doing enough to help regional women access the health care that they need. I note this is an omnibus bill with amendments across several unrelated areas of law. What a shock, Deputy Speaker. I intend to speak today to Schedule 1 of the bill on genetic protections in life assurance. This is an issue close to my heart, and I have advocated in this space over a period of time, working with Dr. Jane Tiller of Monash University, particularly in my past role in the Shadow Ministry in Regional Health, a role that I'm honoured to hold again as Shadow Minister for Regional Health and Regional Communications. I've long been interested in the benefits of predictive genetic testing for prevention and removal of discriminatory use of this health information. I've spoken on this issue in Parliament previously. I'm regularly contacted by constituents from my electorate of Mallee who are concerned about discrimination in the life insurance industry based on genetic information and who laud the benefits of genetic testing for preventative health interventions. I acknowledge the tireless work of Dr. Jane Tiller and her team at DNA Screen, Monash University, Melbourne, in this area. Dr. Tiller is project co-lead at DNA Screen, a lawyer and genetic counsellor with a keen interest in the regulatory and ethical aspects of genomics and public health. So what does this bill do? The Genetic Testing Protections in Life Insurance schedule of this bill amends the Insurance Contracts Act 1984 to insert a new division banning life insurers from using or requiring protected genetic information when deciding whether to offer life insurance cover. This includes trauma, total and permanent disability, or income protection policies, often bundled with life cover. Protected genetic information generally refers to results from predictive genetic tests, example for hereditary disease risks like BRCA mutations or BRCA, but family history or already diagnosed conditions may still be usable. A related amendment to the Disability Discrimination Act 1992 aligns anti-discrimination protections with this ban to ensure consistency. The change aims to encourage Australians to undergo genetic testing for health or medical reasons without fear of being denied insurance or copping a loading on their insurance, which addresses a long-standing discrimination concern. It is essential to see the provisions of Schedule 1 of this bill pass both Houses of Parliament to remove disincentives that discourage Australians seeking preventative genetic testing. And that is because genetic testing saves lives. Genetic testing can enable prevention of disease in very high-risk people, and there are more of them than most people realise. The DNA Screen study at Monash University tested 10,000 people ages 18 to 40 years old for high genetic risk of preventable cancer and heart disease, finding 1 in 50, 2% at high risk. That is a lot of Australians. Monash's DNA Screen study found that those people were able to access preventative measures such as surgery, surveillance, and medication. Regional people are especially burdened by the types of disease that genetic testing can help prevent. The Wesfarmers Health Index 2025, based on 3.6 million real-time SISU health station checks from July 2024 to June 2025, ranks my electorate of Mallee as the most at-risk federal electorate in Victoria for cardiometabolic conditions, including obesity, type 2 diabetes, and cardiovascular risks like heart attack and stroke. Coronary heart disease is the leading cause of death in regional Australia. This is not the case in major cities where dementia is the leading cause. The holistic burden of disease due to coronary heart disease, this means not just the impact of people dying, but of years spent living with illness, increases with geographic remoteness from 9.5 disability-adjusted life years in major cities per 1,000 people to 21.3 in remote and very remote areas. The rate of cancer is highest in inner and outer regional parts of the country at 512 cases per 100,000 people, higher than in major cities. Shockingly, the rate of survival with a cancer diagnosis reduces with geographic remoteness. Given the impact of cancer and heart disease in regional Australia is far greater than in our cities, it is essential we progress measures to reduce that risk by preventing disease where possible. Prevention and delay of chronic conditions increases quality years of life and decreases costs to the healthcare system. And most notably, prevention saves precious lives, lives of dads, mums, sons, daughters, children. The loss of life is always tragic, but preventable loss even more so. In regional Australia, access to healthcare services is a challenge. Vast distances, higher costs, challenges recruiting and keeping the required workforce, inadequate government investment, these factors all contribute. Regional people are well known to present to hospital with later stage illnesses, sicker than their city counterparts, often being hospitalised for conditions that were in fact preventable or could have been managed in primary care by a GP or nurse practitioner. With this in mind, it's not hard to see why I'm a strong advocate for interventions like preventative genetic testing, with the potential to identify risk factors for disease before they become life-threatening and encourage people to seek the care they need before it's too late. Interestingly, it's not just older people who are interested in accessing genetic screening. Young Australians want preventative genetic information too. The DNA screen study was extremely popular, with tens of thousands of young people registering their interest in participating in the study. In my electorate of Mallee, at least 36 young people participated in the study. One young person was found to be at high genetic risk of bowel cancer and has now been able to access preventative health care. But the main reason that people who signed up for DNA screen decided not to participate was because of genetic discrimination in life insurance. For decades, this has been a significant ethical concern for Australians who have had to choose between genetic testing that could save their life and potential financial implications for their life insurance. This bill will end that discrimination and that fear and enable Australians to make decisions about genetic testing and genetic research without worrying about life insurance. This legislation will address the most significant barrier to testing for Australians and will pave the way for greater investment into preventative genomic screening. The DNA screen study hopes to expand its testing to 100,000 people. This would identify thousands more at-risk people who will not have to worry about life insurance discrimination and move towards a screening program to use genomics to prevent disease. We must move into an era of using genomics to prevent and get ahead of disease. Published modelling indicates that this screening is cost-effective with associated productivity gains in the billions of dollars. This makes very good economic sense. It has taken too long for the Albanese Labor government to bring this legislation to the Parliament. They shamefully abandoned their promise to protect Australians from genetic discrimination in life insurance in the previous term of their government, breaking a historic commitment made in September 2024. The pledge, publicly announced by the Assistant Treasurer, was a sign of hope for any Australian with a hereditary disease and was widely celebrated by clinicians, advocates, researchers and organisations across the country. Genetic life insurance discrimination discourages individuals from seeking vital genetic testing, denying them access to potentially life-saving information and treatment. The government's commitment was a landmark step towards ensuring equitable access to genomic healthcare for all Australians, offering security to individuals and families undergoing genetic testing. There has long been broad agreement and support for this ban on life insurers using genetic testing to refuse cover, and it is disappointing Australians have faced delays due to the incompetence of this government. This is an egregious example of the Albanese government's focus on announcements and grandstanding rather than the follow-through. Dr. Jane Tiller from Monash University has been campaigning for a ban for almost a decade. With strong bipartisan support and no opposition, there is no reason why this legislation should not have been introduced to Parliament sooner, as promised by the government. I am grateful on behalf of all Australians, but especially regional Australians, that this bill is now before us, and I look forward to seeing the passage and implementation of this legislation in practice. In closing, Schedule 1 of this bill represents a long-awaited and profoundly important step towards safeguarding Australians from genetic discrimination, ensuring that individuals can seek life-saving genetic information without fear or penalty. For too long, the threat of insurance consequences has acted as a barrier to preventative health care, limiting the potential of modern genomics to reduce illness, improve well-being and save lives.
Thank you. And the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may resume at a later hour and the member will have leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for New England.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the people of South Australia for what is a remarkable turn in the politics of this nation. And I hope that with the great honour you've entrusted One Nation, that One Nation does its absolute diligent best to look after the people of South Australia. I'd like to say to Corey, to Carlos, Corey Bernardi, Carlos Caremba, congratulations on a brilliant election, and you've done a great job. And now, unfortunately, it's back to the fuel crisis. Back to the fuel crisis. When this started, Minister Plebiscite said don't worry, we've got electric trucks to cart things around. Well, no, we don't. And then they said that there was no shortage. Minister Bowen said there's no shortage. Next thing we know, there's a shortage. Then Minister Bowen told us there was no crisis. And next thing we know, he's telling us about a crisis. Then he said there was no rationing. And these things were brought up first by One Nation. No rationing, now they're talking about working from home. So I'm trying to work out how this works. Abattoir workers, how exactly does that work? Do they take the bodies back and break them down in the lounge room? I mean, how do you work from home as a coffee shop owner? Well, the semi-trailers never leave the garage. What about supermarket workers? We've had an electricity crisis brought on by this government climate policy. Fuel crisis brought about by climate policy. What we actually have is a government in crisis.
I want to acknowledge the member for Pearce. I understand that the member for Pearce would like to present a copy of their speech for incorporation into Hansard in accordance with the resolution agreed to on the 6th of November 2025. I ask the member for Kennedy to withdraw that comment immediately. Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Flynn.
Your Deputy Speaker, fuel prices, fuel distribution and now fuel shortages are front of mind for families, farmers and small businesses right across the electorate of Flynn. This is no longer just a cost of living issue, it is becoming a supply crisis. Right now, fuel excise must be cut to provide immediate relief while prices remain volatile and unpredictable. Beyond price, we are facing a deeper problem. Large fuel suppliers are failing to provide adequate quotas to independent distributors and the very businesses that keep our agricultural sector moving, our transport industry running and our regional communities connected. Farmers are being left without diesel to operate machinery during critical periods. Transport operators are struggling to keep goods moving, and in some communities across the Flynn electorate, families are arriving at the Bowser only to find there is simply no fuel available. Minister Chris Bowen must step in and ensure that there are fair fuel allocations mandated so that independent distributors can continue to supply regional and rural Australia. At the same time, we must address this long-term challenge. Australia needs to prioritise increasing domestic fuel production, strengthen our fuel supply chains and invest in refining capability to ensure we are never left in this vulnerable position again. Because fuel security is national security and regional Australia is being left behind, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Greenlink Nursery in Box Hill in my electorate is a wonderful example of the way in which our community benefits from the dedication, hard work and generosity of volunteers. This Indigenous plant nursery is 100% volunteer run, and it was clear how much passion they have for the flora that is native to the city of Whitehorse and restoring the environment of the area to how it once was. It was a pleasure to visit the nursery recently and learn firsthand from the expertise of volunteers about the unique seeds, saplings, shrubs and trees. I saw firsthand how organised and efficient the Greenlink team are at producing thousands of plants that are available at affordable prices for the local community every year. Volunteers put in over 5,000 hours and plant close to 50,000 plants annually, helping create greener Indigenous spaces across residential, public and community areas in Menzies. Greenlink have created an environment where every volunteer is valued for their expertise and interests. There is no doubt that this is the secret of the longevity and success of their organisation, which has spanned several decades. Thank you to Robert, Emmy, Trevor, Gabrielle and everyone else at Greenlink for the tour and for the delicious morning tea. I look forward to returning soon to help fill out my own garden with beautiful Indigenous plants.
Yeah. Member for Kennedy.
Madam Speaker, we export our oil production for 8,000 million a year, and we import our petrol and diesel for 62,000 million a year. Someone could infer from this that we're run by morons. But then again, I don't hear any answers coming from the opposition. Well, our little bailiwick, we'll give you the answers. We'll talk about ethanol. Now, you know, there's a country called Brazil. It makes jetliners. I flew in Qantas the other day and it was Embraer jet made in Brazil, one of the most advanced industrial countries on earth. 60% of its fuel needs are met from ethanol. Now, when IEMA introduced it in New South Wales, he said, I can't go another day with people dying that don't have to die. And there is no doubt somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 people die every year in Sydney that don't have to die. If you put aromatics in your petrol, as we are doing, it's carcinogenic. The small particles are carcinogenic. If you put ethanol in, instead of the aromatics, you get rid of the small particles and you get rid of the carcinogenics. Has this country done it? No.
Member for Dixon has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to honour the exceptional life of Colleen Lavarch, who left us in February, aged 94, a life she devoted to her two great loves, her family and the Australian Labor Party. She grew up in Camberwell, the daughter of the local publican, and was a single mum when she was motivated to join the ALP after Gough Whitlam was dismissed in 1975. Like my own grandmother, she was aghast that the founder of Medibank and Free University had been removed. More than 50 years of campaigning for Labor in the Moreton Bay region followed, and her little love, Michael, followed her every step. Letterboxing, street stalls and many election days together. They had a special bond. Michael recounted on the weekend that his mum, unmarried, had been put under pressure to give him up for adoption in 1961. She refused. Colleen went on to raise Michael, instilling in him an unwavering commitment to social justice. That little boy that went on to study law at QUT and then, of course, went on to become the first Labor member for Fisher, the very first member for Dixon and the Attorney-General of Australia in the Keating government. Colleen was the backbone of her local branch, a tireless election campaigner and a life member of the Queensland branch. Vale Colleen Lavarch.
Member for Wright.
Acknowledge my state member, one of my state members, Jimmy McDonald, who reached out to me on the weekend and advised that we have a number of fuel distributors, fuel suppliers in our region. And he received a text from one of them, as I have had conversations with many others. But to put it in as simple terms as possible, the text outlined the fact that this supplier would normally receive between 8 and 9 B doubles a week from the Brisbane terminal. They service 450 farmers across the region. They supply 6 service stations, independent service stations. They provide the fuel for the bus companies that get the kids to and from schools, and they supply 2 councils. So that's all the vehicles and the machinery that go with making sure that our community is functional. So in the last 2 weeks, they've gone from traditionally 8 or 9 B double loads out of the Brisbane terminal last week down to 2 B double loads. And the text that Jimmy McDonald received said that as of this week, there is nothing scheduled. So can I share with the room, the Parliament, my concerns about if my growers, the 450 farmers, can't start their tractors up to plant the food, the crisis we have today is going to look like child's play.
Member for Solomon.
Mr. Speaker, well, the Territory, as a lot of Australians know, has been hit by floods and cyclones, and I want to give a shout out to all those that are responding and assisting Territorians in their time of need. And it was particularly impressive on Friday just gone that more than 350 people walked 14 kilometres in torrential rain from RAF Base Darwin to Robertson Barracks, the home of the 1st Brigade, for a very important reason, and that is assisting Soldier On with the work they do to support our veterans. RAF to Robbo is organised by Soldier On and supported by our local radio station, Mix FM 104.9. Tune in online. Soldier On delivers support services for current and former ADF personnel and their families. Soldier On's March On Challenge challenges people to walk or run 96 kilometres, symbolising the length of the Kokoda Track, to honour the courage and sacrifice of our veterans and their families. Here in Canberra tomorrow morning, I'll be joining the March On walk around Lake Burley Griffin. A big shout out to Soldier On NT's Rob Johnson and also Mix 104.9's Daniel Hilliard and Lukey Priest. Good on you, mate, for making this important event happen. Thank you to everyone who walked, everyone who volunteered and backed the walk. The event keeps growing from year to year, and so does the support behind our veterans from this Albanese Labor government. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, the legacy that's being left by this Labor government is that the economy is weak, fuel supplies aren't guaranteed, and Australians out there are hurting. And the cost of living at the moment is getting hard to ignore. Day-to-day life just feels more expensive across the board. Groceries, fuel, insurance, housing, everything keeps creeping up. And it's not occasional anymore. It's constant. It feels like you're always adjusting to just stay in the same place. Deputy Speaker, not my words. They're the words of Madeline from Oxenford in my electorate. She's feeling the pain every single day. And the reason she's feeling the pain is because right now, if you go to the fuel pumps, you'll pay nearly $3 a litre for diesel. Now, there are local businesses that I know are contemplating putting a levy on their transport. Prices will continue to rise. Inflation is already raging out of control, and the Reserve Bank has just had to act by putting interest rates up to 4.1%. Australians out there are hurting. Everything is getting more expensive under this Albanese Labor government, and they don't seem to have a plan or a willingness to fix it. So what's left for the Australian people to do? The only thing they can do. That's bring back a coalition government on that side of this House who will restore Australian standards of living.
Member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. March 16 to 23 was Juvenile Arthritis Awareness Week. Juvenile idiopathic arthritis is one of the most common chronic childhood diseases, yet one of the least recognised. An estimated 6,000 to 10,000 Australian children under 16 and up to 30,000 young people under 24 live with this condition. Many are diagnosed only after permanent joint damage or even loss of vision has already occurred, and 80% of children experience daily pain. This disease places a heavy burden on schooling, social participation, mental health and long-term well-being. The Juvenile Arthritis Foundation Australia is working to change this. Through national awareness campaigns, community events, family hangouts and the Step Together with Jaffa virtual fundraiser, they are bringing attention to the early signs of juvenile arthritis and encouraging families, educators and health professionals to recognise symptoms sooner. The Albanese Labor government has also expanded access to Humira under the PBS to treat juvenile idiopathic arthritis, taking the price from $650 per script to just $25, a significant saving and just one way that we support impacted families. By raising awareness, we can help shorten the path to diagnosis and ensure that children receive specialist care as early as possible. I'd like to acknowledge all the families in my electorate.
Give the call to the member for Parkes.
Deputy Speaker, last week I visited the Either family farms near Narrabri. The Eithers were awarded with the 2025 Weekly Times Coles Farmers of the Year. I have met many pioneering families throughout the electorate of Parkes, where families have a reputation as being not only resourceful and resilient, but innovative in their actions. This generational farming family are a great example. Since 1936, when Sydney and Isabel Either bought this land and they named it Bellevue on the banks of the Nemoy River, the family have weathered storms and droughts and evolved with the changing times. Bellevue began, as many farming operations did in those days, as a sheep grazing property. In the 1960s, the family began irrigation and diversified into fodder crops. Fast forward another 30 years and the Bellevue Pastoral Company portfolio has expanded and expanded with a focus on broad-scale irrigation, particularly cotton and durum wheat. But in response to the many challenges farming brings with it, the Eithers also use dryland farming practices to grow wheat, canola, sorghum and other cereals and pulses. The third and fourth generation of Eithers are now at the helm, with Darren and Leanne Either and son Tom leading a dedicated and hard-working team. It is an honour to be the Farmer of the Year in this great country of farmers, but the one the Eithers richly deserve. The awards recognise excellence, innovation, resilience, qualities that have grown alongside this generations of the Bellevue
Member
pastoral.
for Sturt has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Following the recently announced $3.9 billion Albanese Labor government investment at the Osborne Naval Shipyard in Adelaide's north, they are building, preparing and planning. Building, preparing and planning for the greatest security partnership in this country's history, AUKUS. By the end of this decade, Australia will begin building its first SSN AUKUS-class boats in Osborne, the beating heart of this national endeavour. To support the planned construction and operation of the submarine construction yard, enabling works have commenced to optimise access routes and traffic flows around the site, because thousands of additional highly skilled workers will need to access the site to build the boats. And those thousands of additional workers, some of them will be trained at the Skills and Training Academy, being built at Osborne following a $480 million investment into Australia's naval shipbuilding and submarine construction workforce by the Albanese Labor government. The stack will be supported by Australia's sovereign build partners, BAE Systems and ASC, and is critical to growing our skilled workforce so that we can build our defence future. The re-election of the Malinowskis Labor government last weekend means both state and federal Labor will continue to work together to encourage effort, collaboration and investment across our country as we upgrade and expand our defence capability, in the interests of our national and regional security.
Member for Cowper.
Well, regional Australia has grown accustomed to copping the brunt of this government's mismanagement, but nowhere is it more dire than the current fuel crisis. And last week I received an urgent plea from Carly Comer, CEO of trusted community transport provider Linked Community Services in Port Macquarie. Link transports well over 6,000 clients in my electorate to critical services like GPs and health specialists, as well as providing much-needed relief from isolation for those in need. And in many cases, grateful clients rely on this transport link just to make life worth living. But right now, up to 70% of those clients are at risk of losing access entirely without immediate intervention into fuel pricing and supply. That's 4,500 vulnerable older Australians left isolated and without options in Cowper alone. With an energy minister more concerned with crafting headlines than providing help, it's no wonder that the inboxes of every regional MP are filling up with similar pleas from farmers, freight operators and small businesses legitimately concerned they may be forced out of business as input costs surge and supply guarantees disappear. No farmers, no food. No freight operators, no supplies to the nation. And while this government continues to serve up denial, diversion and deflection, regional Australia needs honesty, action and delivery, and they needed it.
Has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm really proud to stand here today as part of the Albanese Labor government to talk about our record on delivering, particularly for regional Australia, real cost of living measures. We are expanding bulk billing. Every Australian is now able to be bulk billed if their doctor chooses to bulk bill. We've made medicines cheaper. The maximum price that you'll pay for medicine on the PBS is now $25 and $7.70 for concession card holders. We're delivering tax cuts for every worker, scrapping the unfair stage 3 by those opposite and introducing more tax cuts, the next coming on July 1, 2026. We've lifted the super guarantee to 12%. Social security payments have increased under us, including an almost 50% increase in rent assistance. We've made childcare cheaper, guaranteeing every child 3 days of subsidised childcare early learning. More free TAFE courses, 30% off home batteries, 20% instant asset write-off extended for another year, and the list continues. Deputy Speaker, in these uncertain, chaotic global times, what we need in this country is stable, experienced, mature government, and that's what they get from the Albanese Labor government. That's what we're delivering each and every day, not just for the people of my electorate in Bendigo, but all Australians everywhere.
Member for Groom.
Thank you, Speaker. It's an absolute delight to get out of the Canberra bubble and go home to my wonderful electorate. But, Speaker, the stories I bring back are not great. I spoke to a farmer who had to stop mid-harvest because the price of petrol meant that he was no longer going to receive a profit from continuing on with his work. I spoke to a family in Toowoomba who could not afford to make the hour-long drive back and forth to Millmerran to see their elderly grandparents because the price of petrol made it unaffordable. And I spoke to a truck driver who was having fuel stolen from his truck while he slept. Speaker, the clash of two worlds, what's happening out there and what's happening in the bubble, could not be more stark. We had a minister here, Speaker, telling us there was no fuel supply issue in Australia. And he blamed those farmers, those families, those truck drivers for causing the issue. He said it was panic buying. Minister, you cannot panic buy from an empty servo. That's what we're experiencing. He needs to get out and see this, Minister. Now, what could he have done differently about how he's handled this? You know what he could have done? He could have followed our blueprint from the AdBlue crisis of 2021. He could have followed what we did. Instead, Speaker, he's been distracted. He's been distracted. He's more concerned about being president of COP31. He's more concerned about his international commitments and looking good on the grand stage, and he is not on the ground experiencing what Australians are experiencing. It's an absolute disgraceful performance from this minister, Speaker, and I will call him out.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. Bulk billing rates are going up across the Hunter, and this did not happen by chance, Speaker. It came from the biggest investment in Medicare in Australia's history. We chose to support our local GPs, strengthen primary care and make it easier for people to see a doctor without worrying about the cost. In the Hunter, we're already seeing the results of this. There are now 27 GP clinics that are fully bulk billed. This means families can get the care when they need it, where they need it. Pensioners do not have to delay treatment either. Young people can look after their health without the financial stress. This is about getting Medicare back to what it should be, Speaker. It should be for everybody, it should be easy to access, and it should be fair. But, Speaker, there is still more to do. In the Lake Macquarie area, access is not where it should be. That is why I'm working closely with the Minister to make sure these improvements reach all parts of our community. We are not saying the job is done, but we are getting on with it. We are strengthening Medicare. We are supporting doctors. We are helping with the cost of living by improving everybody's health care. Because in the Hunter and across Australia, health care should not be based on what you need or on what you could afford. That is what people expect, and that is what we are delivering. Only an Albanese Labor government really cares about Medicare, and that's why we'll continue to invest in it, and we'll continue to invest in areas like the Hunter. Cheers.
Member for Canning.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia is facing a massive fuel crisis, and the Minister for Climate Change and Energy acknowledged that 2 weeks ago in this House. Families, businesses and industry are feeling the pressure around the country as fuel prices spike and fuel shortages emerge. And people want to know, what is the Albanese government's plan? Now, you don't have to be an expert to see how dependent Australia is on global events. Most people know that we are trade exposed and vulnerable to supply chain disruption. That's why people are shocked to know that the Albanese government had no plan to deal with an oil supply shock in the Middle East. Now, the Prime Minister should have known better. He, after all, gets briefed by his defence chiefs, his intelligence chiefs. He's even got President Trump's mobile phone number. He knew there was a military build-up in the Middle East. He knew there was rumblings of war. And now, after 3 weeks, the Strait of Hormuz is still closed and 20% of the world's oil and gas is no longer on the global market. Now, when we asked the Minister for Defence Industry 2 weeks ago about military operations in the Strait of Hormuz, he couldn't give an answer. But more importantly, he revealed he hadn't even thought about the question. And the truth is that there was no plan for an extended closure of the Strait of Hormuz from the Albanese government, and Australians are now suffering as a result. Fuel prices are up, farmers are panicked about their crops, and we are going to be waiting a very long time at the end of a very long global supply chain. It's not good enough, Prime Minister. Do better for the Australian people.
Member for Macquarie. You have the call.
Deputy Speaker, I want to set the record straight. Mount Victoria, Blackheath and Megalong Valley west of Katoomba are all open for business. Media reports of the closure of Victoria Pass, the steep hill you drive down at the end of the mountains to get to Little Hartley, have given people the wrong idea that somehow the mountains are closed. Yes, when you're heading west beyond Mount Victoria, the Great Western Highway is closed and a detour is in place to get people to the Central West. And while traffic that would normally stay on the Great Western Highway moseys on through the village of Mount Victoria, the cafes, hotels and retail shops are open as usual and keen for people to stop. The same is true for Blackheath and the Megalong Valley. The delis, the cafes, the butcher, the accommodation are all open and noticing that fewer people are stopping. So my message is, go visit them, and Easter is the perfect time. I commend the State Member for Blue Mountains, Trish Doyle, on the work she's doing to make sure all suggestions to help traffic move through the detour smoothly are considered, and to ensure that the investigations into the Victoria Pass happen as fast as possible. Some vehicles are opting for the Bells line of road to and from Lithgow. Don't forget to stop at Barambing, Mount Tomah, Bilpin or Kurrajong if you come that way, and support those local businesses because we are open for business.
Leader of the Nationals in the House.
Deputy Speaker, Australians are hurting. After nearly 4 years of the Albanese government, Australians are worse off and they believe the country is heading in the wrong direction because, Deputy Speaker, people are frustrated. They're frustrated and they're angry because the price of everything is skyrocketing and they've been left behind by a Prime Minister who promised to govern for all Australians. But, Deputy Speaker, Australians are working this mob out. They see the arrogance, they see the hubris, they see the refusal to answer any questions at the dispatch box, Australians know they were lied to by the Labor Party. They were promised a $275 reduction in energy bills by 2025, and it simply hasn't happened. It was a big, fat Labor lie to get elected. Life keeps getting harder under the Labor Party, and last week, Deputy Speaker, mortgage holders copped another interest rate rise. The average mortgage holder in Australia today is more than $25,000 per year worse off in extra interest payments since the Labor Party came to power in 2022. Deputy Speaker, after nearly 4 years of the Albanese government, we are paying more for everything. Insurance up 39%, energy up 38%, health up 18%, food up 16%, and now we have the fuel crisis. Australians are hurting. After 4 years of the Albanese government, Australians are worse off and the country is heading in the wrong direction. Only the Coalition will restore Australia's standard of living.
Call to the honourable member for Reid.
I'd like to speak directly to anyone who is considering supporting One Nation. Don't do it. I know you're feeling frustrated or anxious with cost of living challenges and concerns around global fuel supply. But One Nation isn't the answer. One Nation is like a bad Tinder date. Photoshopped profile pic and they promise you the world. But the reality is very, very different. Just look at their voting record. They voted against strengthening workers' rights, voted against making homes more affordable, voted against funding more public schools, early childhood education and healthcare. And just like any bad Tinder date, they'll stiff you with the bill at the end of the night, because One Nation will leave us all paying a heavy price. And the Coalition are no better. They are commitment phobes. They can't commit to each other, can't commit to their leaders, can't commit to their own policies. The only party you should have a long-term relationship with is the Labor Party. We're there in the good times with an increase in funding for public schools and TAFE. We're there during the challenging times with tax cuts, and we're there in sickness and in health, delivering cheaper medicines, Medicare urgent care clinics and more bulk billing. The Labor government is committed to our relationship with all Australians.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded, and I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition with arrangements.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. For the information of honourable members, I present a revised shadow ministry list reflecting changes made and announced on the 16th of March.
With arrangements, give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I inform the House that the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government Territories and Emergency Management will be absent from question time today. The Minister for Home Affairs will answer questions on her behalf in relation to emergency management, and the Minister for Infrastructure will answer questions on her behalf in relation to regional development, local government and territories.
We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. When was the government advised that 6 shipments of vital fuel supply bound for Australia were cancelled, and as of today, how many ships have been cancelled?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. We are in constant engagement with all of the importers and all of the receivers of these supplies. It is on a daily basis. The Minister notified publicly, said publicly yesterday on the Insiders program exactly what the circumstances were. When it comes to fuel security, obviously, there are global challenges. We are visited today by the head of the International Energy Agency. I look forward to meeting with him after question time today. And we're having a series of meetings as well with our international partners, making sure that we can secure supply. I can inform the House that at 1 o'clock I had a very good discussion with Prime Minister Lawrence Wong of Singapore. And we are issuing now a joint statement on energy security. People would be conscious that after the closure of 4 of Australia's 6, 4 of the 6 then...
The manager on a point of order.
Thanks, Speaker, and it goes to direct relevance. You can't get a more specific question. When were you advised that the 6 shipments were cancelled, and have any more been cancelled since then? You cannot get more direct.
Resume your seat. The Prime Minister did answer that part of the question when he indicated the timeline. Order when he referred to the minister's statements yesterday. So I'm listening carefully regarding that part of the question, but the Prime Minister is now giving information to the House on fuel security and fuel arrangements, and I assume that will also deal with the second part of the question, was about fuel supply and any cancellations. So the Prime Minister is being directly relevant. He did address the first part of the question that the manager raised in maybe the first 20 seconds of his answer.
Speaker, I find it extraordinary that they would interrupt an answer talking directly about what has happened in the last hour to secure Australia's energy security. And the statement that we have said is we are committed to working together to strengthen energy supply chain resilience, including by deepening regional cooperation, accelerating renewable energy transition, addressing unjustified import and export restrictions, and maintaining open trade flows. We are talking with our partners in Korea, in Japan, in China, in Singapore. We are engaged. We are reliable partners when it comes to energy security, and we expect that to be a two-way flow. And I tabled the joint statement on energy security by myself and Prime Minister Wong.
Call to the honourable member for Whitlam.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister update the House on the impact of the war in the Middle East and outline the action being taken to boost Australia's fuel security and supply?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Whitlam for her question, and we know that the war in the Middle East is impacting Australia like it's impacting the entire world. Big spikes in demand for fuel have pushed prices up, and there are shortages in some areas as supply chains work to keep up. We know that that is causing frustration. That's why our government is taking action with a plan for Australia's fuel security, by securing fuel supply for Australian industry and households, cracking down on price gouging through the actions of the ACCC, shielding Australians from global energy price spikes, focusing on stability and affordability for gas users in particular. Of course, that's critical for the manufacturing sector. And we're strengthening our resilience to future shocks. We've released 20% of the national fuel reserves, so more fuel gets to where it's needed. And we've made sure that all the fuel made here in Australia is used here in Australia. And we've given Australian oil refineries the certainty that they need to make more fuel here. When we left office, there were 6 of those refineries. When we returned to office, there were 2.
Order.
There were 2. But we've made sure that we still have 2. That we still have 2 with the announcements that we have made. And last week, National Cabinet established a fuel supply task force. I've early on today spoken with Singaporean Prime Minister Lawrence Wong, and we're continuing to engage. All of this action builds on our agenda of the past 4 years to strengthen our national resilience and our economic security, investing in a future made in Australia, making more things here as a critical part of our agenda for government, keeping industry on shore, building our sovereign capability and our resilience. Now, we'll work calmly, methodically, always in the national interest, building on what we've achieved, working together, shielding our nation from the worst of global uncertainty.
Give a call to the Leader of the Opposition, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition in the House of Representatives.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Energy.
Order.
When was the Minister advised that 6 shipments of vital fuel supply bound for Australia were cancelled, and how many ships have been cancelled to date?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and the Minister for Energy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. As the government has made crystal clear in recent days and weeks, every expected delivery of fuel has arrived on schedule to this point. We have also made crystal clear at every opportunity that there has been uncertainty from mid to late April onwards. That's been consistent. That has been consistent in every single statement we've made. As the Prime Minister has indicated, we're in constant contact. I have spoken to the Chief Executives of Ampol and Viva every day, in effect, sometimes several times a day. The Chief Executives of the two refineries in Australia, they have been advising me of the uncertainty from mid-April onwards. They have also been advising me more recently of the 6 cancellations, which is still the current number, and several of those have been replaced with new sources. As I said very transparently on Insiders yesterday, hid it away in an interview on the ABC, that 6 out of the 81 expected deliveries over that time have been cancelled or deferred and have now, to at least some degree, been replaced with new supply.
Order. Give a call to the honourable member for Banks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Middle East conflict impacting global energy and fuel supply chains? What actions has the government taken to ensure Australia is prepared?
Give a call to the Minister for Climate Change and the Minister for Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for the question. And whether it is liquid fuels in petrol or diesel or electricity, we enter this international crisis, which the visiting Chief Executive of the International Energy Agency has said is the worst we have ever faced today. We enter this crisis better prepared than ever before. We certainly had that as the case when it comes to liquid fuels, and on Saturday we updated our supply figures to show that there are 38 days worth of petrol and 30 days worth of diesel and jet fuel in Australia as we speak. In Australia, Mr Speaker, held where Australian strategic reserve should be. So we are able to release some of that in relation to diesel and petrol on the condition that it flows to regional Australia, and more than 500 million litres is flowing to regional Australia as we speak.
Minister will pause. The member for Lyne has been interjecting 14 times in 10 minutes. That is completely unacceptable. We had a lot of interjections the last fortnight. I'm giving everyone fair warning right now. That's not going to be the same that happened last fortnight. So the member for Lyne will remove herself from the chamber for continual interjecting. It's just not the way this House will be conducted with myself as Speaker. When the House comes to order, when the Leader of the Opposition ceases interjecting or responding, when everyone ceases interjecting, then order. When the House comes to order, and only when the House comes to order, the minister is going to be heard. Order. Order. The minister will continue.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We've been able to release 20% of that, as I said, and we could release it because it's in Australia. Until 2023, that was not the case. And if we'd had to release it from Texas on the 28th of February, it still wouldn't be here today, Mr Speaker, because it takes about 30 days to get from Texas to Australia. And under previous administrations, the only release we could have had was the then Energy Minister saying, "Houston, we have a problem." Mr Speaker, that was the only energy security plan we had. But not just when it just comes to liquid fuel, also electricity. And Mr Speaker, the honourable member for Banks would be pleased with the release of the draft default market offer, which shows his constituents getting a 4.6% reduction in energy prices and small businesses 10.1%, Mr Speaker, under the draft default market offer, which has been released publicly, not hidden from the Australian people, but released for all to see. And also, Mr Speaker, I am pleased we are better prepared for this crisis because we are saving more renewable energy for the night through the day, and that reduces our reliance on gas. In the last summer of the previous government, we used 2.7 terawatt-hours worth of gas. In this summer just gone, 1.5 terawatt-hours a very big reduction in gas use, which means we are less exposed to gas prices, and that is in no small part due to home batteries, Mr Speaker. And I'm pleased to tell the House that since the 1st of July we have installed 286,831 home batteries, and 1,987 of those have been in the electorate of Banks. And also, Mr Speaker, for those Australians who have not been able to access those, the member for Banks and I the other week launched the Padstow Community Battery, which will enable access to renewable energy to 10,000 houses in his electorate, Mr Speaker. 10,000 houses for the Padstow Community Battery. Now, all this not only leads to reduced energy prices and lower emissions, but increased sovereign capability when it comes to energy, Mr Speaker, because the sun does not need to go through the Straits of Hormuz and Vladimir Putin cannot interrupt the wind in Australia. It makes our energy system more resilient, more reliable, more sovereign. We on this side of the House think that's a good thing.
Before I call the member for Ryan, I'll just do some quick acknowledgements for the House. I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is Joe Kelly, the member for Greenslopes in the Queensland State Parliament, accompanied by Dave McDermott, the chair of Parkinson Queensland, as guests, the member for Griffith. Give the call to the honourable member for Ryan.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Corporate profiteering by big gas corporations skyrocketed after the invasion of Ukraine, causing rising power bills, and it's happening again thanks to Trump and Netanyahu's war on Iran, which you support. These corporations literally take Australian gas for free and make obscene profits from it. Will you put a 25% tax on gas exports?
Call to the Minister for Resources and the Minister for Northern Australia.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. Just to clarify, the budget will be delivered in May, and I'm not going to comment on any processes in the meantime. I would just clarify that the oil and gas industry contributed almost $12 billion in taxes in 2023-2024. We reformed the petroleum resources rent tax to deliver a fairer return to the Australian community from their natural resources. Those changes to the PRRT ensure that offshore gas companies pay more tax sooner, as I said, deliver a greater return to the Australian people. These changes provide industry and investors policy certainty to allow sufficient supply of domestic gas and ensure Australia remains a reliable international energy supplier and investment partner. And as everyone would imagine, everyone knows here, that's very important, and important now more than ever. We're working to ensure multinationals, including gas companies, pay their fair share of tax in Australia. Obviously, the PRRT only applies to offshore tax exporters as opposed to those that are onshore in Queensland, which is a different matter. But nonetheless, all of the gas companies do pay a significant amount of tax in this country. They also employ over 80,000 Australians and contribute quite heartily to the regions right around the country. And I thank the member for her question.
Call to the honourable member for Sturt.
Yeah. Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government working with the Malinowskis government to deliver for South Australians? How will this also benefit all Australians?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the fantastic member for Sturt for the question. It was a pleasure to be with the member for Sturt on Saturday with Jen Roberts, our candidate for Hartley, and the newly elected member for Hartley, along with Premier Peter Malinowskis. And I do want to take the opportunity to congratulate the Premier of South Australia on his outstanding election victory. The result reflects the focus, energy and determination of the South Australian government, working closely with the national government as well on matters that make a real difference to the lives of South Australians. On Friday, I was in Whyalla at the, of course, steel facility there, and talking with workers who would have now been unemployed were it not for the joint intervention by the federal and the South Australian government to make sure that we continue to make steel here, that we continue to create those jobs which are good jobs. When I went with Premier Malinowskis a year ago, there were 7 apprentices at that site. Today there are 76. Yeah. It is employing more, training more, contributing more to prosperity. And the other group that we met there was, of course, many of the contractors as well, the suppliers who make a difference. If you take away that facility from Whyalla, it would indeed really suffer. But because of that work, it has made an enormous difference for our sovereign capability going forward. In addition to that, we have very important agreements that we've signed with the South Australian Government, the hospitals agreement that's making an enormous difference, the opening of urgent care clinics and making a difference there, as well as, of course, properly funding every single school in South Australia. South Australia is leading the country when it comes to building more new homes, including just one of the sites I went to in the northern suburbs there, along with our member, 17,000 additional homes, 7,000 of those reserved for first home buyers, making an enormous difference going forward. And of course, South Australia is front and centre of our AUKUS arrangements, of the nuclear-powered submarines. We're training people, the connections that are there with the trade schools that have been established under the Malinowskis government, providing those career opportunities and secure work for South Australians as we go forward. More homes, more jobs, more Australian manufacturing. I look forward to working with the Malinowskis government over the years to come and continuing the success that our partnership is bringing the people of South Australia.
The Manager of Opposition, resume your seat. Resume your seat. When someone is on their feet, do not approach them while they're concluding their answer. It's just a habit that's been starting to come in, and we're going to cease that as a way of... Now, the Manager has the call.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Energy. When were you advised that 6 shipments of vital fuel supply bound for Australia were cancelled?
Give a call to the Minister for Climate Change and the Minister for Energy.
Mr Speaker, I refer the honourable member to my previous answer, which was that we have been in constant contact every day, usually more than once a day, with the chief executives of the energy companies. They have been telling me that there was uncertainty from mid-April onwards, which is what I've said publicly. And yesterday, Mr Speaker, we went out and confirmed that 6 cancellations, which are not now, which are scheduled for April, have been cancelled or delayed and largely have been replaced, Mr Speaker. Now, that is what updating the Australian people factually is about. The alternative is to mislead the Australian people, Mr Speaker.
Has the Minister concluded his answer? Has the Minister concluded his answer? The Manager on a point of order.
Thanks, Speaker. And it goes to relevance. You can't ask a simpler question and we just want a simple answer.
The Manager is seeking a date, time and place of when something occurred. Order. The member for Barker and the Leader of the Opposition was just interjecting while I deal with this point of order. So the Manager is seeking a date, place or time, an exact figure or time. I understand where you're coming from. Where I'm coming from is that the I can't compel the Minister to answer the question as you would like. I'll do my best, but he needs to be directly relevant to ensure the question he was asked. Unfortunately, I can't deliver at the moment what you would like, but I'll listen carefully.
Perhaps,
Order.
Mr Speaker,
the Minister in continuation.
I'll have another go at explaining to the opposition. These orders were not all cancelled on the same day at the same time, Mr Speaker. It's an iterative process where some are cancelled, Mr Speaker. They weren't all cancelled at the same time. It's not like the Chief Executive brings up and says, hey, we just had 6 cancelled. Mr Speaker, yesterday I provided a factual summary to the Australian people on the total number that had been cancelled over the recent period, Mr Speaker. That is what transparency looks like. The alternative is the approach of the Leader of the Opposition, who went to social media on Saturday and said that Australian refineries are exporting diesel and petrol, which is just simply untrue, Mr Speaker. Untrue. And a former Energy Minister should know better than that.
As the Minister's concluded his answer. Order. When the House comes to order and the Leader of the Opposition ceases interjecting. When the House comes to order. I don't know why you can... if I give an instruction to cease interjecting, it's not the time to keep interjecting, Leader of the Opposition. So we'll just wait till the House resets and we'll hear from the honourable member for Ford.
My question is to the Treasurer. What is the impact of the conflict in the Middle East on Australia's economy? How is the Albanese Labor government approaching this challenge?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The member for Ford's already an outstanding local member in our part of South East Queensland. And while I'm talking about outstanding local members, I also acknowledge Joe Kelly up there in the gallery, up there with Dave McDermott. It's nice to see you too, mate. The conflict in the Middle East is weighing heavily on global markets today and on the global economy more broadly as well. Our own Australian economy is very well placed, but we're not immune from these pressures. We've got faster economic growth than any major advanced economy. We've got low unemployment, lower public debt than the major advanced economies as well. But we do know and we do understand that Australians are feeling the pressure around the kitchen table and especially at the petrol bowser, Mr Speaker. Now, the two key considerations here are how long the war drags on for and how long it takes for supply chains to normalise afterwards. I've asked Treasury to model a number of scenarios. I released them publicly last week. They are conservative, but they still show a hit on growth and substantial pressure on prices. Now, these pressures don't replace the challenges that we had before the war, but they do exacerbate them. And that's why we are taking a number of steps, as the Energy Minister and the Prime Minister have already mentioned in today's question time. Releasing hundreds of millions of litres of fuel, temporarily amending the fuel standards, working with international partners, and also empowering the ACCC to go after any suppliers or retailers who are doing the wrong thing, with the tougher penalties that I'll introduce to this parliament later this week. And they're also working with the industry to get supply where it is most needed. I also wanted to alert the House, Mr Speaker, to a meeting I convened on Friday of the Council of Financial Regulators, which was to ensure that our markets are operating properly and that they are working through and thinking through all of the risks, Mr Speaker. But we do have a strong, well-regulated and resilient market, but we are not complacent about that, and nor are the financial regulators, Mr Speaker. Now, this conflict that we're seeing in the Middle East is the major influence on our economy, and it will be a major influence on the budget as well. Now, we will continue to work through these issues in a considered and methodical way, but also in an urgent and decisive way as well, Mr Speaker. We know that Australians are feeling the pressure at the petrol pump and around the kitchen table. That's the government's focus as we work through the decisions and deliberations that lead up to the budget in May.
Call to the member for Flinders.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, and I refer to the national fuel crisis. How many service stations in Australia have run out of fuel?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question. I'll have these figures state by state. In New South Wales at the moment, it's 37 out of a total of 2,444 service stations. In Queensland, it's 47 outlets with no diesel, 32 with no regular unleaded out of just over 1,800 service stations. In Victoria, at the end of last week, we saw 109 outlets with one or more grades unavailable, is how the Victorian government collects that information. Today's update is around 50 stations out of diesel. I have further updates for Western Australia, more by supplier than service station, but I am pleased to say, and I've been speaking to some Western Australian members opposite about this, that we are seeing more fuel flow in Western Australia and those numbers come down.
Call to the honourable member for McEwen.
My question is the Assistant Treasurer Minister for Financial Services. How is the Albanese Labor government protecting consumers and maintaining economic stability in the face of heightened global volatility?
The call to the Assistant Treasurer and the Minister for Financial Services.
I thank the member for McEwen for his question, and I acknowledge his long history in the transport sector and his advocacy for that sector and the workers in it. The Albanese government is firmly focused on protecting Australian consumers and maintaining economic stability at a time of heightened global volatility. Australia enters this period from a position of strength. Our economy is resilient, Our banking system is well capitalised and we are well placed to withstand the impacts of volatile global markets. We know that many Australians are under pressure, in particular given recent shocks to energy prices, which is why our government continues to roll out responsible, targeted cost of living relief. This includes 2 further tax cuts for every Australian taxpayer, cutting student debt, cheaper medicines, cheaper childcare, and making it easier and more affordable to see a doctor. We're also backing increases to minimum and award wages, delivering cheaper energy, free TAFE and boosting government-funded paid parental leave. Our plan is about easing the cost of living pressures now while also building stronger, fairer and more competitive markets for the future. On the 11th of March, the Treasurer, the Minister for Climate Change and Energy and the Assistant Minister for Competition announced a major consumer protection package, doubling penalties for false or misleading conduct and cartel behaviour to $100 million per offence. This is a 10-fold increase since we came to government. Also directing the ACCC to step up weekly fuel price monitoring and working with industry to boost fuel supply, including supporting ACCC authorisation to coordinate supply where needed. The ACCC have held an emergency meeting with fuel companies, pressing them to explain recent rapid price increases and providing detailed supply chain information that the ACCC will now scrutinise. The regulator again warned the sector against any collusive, anti-competitive or misleading conduct. On the 19th of March, the ACCC launched an enforcement investigation into alleged anti-competitive conduct by Ampol, BP, Mobil and Viva, following reports about diesel availability for independent wholesalers in regional and rural areas. The ACCC has also urgently authorised fuel suppliers to coordinate supply, with conditions that prioritise independent distributors and protect fuel access for regional communities. We are strengthening competition across the economy, from cracking down on unfair trading practices in the supermarket sector and strengthening unit pricing laws to investing in food security in remote communities. We know many people are doing it tough. That's why we're working to ensure Australian consumers, no matter where they live, benefit from fairer prices, more transparent markets and stronger competition across the entire economy.
Call to the honourable member for Flynn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, and I refer to your previous answer with respect to supply of diesel at service stations in the East Coast states. Could the Minister supply us with information on lack of diesel and fuel at service stations in the Northern Territory, South Australia and Tasmania?
Good call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, Mr Speaker, we'll continue to work with the states cooperatively through the National Cabinet and through Energy Ministers' Council, which convened on Friday, National Cabinet earlier in the week, and both will convene again soon, and we'll continue to share information. I am participating in a Tasmanian roundtable at the request of the acting. I'm participating this afternoon in a Tasmanian government organised roundtable at the request of the Liberal Minister for Energy in Tasmania, which I'm very happy to participate in. I can report to the House, Mr Speaker, in terms of flow of fuel to regional Australia. The release of the minimum stock obligation, which I approved a little over a week ago, was conditional on fuel flowing to regional Australia.
Well, the Minister was asked a question about... Yeah. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Resume your seat, and the manager is now warned. Do not approach the dispatch box. We'll hear from the honourable member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering AUKUS across the country, including in my home state of South Australia? How does this compare to other approaches?
Call to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Defence.
Well, can I acknowledge the member and her work in contributing to
South Australia being at the heart of Australia's defence industry. AUKUS represents the biggest leap in Australia's military capability in more than a century, but it is also the largest industrial project in our country's history. 20,000 jobs, engaging the industrial base of the eastern seaboard. It already represents the biggest diversification in the West Australian economy in decades, and it will see our future submarine built in South Australia at the Osborne Naval Shipyard. Now, in coming decades, $30 billion will be invested here. And just over a month ago, the Prime Minister and Premier Malinauskas announced a $3.9 billion down payment on this. At its peak, the shipyard will be home to those sustaining the Collins-class submarines, building our Hunter-class frigates and building our future submarines, which in total represents more than 7,000 workers, the biggest industrial site in our country. We will see steel being cut on our future submarines by the end of the decade. And already work is underway in constructing the submarine yard. This is a project which is being delivered, and we are really fortunate to have the Malinauskas State Labor Government as our partner. And they see that Osborne is central to the South Australian economy. Indeed, South Australia rightly and proudly declares itself the defence state. And so it's no surprise to me that on Saturday, the South Australian people roundly endorsed the economic agenda of the Malinauskas government with its thumping re-election. And I really want to congratulate the Premier and his entire team on their remarkable win. Now, this stands in contrast to One Nation, which have really only ever been about stunts and the vibe, never about the actual delivery of jobs and defence capability. It also stands in contrast to the Coalition, because when they were last in government, they—
Look, the minister was asked about how does this compare to other approaches, so he is dealing with that. So it's going to be very difficult to take a point of order. Yeah. Don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on these questions, trust me. So the minister is being directly relevant because he was asked about comparing directly to other approaches. So of course he's going to talk about other parties and other approaches. He has the call.
Well, the Coalition declared that South Australians could not even build a canoe. Indeed, they tried to take the build of our future submarine offshore, and then they literally failed to deliver in the attack class program. Well, that is very different to Labor, because the Albanese and Malinauskas Labor governments in partnership are delivering the Osborne Naval Shipyard, which will be a cornerstone of the South Australian economy for decades to come.
The call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
This question is for the Treasurer. The war in the Middle East is driving gas price spikes, which is great for resource company revenue, but Australians are hurting. This boosted revenue is not a reward for wise investment decisions. It is a byproduct of an unexpected war. Will you impose a windfall tax, as other nations did in 2022, to ensure Australians get a fair share of this wartime windfall from their natural resources?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the member for Wentworth for her question. I wanted to acknowledge the substantial amount of work that the member for Wentworth does when it comes to thinking through options for tax reform, and I also wanted to acknowledge that on the specific question that the member for Wentworth has asked, there are a range of views about the best way forward on that front. From the government's point of view, we haven't changed our policy on that. Our big focus, as you can tell from answers from the PM, the Energy Minister and others, is fuel security. That's our big focus and our big priority, releasing more fuel, securing more fuel in international markets, working with the ACCC and the like. Now, of course, more than believe that it's necessary that Australians receive a fair return from the natural resources that they own, We have taken some steps in the course of the life of this government to make sure that offshore gas companies, for example, pay more tax sooner. That was the motivation behind the changes to the PRRT that we landed in the course of the last Parliament. And what that meant was the number of entities paying that PRRT went from 11 to 16 in the most recent data. And you can see that the combination of company tax and PRRT paid by the oil and gas sector has gone up compared to the pre-COVID average. Once again, though, I acknowledge that there are a range of views about it. For our part, when it comes to tax, the big focus is on those tax cuts that we're rolling out in July and next year in July as well, opposed by those opposite but voted for by the member for Wentworth. And any further steps on tax reform would be a matter for Cabinet in the usual way.
The call to the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government making medicine cheaper for all Australians? How do cheaper medicines help strengthen Medicare after a decade of cuts and neglect?
The call to the Minister for Health and Ageing, the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member for Melbourne, who is such an amazing advocate for a stronger Medicare. I particularly want to thank her and the member for Maribyrnong for their tireless work in securing a long-term future for that inner Melbourne icon, CoHealth, which we're working on very hard together. But the member also knows how important a strong PBS and cheaper medicines are for her community, Mr Speaker. The PBS is one of the world's best medicine systems. For 8 decades, it has been delivering Australians access to the world's best medicines at affordable PBS prices. And today, that is more important than ever. In a time of turbocharged discovery, where new medicines are coming onto the market at a huge, unprecedented pace every single month. These new treatments using revolutionary technology are highly effective, Mr Speaker, but they're also incredibly expensive. Since we've been elected, we've listed more than 400 new medicines onto the PBS, and this month, just as an example, I'm delighted to say that we listed a new treatment called Ultomiris for a relatively rare condition, myasthenia gravis. This relatively rare condition impacts only about 3,000 Australians, but it can impact their ability to manage everyday tasks very severely, like walking or even chewing or breathing, Mr Speaker. And this is the first new treatment for those patients on the PBS for 30 years. It's going to make a huge difference to their lives. But without this listing today, those patients would have to pay $25,000 for every single script. From this month, instead of $25,000, they'll pay just $25, Mr Speaker. And that is the beauty of the PBS, the world's best treatments here in Australia at affordable PBS prices, Mr Speaker. And as the member for Melbourne knows, we've been busy over the last 3 or 4 years making those prices even more affordable, Mr Speaker. Since we were elected in 2022, Australia's pensioners and concession card holders have received about 90 million scripts completely free of charge as a direct result of the changes we made to the safety net, Mr Speaker. And their maximum script price, Australia's pensioners, will be locked in at $7.70 and frozen for the rest of the decade, Mr Speaker. And for those many Australians who don't have the benefit of a concession card, general patients, their PBS script prices are now no more than $25, the same price they were way back in 2004, Mr Speaker. These changes already have saved Australians more than $2.3 billion at the pharmacy counter, with more being saved every single day, Mr Speaker. It's good for their hip pocket, but it's also incredibly good for their health.
Call to the Leader of the Nationals in the House of Representatives.
Thank you, Speaker. And my question is to the Minister for Agriculture, and I refer to the national fuel crisis. Fertiliser Australia has written to the government warning that further shipment disruptions will, and I quote, have catastrophic impacts on domestic agricultural output in the 2026 season. Given that the price of fertiliser has doubled, what is the government's plan to secure fertiliser for Australian farmers?
Call to the Minister for Agriculture, Fishery and Forestries.
And I do want to thank the member opposite for that question. And obviously fertiliser, as I said last week, is a significant input into our agriculture sector, and it is very important. And I've certainly been working with the Minister of Industry to see what we can do in relation to fertiliser in Australia. As I said last week, we have enough fertiliser either in Australia or on ships in terms of the initial cropping season. And certainly we're getting a lot of input from farmers about fertiliser prices, and we have been working with the ACCC about how we work with them, as we have in relation to fuel for fertiliser and what needs to be done there, so that we can ensure that fertiliser is getting to the people that need it most. As a government, we are aware that some cargoes booked for Australia are delayed in the Persian Gulf, and we continue to monitor it. We do source urea fertiliser from other regions, and we're working with industry to seek alternative supplies. In the same way, as I said, that we are working with the ACCC and industry for fuel, we are working with them in relation to fertiliser. We do continue to monitor this situation, and I'm having weekly meetings with the agriculture sector in relation to fertiliser, and we're in regular contact with Fertiliser Australia on how we might first source more fertiliser as Australian farmers need it. And we have been doing the work to make sure that Australian farmers can have certainty when it comes to future crops.
Call to the honourable member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering for workers, including in South Australia? How does this compare to other approaches?
Call to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Adelaide for his question. Of course, he is a proud South Australian, always standing up for the City of Adelaide, but of course the whole of South Australia in this place. Now, the Albanese Labor government's #1 focus is delivering cost of living relief while building Australia's future. Our Labor government has delivered significant workplace changes and investment in critical industries to deliver better outcomes for working Australians, including, of course, for South Australians. I'm very pleased to inform the House that, in good news in my home state of South Australia, more people are in work and, of course, they are earning more. Now, in the last 4 years, South Australia's unemployment rate has dropped from 5% in March 2022 to 4% in February 2026. That is an extra 90,000 people in work, and that is good news. And compare that to 4 years ago, the average South Australian full-time worker is now earning an additional 19% extra in wages. Again, good news for South Australians. 200,000 workers in South Australia are benefiting from our government's advocacy to the Fair Work Commission for a real wage increase to the minimum wage. And of course, these workers are also benefiting from the action our government took to protect penalty and overtime rates. Now, we are creating well-paid jobs in South Australia, and it hasn't happened by accident. It's because of state and federal governments working together to deliver. The state Labor and federal governments have worked in close partnership and have jointly invested to back over 1,000 workers at the Whyalla Steelworks. Action was critical not only to save jobs in South Australia, because it is in our national interest that we have structural steelmaking capacity in this country. And together with the Malinowskis government, we've made significant investments in the AUKUS program to secure Australia's defence future, capability and, of course, the lasting prosperity for jobs in the state of South Australia. Now, this investment will directly create close to 10,000 highly skilled, well-paid jobs in South Australia alone. And this will provide enormous economic opportunity to lift skills, wages and living standards for generations to come. Not only is this a good thing for South Australia, but is a good thing for the country. And of course, with the re-election of the Malinowskis Labor government, our two governments will continue to work to deliver for South Australians. This is in sharp contrast to the coalition who dared Holden to leave South Australia when they were last in government. They destroyed local car manufacturing. It's only this government that will deliver for...
Call to the honourable member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Treasurer, I refer to your previous answer. Treasury has downgraded predicted revenue from the PRRT at successive budgets. Will you admit that the government got it wrong and properly secure revenue for Australians from its gas at a time when Australians, primary producers and small businesses need targeted support to meet rapidly increasing costs?
The call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As the honourable member says, I answered part of this question a moment ago in regards to the additional part of it. What we've been able to ensure is that there is more tax paid sooner than would otherwise have been the case. And obviously when you're dealing with a volatile commodity that we're talking about now, then sometimes the numbers come in lower, sometimes they come in higher than is forecast. Now, on the broader point that the honourable member is making, a bit like the point that her colleague near her was making a moment ago, I do understand that there are a range of views about this. We do believe that Australians deserve a fair return on the resources they own, and that's what motivated our efforts with our PRRT reforms to get more tax paid sooner than would otherwise have been the case.
Call to the honourable member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Industry. How is the Albanese Labor government working with the South Australian government to back steel workers in Whyalla? Why is this important for our sovereign manufacturing capability?
Call to the Minister for Defence Industry, the Minister for Pacific Island Affairs and the Minister representing the Minister for Industry.
I thank the member, a proud South Australian, for his question. Speaker, the Albanese Labor government's #1 focus is delivering cost of living relief while building a future made in Australia. This will increase our independence and sovereignty and create Aussie jobs. It was at the heart of the progressive patriotism agenda the Prime Minister took to the people in 2022 and 2025. Making steel in this country is central to that. It's just been just over a year since we joined the Malinowskis government to intervene and save the Whyalla Steelworks. A year since we made that critical decision to protect Aussie jobs and strengthen our sovereign manufacturing capability. Our intervention has ensured that not only is the Steelworks continuing to operate, but that it has a bright future. Jobs have been protected and created, performance restored. Speaker, the Steelworks has been having record-breaking performance across steel, rail and finished goods. Output is at multi-year highs. And while those opposite wrote off Whyalla time and time again, we joined with the community to fight for its future, saving thousands of jobs. Speaker, building sovereign manufacturing capability builds resilience throughout the economy. For example, 52 tonnes of steel used in the construction of the Port Wakefield missile factory came from the Whyalla Steelworks. Aussie-made steel leading to Aussie-made missiles. And Phosphate Hill, Australia's only producer of ammonium phosphate fertilisers, announced earlier this month that it found a buyer. This was only possible because of the government's intervention to save the Mount Isa copper smelter. Let's be clear, without critical inputs from the copper smelter, we would not have the fertiliser factory. So, Speaker, steel making, copper smelting, fertiliser production, all critical manufacturing capabilities essential to our sovereignty, all opposed by the Liberals. Speaker, the current Middle East conflict reminds us that we need to have an economy that is resilient and sovereign. We need an economy that makes more things here. So when those opposite attack a future made in Australia, they weaken our sovereignty and weaken our resilience. We also need an economy where we train and skill up Australians for jobs that build our sovereign capability. A year ago, there were 7 apprentices at the Whyalla Steelworks. Today, it's more than 70. And now we're in a position where we've got 5 serious bidders looking at purchasing the steelworks. That's great news for workers, great news for Whyalla and great news for Australia.
The call to the honourable member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Energy. I refer to your previous answer where you said that shipments carrying vital fuel were cancelled over a period of time. When were you notified that the first shipment was cancelled?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
I refer the honourable member to my previous answers.
Give the call. Order. Members on my left. Give the call. Order. Give the call to the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Cities. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its commitments to ensure that Australians have a safe and secure place to call home?
Call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for Macon for his question and for his fantastic advocacy for more housing in his community. Speaker, our country is confronting a housing challenge that's been building for 40 years, and this is placing a hugely unfair burden on Australians, on young families, Speaker, on women and children who are fleeing family violence, and particularly on that younger generation who are struggling to find a foothold in the housing market. Speaker, that is why our government has built the boldest and most ambitious housing agenda that a Commonwealth government has had in this country since the post-war period. $45 billion, Speaker. We are building more homes, we're getting renters a better deal, and we're getting more Australians into home ownership. Now, Speaker, my job is about delivery, 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 and I want to share with the chamber some of the work of our government over the past week. Speaker, on Monday last week, the member for Fenner and I turned the sod on 315 new homes we are building in Belconnen. The member for Swan turned the sod on 58 Housing Australia Future Fund homes in Riverdale.
Order.
Speaker, on Tuesday, the member for Blair announced 24 new social homes in North Ipswich in his electorate. On Wednesday, the member for Gilmore opened 15 new crisis homes in her community. On Thursday, the member for Barton joined the New South Wales Premier to announce 600 new social and affordable homes that are funded through the Housing Australia Future Fund. Speaker, on Friday, the member for Cunningham opened 6 new crisis homes in her electorate, and the member for Bendigo opened 73 new Housing Australia Future Fund homes in her electorate. Now, Mr Speaker, if I draw you back to Monday last week alone, our government turned the sod on 373 homes. Now, that may sound to the parliament a familiar number, 373, Speaker. That is because that is the total amount of homes that those opposite built in 9 years governing our country. Speaker, I'm not making this up. Last Monday, we turned the sod on the same number of homes that they built in almost a decade, and that is a national disgrace, Speaker. Now, Speaker, these homes join the 570,000 homes that have been built since we came to office, the 6,000 social and affordable homes we've already completed, the 24,000 homes that we've got in planning or construction right now. Now, I've shared a lot of numbers with you here, Speaker, but let me bring it right back to the heart of the matter. Our government understands that housing is not just about bricks and mortar. We are helping Australians build the foundation on which they and their families will grow and build a great life in this beautiful country of ours, Speaker. 55,000 social and affordable homes that will change the lives of 55,000 Australians and their families.
The call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is for the Treasurer. Treasurer, your government has a productivity problem and a worsening cost of living crisis. Every dollar invested in Australian health and medical research yields close to $4 for the Australian economy. Without giving this place a shopping list of other economic data, does the government in the forthcoming budget plan to invest more in medical and scientific research, recognising both the productivity dividend and the positive effect that it would have on the nation's health?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member for Kooyong for her question. This government very enthusiastic, very substantial investors in research, including medical research. I pay tribute to my colleague here and thank him for a number of conversations that we've had in the lead-up to the budget in May about this really important question, because we do understand, we do appreciate the link between good research and better outcomes when it comes to productivity and a stronger economy more broadly. And our colleague in the other place, Minister Ayres, has received and now released some good work that we had done when it comes to the future of research and development, and obviously the Medical Research Fund is part of our thinking in that regard. We're going to work through the recommendations of that report and make our views known in due course, but I assure the member, as I have on other occasions as well, that we're enthusiastic supporters and investors in medical research. Now, when it comes to productivity, the beginning of her question, it's important to remember that we've had a productivity challenge in our economy for the last couple of decades now, not just the last couple of years. In fact, over the last year, productivity was 1% through the year, annual, and that's above the 20-year average, but it's still not good enough. It's still not good enough. And market sector productivity was 1.5 in the most recent data. It means it's grown for 5 quarters in a row, but again, we need to do much better to deliver the higher living standards that our people need and deserve. And so I assure the member, the honourable member, that as we work through these issues with productivity, we work through the report on research and development, that will continue to play an important role in the productivity agenda that we already have rolling out, ambitious agenda, but also in the additional steps that we're considering between now and the May budget.
Call to the honourable member for Swan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Skills and Training. How is the Albanese Labor government helping more Australians get the skills they want for the jobs we need with fee-free TAFE and apprenticeships? Are there any risks to this program?
Call to the Minister for Skills and Training.
Thanks, Speaker, and thank you to my friend, the member for Swan, for her question. She's an incredible advocate for learners and apprentices in her community, and I saw that when I went with her to see students at Bentley TAFE to celebrate a $2 million commitment that we made to deliver a state-of-the-art commercial training kitchen through the TAFE Technology Fund. TAFE is breaking down barriers and setting up Australians for the future, and free TAFE is, of course, at the very core of this. This was a policy that this Prime Minister took the 22 election. Australians voted for it, and we have delivered it. And just last week I announced that we've reached nearly 750,000 free TAFE enrolments, 742,000 so far, almost 250,000 course completions, 245,000, plenty more on the way. And this means more opportunities for young Australians like Blake, who I met while he was completing his Cert 2 in carpentry. And for someone like Blake, it means more opportunities after free TAFE 2 as he moves into his career, because the key apprenticeship program is offering $10,000 in incentives to new housing apprentices, people like Blake, to help with the cost of tools and transport, so they can play their part in meeting our national priorities, like building more homes for Australians, more than the 373 social homes the Minister for Housing was just talking about. And Speaker, in just the first 6 months of this program, more than 11,000 apprentices have commenced in housing through the Key Apprenticeship program, a program that importantly is not just helping apprentices but also their employers, the vast majority of which are small businesses. So, Speaker, you'd think the Coalition would support programs that are making a real difference, helping Australians get a good start in great careers and making a contribution. But of course the former Leader of the Opposition infamously said of free TAFE that Australians don't value what they don't pay for. But what about her replacement? Well, we don't know, because it would mean actually saying the word TAFE in Parliament, something he hasn't done in more than a decade, since his idol Tony Abbott was Prime Minister. And he should also clarify for the thousands of apprentices and the thousands of people who employ them his position on the Key Apprenticeship program, given his shadow minister calls it wrong and talks about throwing good money after bad money. Now, free TAFE is getting thousands of Australians new qualifications in areas of need. We think that's a good thing. The Key Apprenticeship program is backing in thousands of housing apprentices. We think that is a good thing too. Labor, and only Labor, is backing Australians like Blake, backing them to get skills they need for the jobs we need doing.
Call to the honourable member for Monash.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Has the Minister sought or received advice from his department on the implementation of fuel rationing?
Good. Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for her question. Of course, I have engaged with my department in prudent contingency planning, Mr Speaker. As I indicated again on the weekend, the establishment of a national fuel emergency would be a very significant step. It's never been done. That's what would be required. However, states have considerable powers. That's why that's outlined in the National Liquid Fuel Emergency Response Plan, which was agreed by COAG in 2006. That indicates that voluntary restraint, i.e. public information campaigns requesting people to save fuel, would be the first step, and that only after that would any further actions be considered. I made clear, Mr Speaker, yesterday, I think we're a long way from that, but of course the Commonwealth and the states will work together for prudent contingency planning in a very challenged international environment.
Call to the honourable member for Bean.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering meaningful aged care reforms for older Australians after a decade of neglect?
The call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Bean for his question. He does a fantastic job representing the people of Bean, including my old stomping ground of the Tuggeranong Valley. Mr Speaker, there's a critical feature of this Albanese Labor government. We listen and then we deliver. We listen to the Royal Commission, we listen to older Australians and their families. We listen to the workers and the providers who know this system inside and out. And then we got on with fixing it. The sector told us that older people needed rights, not just rules. So we delivered Australia's first ever Statement of Rights, enshrined in the new Aged Care Act that came into effect on the 1st of November last year, the first wholly rebuilt act since 1997. Older Australians told us they want to stay home for longer, with support that enables them to maintain independence and dignity. So we delivered Support at Home, along with 83,000 additional home care places. And advocates told us that aged care places should be allocated to people, not providers. So we changed that too. Aged care places are now allocated directly to the individual. More choice, more control, more dignity. Providers told us we need more beds, and we need them in the places where demand is greatest. So this month, we announced a further $115 million through the Aged Care Capital Assistance Program, targeted at hotspots in Adelaide, Illawarra, Perth and the Hunter, with an expression of interest process designed to get beds open within 2 years. That takes our total ACAP investment to over $1 billion since 2022, more than any other government in Australian history. These aren't promises, they're real beds. They're older Australians getting care closer to home sooner. And aged care workers, Mr Speaker, told us that they were undervalued, underpaid and stretched to breaking point. So we delivered the biggest pay rises in the history of aged care, 4 rounds of fully funded increases. Thanks to these pay rises, the average registered nurse in aged care is now earning $28,000 more a year. That's $550 more every single week. Mr Speaker, those opposite spent 9 years in government. They had the same Royal Commission, the same reports, the same workers, the same families, the same older Australians telling them what needed to change. They didn't listen and they didn't deliver. Aged care is a fundamental promise that this country makes to older Australians, that when the time comes they will be safe, they will be seen and they will be cared for with dignity. This government listens, this government delivers, and we are keeping that promise.
The call to the honourable member for Cook.
My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. I refer to a report in the Daily Telegraph titled "New South Wales Fuel Crisis Sparks Min's Government to War Game Emergency Powers to Ration and Divert Petrol and Diesel." Has the Minister been briefed by the New South Wales Government or any other state government or territory governments on fuel rationing?
The call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, and as I indicated in previous answers, literally there was a meeting of state and territory ministers with me on Friday, literally. And as I indicated on Friday, we compared notes on contingency planning, Mr Speaker, and our respective powers. There is no Watergate here, Mr Speaker. That is what I announced on Friday, and as I indicated to the member for Monash before, there is the National Liquid Emergency Plan, which was agreed by all governments in 2006 and endorsed by all governments since then as a gradation of changes. And in this environment, Mr Speaker, I would also remind all honourable members of the need for factual information when communicating with the public. I would remind the member for Cook, Mr Speaker, of the need for factual information when communicating with members of the public. I remind the member for Cook that when he went on social media yesterday and said the Australian government is forcing diesel and petrol to be exported, that is a lie, Mr Speaker.
Order. Order. The member for Cook will withdraw that. Thanks, Member Cook. Give the call to the honourable member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister update the House on the visit to Australia by the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen? How does this visit further Australia's national interests?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Bendigo for her question. And earlier today, a senior delegation from the EU, led by President Ursula von der Leyen, arrived in Sydney. And tomorrow she will address our Parliament, the first woman to address our Parliament as a leader of a country or a group of countries when it comes to Europe, the 20th world leader to address our Parliament. This is a milestone moment for the relationship between Australia and the European Union, such an important relationship. The European Union represents the world's second biggest economy, and it's already Australia's second biggest trading partner. Our two-way trade is worth some $109 billion. That represents jobs and economic prosperity. And our government has been working patiently and constructively to take that to the next level, to give Australian farmers and growers and exporters better access to a market of 450 million consumers, and to give our friends in Europe the chance to enjoy Australian food and fibre and wine, the best products in the world that we are so proud of. Closer engagement matters for our prosperity. 1 in 3 of Australian jobs is trade dependent. And this follows the work that we've done, repairing the relationship with China, establishing the free trade agreement with the UAE to open up those markets, engaging as well with ASEAN and through APEC as well with our traditional partners and our partners in this region. The upgrade in the relationship with Indonesia, with India, all makes a difference for us. A free trade agreement with Europe would, of course, strengthen that even further. But as well, we need to engage with Europe on matters of security. Australia has, on a bipartisan basis, been unequivocal in our support for the struggle of the Ukrainian people against Russia's illegal invasion. That will remain the case, and we continue to participate in the coalition of the willing. A security and defence partnership with Europe will deepen that relationship. In a more volatile world, closer partnerships with trusted friends are more important than they've ever been, not just a safeguard against uncertainty, but as a foundation for greater prosperity and greater security. We'll look forward to welcoming President von der Leyen tomorrow. I'm sure it will be a great success. And on that note, Mr Speaker, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
And on indulgence, the Prime Minister.
Speaker, on the weekend, Australia lost one of the brightest stars from the Australian constellation. Roa Roberts AO found a way to pack multiple lifetimes into just one. A proud daughter of Bundjalung country in the northern rivers of New South Wales, she was a towering presence in the cultural and journalistic life of our country. Crucially, she never stopped working to put Indigenous culture centre stage. Just one peak in her long and varied career was her use of the opening ceremony of the Sydney Olympics. She showcased First Nations culture as part of our great welcome to the world. Rhoda captivated and entertained. She informed and inspired. She shaped and advised, never losing sight of an Australia that was even truer to its heart. And she was a mentor to so many, including the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Senator Malarndirri McCarthy. She was often the first, including as the first Indigenous host on mainstream Australian TV, but she made sure that she wouldn't be the last. Roa Roberts now walks in another place, but she left the clearest possible footprints here for others to follow. May she rest in peace.
And on indulgence, the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I rise to join the Prime Minister in honouring the life of Roa Roberts. The Coalition acknowledges the passing of Roa Roberts, who died peacefully on Saturday at the age of 66. Raised in Lismore in a big family, she started out as a nurse. She once described her entry into nursing, saying she always wanted to be a writer and a journalist, but when she grew up, I quote, "The attitude was, why would we put you through to year 12? So I went to Sydney to do nursing. And once I had that under my belt, I started to explore options in the arts." Her exploration led to groundbreaking achievements, an indelible impact on the prominence of Indigenous Australians in art and culture in this country. A proud Bundjalung woman, she achieved many firsts, as we've heard, the first of a mainstream TV show, the first head of First Nations programming at the Sydney Opera House, and the inaugural Elder-in-Residence at the SBS. She was the director of the Festival of Dreaming in the lead-up to the fantastic 2000 Olympic Games and the creative director of the Visual Awakening component of the opening ceremony, a showcase of our history to the world. On behalf of the Coalition, we send our deepest condolences to Ms Roberts' family, friends, and especially to the arts communities where her legacy will live on. May she rest in peace.
The Manager of Opposition Business is seeking the call.
Thanks, Speaker. And it's a question to you, and it concerns the administration of the House with respect to Hansard. During the course of question time, the Minister for Climate Change and Energy responded to a question from you, a direct question from you, on a point of order. And in responding to that question, he said, "I'm done." Now, Mr Speaker, that remark was not captured on the live caption service. Now, Hansard should capture a question that you ask. What? So you don't now want your answers recorded in Hansard? You said...
Resume your seat. Yeah. Yeah. Before I respond, I'll just... On the question to me, the Leader of the House, order.
Mr Speaker, just on the issue of, because there's always a risk that we end up with questions to the Speaker being abused, as I'd suggest is happening right now, but for the benefit of the House, traditionally administration effectively goes to the financial decisions that the Speaker and the presiding officers make in terms of the decisions for the, in fact, administration of the building and those sorts of matters. I just raise it as a point of order. And
Further to the point.
Can I refer you to pages 621 and 622 of practice, because it's quite clear there that when you ask a minister a question and he responds with "I'm done," then that would be captured.
Well, Hansard is only approved today, first of all. That's the first point. So there is time for correct order. Order. We're just dealing with the question from the manager in an orderly way. He's got every... Okay. Well, if people can cease interjecting, I'd like to. Otherwise, I won't respond. But I don't want to detain the House's. The questions to me have to be about operations or not what happens during question time. So that's the first point, as the Leader of the House was indicated. If we were to, when I ask a minister, have they concluded, not all responses are always recorded. Sometimes people nod, sometimes, so I understand the point you're trying to make, but just for clarity of the House, this is not a normal question to the Speaker. And you've made your point now, but I'll just say that I don't want this to become a continuation. We've had a couple of these since the change of manager, and I don't want a recurrence of using questions to the Speaker to somehow make a secondary point that could be made during question time. The order. We're just going to continue on. I just have some reports in Auditor General, and then we'll do papers before we return to business of the House. I present the Auditor General's Performance Audit Report number 25 of 2025-26 entitled Procurement and Contract Management of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade's Food Security Enhancement Program, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. I also present a corrigendum to the Auditor General's Financial Statements Audit Report number 17 of 25-26 entitled Audits of the Financial Statements of Australian Government Entities for the period ended 30 June 2025, and the Leader of the House with papers.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I have received a message from the Senate returning the Treasury Laws Amendment supporting choice and superannuation and other amendments Bill 2025 without amendment. Call to the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Treasury Laws Amendment, Genetic Testing Protections in Life Insurance and Other Measures Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. We'll give the call to the member for Griffith.
Thank you, Speaker. In Griffith, we are fortunate to have a community that believes deeply in good healthcare, in medical research and in looking after one another. We are also home to some of our country's most valued hospitals, medical research and other treatment facilities. We are a community that knows illness is never abstract. It is the specialist appointment in the middle of a workday. It's the test result you wait on. It's the quiet and difficult conversation at the kitchen table about what happens next. It is the hope that early action, good advice and modern medicine can all make a difference. And Australians deserve protection from discrimination of all forms when it comes to accessing the healthcare and health information that they need. That is why I support this bill, which delivers on this Albanese Labor government's commitment to ban the use of adverse genetic test results in life insurance and doing exactly what we said we would do to protect Australians from discrimination when engaging with their own healthcare. At its heart, this bill is about making sure our laws keep up with modern science and keep faith with people who these laws are supposed to serve. Most importantly, it's about ensuring Australians are not punished for seeking information that could protect their health or even save their lives. This bill establishes a ban on life insurers using certain information about an individual's genetic testing when deciding whether to offer life insurance or on what terms, and it aligns with the Disability Discrimination Act with that reform. Schedule 1 of this bill deals with a problem that has sat in front of governments for too long. Genetic testing has become an increasingly important part of modern medicine. It can help doctors prevent, monitor and treat a range of cancers, cancer predisposition syndromes and other heritable conditions. It can guide earlier intervention. It can help families understand risk. It can also support clinical research that improves care for everyone. But for too many Australians, the promise of that science has been overshadowed by a very practical fear. If I take this test, will I be penalised by an insurer? Treasury's analysis shows that concerns about life insurance have caused some people to delay or avoid genetic testing, including participation in research. That is not an acceptable choice for any Australian to face. No one should have to choose between protecting their health and protecting their family's financial future. No one should sit in a doctor's office and hesitate about a medically recommended test because they are worried that an insurer may later use that information against them. No one should hold back from joining medical research because a commercial consequence hangs over them. Healthcare should be guided by clinical need and informed consent, not distorted by fear or financial disadvantage. This issue is also a personal one to me. As someone living with MS, multiple sclerosis, I know what it's like to live with health uncertainty. At present, we've identified over 200 genes which have been linked to the risk of developing MS. I know what it's like to think seriously about the future, to navigate medical systems, and to understand that a diagnosis or a test result can shape not only how you feel physically, but how secure you feel in every other aspect of your life. I understand in a very real way why health decisions must be driven by care, by knowledge, and by what gives people the best chance to live well, not by the fear that doing the right thing medically will somehow leave them worse off financially. That is why this reform matters so much. It gives people certainty. It tells Australians that if they undertake genetic testing, whether for their own healthcare or through health and medical research, that decision will not be used to block them from life insurance or saddle them with worse terms. This government announced these reforms because the existing arrangements were not delivering that certainty, and this legislation gives effect to that decision. The bill will apply the ban to life insurance contract decisions. It amends the Insurance Contract Act 1984 to stop insurers from using protected genetic information in life insurance underwriting and contract decisions. It also amends the Disability Discrimination Act 1992 so that our anti-discrimination law is aligned with that new protection. This matters because people deserve a framework that is coherent. They deserve laws that speak clearly to one another. They deserve to know that the advance of genomic medicine is being matched by the advance of legal protection. It is also important to be clear about what this reform does not do. It does not prevent life insurance from continuing to be properly risk-rated. Insurers will still be able to use information they can already access and use, including signs, symptoms, diagnosed disease, and family medical history. The bill is directly targeted at genetic test information and has been drafted and consulted on to remove a specific barrier to care while preserving the broader capacity of insurers to underwrite policies in a way that reflects actual clinical presentation and existing risk factors. Nor does this bill prevent people from choosing to disclose test results where that benefits them. The framework allows an individual with written consent to volunteer genetic test results in circumstances where doing so would not adversely affect the insurance offer or policy terms. It is a proportionate and sensible response, and it protects people from harm while allowing room for choice where disclosure is genuinely in their interests. And these protections have teeth, Deputy Speaker. The bill establishes both civil penalties and strict liability offence for non-compliance, with regulatory responsibility assigned to the Australian Securities and Investment Commission, ASIC. That matters because rights without enforcement are often not rights at all. If this Parliament is going to say to Australians that they can proceed with genetic testing without fear of misuse by insurers, then we must back that promise with a regulator that can monitor, enforce and act. The bill also provides for regular review of the operation of new provisions, including whether they are effective in giving individuals reasonable certainty and whether there are any unintended consequences. That is good lawmaking, firm where it needs to be and accountable over time. For me, one of the most compelling arguments for this reform is what it says about the kind of country we want to be. We should be a country that backs prevention. We should be a country that wants people to seek information early, not late. We should be a country that supports research participation because the discoveries of today become the treatments of tomorrow. And I would like to acknowledge all of the wonderful medical research facilities that exist in my community of Griffith and the remarkable work that they are doing in this space. And we should be a country where the benefits of scientific progress are not reserved for those wealthy enough to absorb financial risk, but shared fairly across the community. Consultation on this very issue followed years of concern from advocates, clinicians and researchers, and the evidence put before government showed that the status quo was suppressing the full benefits of genetic testing. We know that in health, delay can come at a real cost. Delay can mean a missed opportunity for surveillance. Delay can mean treatment starting later than it should. Delay can mean a family member not understanding their risk in time. Delay can also mean fewer people participating in research, slowing progress for the whole community. When the law creates hesitation around testing that may be medically indicated or socially valuable, the law is failing to serve the public interest. I hope this is unacceptable to all members. Deputy Speaker, it is worth saying plainly that voluntary arrangements were evidently not enough. The Australian Genetics and Life Insurance Moratorium, monitoring the effectiveness and response report from Monash University, found that the existing moratorium was inadequate to address and prevent genetic discrimination in life insurance, and they recommended a legislative prohibition instead. That is why government action matters here. A patchwork approach could not deliver the certainty that Australians needed. Only a clear statutory rule could do that. In my electorate of Griffith, this matters because our community values research, innovation and access to good care. We are home to families who participate in screening, who support medical research and who understand that early intervention often changes outcomes. We are also home to people who carry enough already: a health concern, a family history, caring responsibilities, the cost of living. They should not carry an extra burden created by outdated insurance settings. This reform says to them, your health comes first. It says to clinicians and researchers, we will not leave unnecessary barriers in the way of good care and scientific progress. Schedules 2 through 4 of the bill deal with practical questions on how our economy is regulated and how public administration should work. They are different in subject matter, but they share an underlying principle that good laws should be clear, modern and proportionate. Schedule 2 deals with foreign financial services providers. It establishes licensing exemptions for certain providers, including a comparable regulator exemption, a professional investor exemption and market maker exemption. It also creates a faster path through aspects of the licensing process for some foreign providers who have already authorised incomparable regulatory regimes by exempting them from the fit and proper person assessment when applying for a standard Australian financial services licence for wholesale services. The aim is to facilitate access to a wider range of global investment opportunities, specialised advice and new financing sources for Australian businesses and investors, while retaining conditions, notification requirements and ASIC oversight. That matters in practical terms because Australian wholesale and professional investors, including superannuation funds, operate in global financial environments. Access to international markets can help diversify holdings and increase competition. At the same time, we should never lose sight of the need for regulatory safeguards and domestic market integrity. What this schedule attempts to do is strike that balance, reduce duplication where there is comparable overseas regulation, but preserve conditions, court submission requirements, and in some case, ASIC's ability to supervise vary conditions or cancel exemptions. Schedule 3 modernises the legislative architecture that supports Australia's participation in multilateral development banks and the International Monetary Fund. These institutions matter because they help finance development, economic stability and increasingly climate resilience across our region. The amendments standardise appropriation provisions, allow Australia to participate more effectively in evolving financial arrangements and reduce the need for repeated legislative amendment every time routine or non-controversial administrative steps are required. At the same time, they retain parliamentary transparency by requiring notice of new financial obligations through disallowable legislative instruments. That is important for a country like Australia. Our prosperity is tied to the stability and the resilience of our region. And in an era of climate disruption, economic uncertainty and growing development finance needs, multilateral development banks are changing how they work. The 24-25 MyEFO included support through $150 million purchase of World Bank hybrid capital and $200 million guarantees for the Asian Development Bank's innovative finance facility for climate in Asia and the Pacific. This schedule helps ensure our legislative settings are flexible enough to support commitments of that kind and future commitments without sacrificing parliamentary oversight. Schedule 4 repeals Stage 2 of the financial advisor registration process that was due to commence on the 1st of July 2026. Under the current Stage 1 system, Australian financial services licensees already have to register authorised financial advisors with ASIC before those advisors can lawfully provide personal advice to retail clients. The Financial Services and Credit Panel also already has the authority to take disciplinary action where needed. This schedule removes the requirement for individual advisors to separately register themselves annually, a process that otherwise would add red tape without improving consumer protection. Deputy Speaker, these changes are sensible. They are sensible changes. Consumer protection must always be real and robust, but regulation should also be effective and proportionate. Deputy Speaker, our laws must evolve alongside science. When medicine advances, policy must keep pace. When we know that an outdated rule is discouraging life-saving or life-improving action, it is our responsibility to change that rule. And when people have raised this issue for years, we owe it to them far more than just warm words. We owe them guarantees, and that's what this bill is here to do. It gives Australians a reassurance against genetic discrimination in life insurance. It offers hope to people considering genetic testing or participation in research. It aligns our insurance law with our anti-discrimination framework. It establishes enforcement provisions that give reform real force. And it modernises financial service regulation, supports Australia's international economic engagement and removes unnecessary red tape. Most of all, Deputy Speaker, it says to Australians living with uncertainty about their health, it says quite simply, get the test, join the research, have the conversation with your doctor, seek the information that could help you or help your family. This government will not leave you exposed for doing so. That is fair, that is humane, and that is exactly why this House should support this bill.
Question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Monash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a great privilege to rise to speak on this legislation because it's an important piece of legislation. It's legislation that has been a long time in the making, too long. It enjoys broad bipartisan support, and in making my remarks, I'm going to acknowledge the work and great efforts of people like Dr. Jane Tiller, who have invested significant amounts of time, passion, expertise and a profound sense of equity and fairness in making sure that this bill this week gets to the start line, and I hope through the Senate the finish line as well. The Coalition is pleased to support this bill because it contains important reforms that Australians have been waiting for. They're sensible reforms, they're practical protections, they make sense, they make fairness around the use of genetic information in life insurance and improvements across our financial system. It's also a bill that highlights two consistent problems that have arisen at different times across the tenure of this government. That reforms are delivered too slowly, and even where there is broad agreement, indeed bipartisan support, which the community hope and expect from us as legislators on important issues like this, they take too long. And the other point I wish to raise is around the scrutiny of public spending and where that is weakened and undermined. I will deal with Schedule 1 in my remarks, particularly around genetic protections as they've been delayed despite years of bipartisan consensus and significant work from legal experts, ethicists, medical researchers and the broader community. This schedule prevents life insurers from using genetic test results to deny or limit cover, ensuring Australians can access medical testing without fear or discrimination. Genetic testing can be life-saving. It supports clinicians to prevent, diagnose and treat serious conditions, including hereditary diseases and cancer. No Australian should be discouraged from undertaking genetic testing because they fear it could affect their ability to obtain life insurance. These reforms have strong bipartisan support and clear backing from clinicians, researchers and patient advocates, and indeed they have enjoyed that support for years now. So the simple question is, why has it taken Labor so long to deliver this? In fact, the coalition had to drag Labor kicking and screaming to the start line on this legislation. In 2019, Madam Deputy Speaker, while in government, the coalition supported the introduction of an industry moratorium as an interim safeguard, with the clear expectation that legislation would follow. That meant by the time of the 2022 election, there was broad agreement across industry, clinicians and the Parliament that this legislation was needed, that its time had come, that the protections put forward were necessary and indeed critical. It's a broken promise by Labor then that we saw in September 2024. The then Assistant Treasurer, Stephen Jones, announced to much fanfare, lots of bells and whistles, that Labor would be introducing legislation to ban genetic discrimination in life insurance. Great stuff, Madam Deputy Speaker. Terrific and broadly supported, if only they had got on with the job and finished it. The announcement was widely welcomed and it raised real expectations among ordinary Australians and indeed the medical community. But by the 2025 election, no legislation had even been introduced. No bill, no forward steps, no progress from that announcement, which had been with great fanfare, bells and whistles, great media attention, great acclaim and accolade to the government. Nothing was followed up. And unfortunately, that is an analogy for a lot of serious stuff that we deal with in this parliament, where there is a lot of fanfare, there is a lot of fuss, and there is not a lot of follow-through. So Australians were left waiting, and with real consequences. There was strong bipartisan support, there was no opposition, there was no reason why this legislation could not have been introduced to the Parliament in the previous term. And we think about the consequences of that. We often talk in this place about unintended consequences, and we should have regard with a view to that. And I acknowledge that there's school students sitting above us watching the proceedings in this chamber, that we give them hope, that we go about our work in this place with a real sense of purpose, but also with a sense of priority. And there could be no better example of wanting to expedite the process of this legislation than what we are discussing today, because the consequences of delay will now have, I think, an impact on generations still yet to come for Australians that really needed this legislation to come in earlier. People could have benefited from genetic testing, but they may have been discouraged from doing so because of the concerns about insurance discrimination. And there were very real concerns to be had about that insurance discrimination, which is why we are debating and supporting the legislation before us today. Participation in medical research could well have been affected. We don't know. But we're fixing the problem now because the coalition supports these reforms, particularly around a sense of certainty, the need to prevent discrimination and to better support health outcomes overall. Now, there are many families in my electorate of Monash that have hereditary diseases, from cancer to heart disease in their family. They want to make sure that they can get on top of these things early through the great benefits that genetic testing provide. But they should not have to expect, they should not fear the discriminatory consequences of doing so. And so this is very important legislation. And the reality is this is a reform everybody agreed on from the start, except Australians were left waiting due to Labor's delays. Now, it's estimated, Madam Deputy Speaker, that around 1.5 million Australians undergo genetic testing every year. And it's really important because the science around that helps promote and develop and implement preventative medicine and the developments that is able to progress. However, some Australians have decided to refuse this testing that could potentially save their life because of financial concerns. And I mentioned Dr. Jane Tiller, who's a lawyer, genetic counsellor, public health researcher at Monash University, named after, of course, the great Sir John Monash, although it's not in my electorate. But Dr. Tiller has done some incredible work on this issue. I know she's in Canberra. I think she's in Parliament House today, and so I do want to acknowledge the very long time that she's spent on this issue and helping as a really key person in getting it to this point of the legislative lens. So I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Tiller today. Genomic research holds enormous promise for identifying genetic causes of disease and enabling earlier prevention and treatment. However, Dr. Tiller recognises the fears around genetic discrimination in life insurance. Indeed, she's dedicated huge amounts of time and expertise to this very topic. And she notes that people's financial fears for themselves and their families are very valid. They do not want to disadvantage, particularly as we discuss so regularly right now, cost of living crisis and the very real financial insecurity that families across Australia live with every day. These fears are entirely valid. And so in Australia, life insurers have historically been allowed to use genetic test results to deny coverage or to increase premiums. This has created a significant barrier to genomic research and clinical care. We don't know what we don't know, and so that is why research, clinical trials and clinical care are so very important. And I'm going to use a brave example, Meg Hefferman, a fit 25-year-old woman who told the ABC that she underwent a preventative double mastectomy after genetic testing found she carried the BRCA2 mutation. Now, Meg carried a 70% lifetime risk of developing breast cancer, as well as making her more likely to develop ovarian, pancreatic and skin cancer. And I really want to commend Meg for very bravely sharing her story so publicly. Meg underwent genetic testing after her mum was diagnosed with breast cancer, and undertaking the procedure, Meg's risk of contracting breast cancer had reduced by 95%. But her decision came at a cost to her financial future. As a person who was in the, as a person with the BRCA2 gene, who was a BRCA2 gene carrier, Meg said she would never be able to take out more than $500,000 in life insurance cover. As a reference point, this is about $240,000 lower than the median house price where she lives. And yet a smoker can go on and ask for a higher level of cover, Meg says in the example that she has given to the ABC. This is not fair and this is not right. She says they might pay a higher premium, but they can. And this is where the discrepancy on fairness, on justice, on an equity of outcome has been experienced by many Australians right across Australia. I want to commend brave people like Meg for sharing their story so vulnerably and so charitably. I want to commend the researchers and the advocates like Dr. Jane Tiller. I think it is a great moment for this parliament at a time where we quite rightly have a very robust contest of ideas on a number of contentious issues, and this place should be a place of strong debate. But I think there are some topics as well where the community, the broader public, want to see us come together as a parliament to champion an issue and to progress a cause that is worthy of support. And this bill does just that. And so I'm very pleased to be part of a coalition who has had a strong track record of supporting this issue. And I'm very pleased to be able to commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Ashton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Treasury Law Amendment, Genetic Protections in Life Insurance and Other Measures Bill 2025. At its heart, this legislation is about removing barriers to better health, to smarter investment, to global engagement and to sensible regulation. And for Australians, it is about confidence. Confidence in our health system, confidence in our financial system and confidence that government is working in their interests. One of the greatest barriers to broader participation in genetic screening has been the fear of discrimination by life insurers. No one should ever be deterred from taking a potentially life-saving test because they are worried it could later be used against them. And that is why I am proud to be part of a federal Labor government introducing legislation to ban the use of genetic test results in life insurance underwriting. Schedule 1 amends the Insurance Contracts Act 1984 and aligns the Disability Discrimination Act 1992 to make it crystal clear that life insurers will not be able to use a person's genetic test results to determine whether they are offered cover or on what terms. Genetic testing can extend and indeed save lives. It allows doctors to prevent, treat and monitor cancers and other genetic conditions. It enables research that identifies new risk factors and develops new therapies. Yet Treasury analysis shows the current framework has led some Australians to delay or avoid testing, even avoiding participation in clinical trials because of fear it could affect their access to affordable life insurance. And that means the full benefits of genetic science are not being realised, and that is exactly what this bill addresses. I understand on a deeply personal level the importance of undergoing genetic testing. Just over 30 years ago, in February of 1996, I underwent genetic testing for the BRCA1 and BRCA2 gene mutations after being diagnosed with breast cancer in early December 1995 at just aged 25. At that time, genetic testing was in its early stages and I had blood drawn. It wasn't a cheek swab back then, and it took another 18 months to receive my results. And during that long wait, anxious about what lay ahead, I received the added benefit of genetic counselling. And at first I was very confused by this, not quite understanding why I needed to have genetic counselling. I just wanted to know if these gene mutations, which meant a higher chance of a breast cancer recurrence, I wanted to know if, what medical options were going to be available to myself and so I could live my life to its fullest. Of course I would need genetic counselling along that road, even more so if my results turned out to be positive. I was very young, very naive. I'd only just gotten engaged a month or so before my cancer diagnosis, so there was a lot going on in my mind. I was yet to even think about my wedding venue and wedding date and wedding dress and all of that guff, let alone one day thinking about having children with my husband-to-be. The thought of passing on a gene mutation to our future children was quite alarming, to say the least. All of these thoughts were popping into my head, so of course it never occurred to me what genetic testing might mean if I was ever to apply for life insurance one day. Long-term financial matters such as that are rarely on the radar of a young person in their mid-20s. Yeah, there are many things to consider. Ultimately, I was very glad I underwent genetic testing. So in August of 1997, 18 months later, I received a letter in the mail informing me that I had tested negative for both the BRCA1 and BRCA2 gene. The relief that swept over me was incredible. It was as if decades of my life ahead had been handed back to me, and they were. I'm so thankful for genetic testing, and I highly recommend it for anyone who may require it. For those like myself, a negative result gives some peace of mind that there isn't a genetic link, at least, for the cancer or other ailment with which they may have been diagnosed. For those who do receive positive results, however, it gives them the ability to look at options that suit them and to take swift action. And from the stories I've heard over the years from people who do have positive genetic test results for cancer or other ailments, it is an empowering step for them to take, as they are now able to take control of their medical and health decisions. They are forewarned and forearmed. They say knowledge is power. It can be life-saving or life extending for them. That means the world to people who have tested positive and for their loved ones. That kind of empowering knowledge should not have to be forsaken out of fear of being unable to obtain life insurance or an affordable life insurance option. And I'd like to now acknowledge the outstanding work of Dr. Jane Tiller, Senior Research Fellow, Genetic Counsellor and Public Health Researcher at Monash University, for her dedication and advocacy in regard to this important issue. Dr. Tiller has advocated tirelessly to raise awareness regarding genetic discrimination in life insurance for around a decade, and without her and her team's efforts, this bill may not have been introduced into this House today. And I thank her. For many families where many households are juggling mortgages, raising children and planning for retirement, life insurance is not a luxury. It means a sense of security, and that should never come at the cost of affording life-saving medical information. The ban on the use of genetic test results in life insurance will provide a level of certainty. It will give reassurance to people that participating in genetic testing, whether through their doctor or through medical research, will not jeopardise their financial security. Importantly, the reform strikes the right balance. It does not prevent individuals from voluntarily providing genetic test results where it would not adversely affect their policy. It does not prevent insurers from using information about diagnosed conditions, symptoms or family medical history. Risk rating remains intact. What is removed is discrimination based on predictive genetic information. There will be strong enforcement, including civil penalties and criminal offences for non-compliance, regulated by ASIC. This reform removes a real barrier to preventative health and medical research. It encourages early detection, it encourages participation, and ultimately it saves lives. Schedule 2 ensures that Australia remains competitive and globally connected. It introduces 3 targeted exemptions from the requirement to hold an Australian financial services licence for certain foreign financial services providers: the comparable regulator exemption, the professional investor exemption and the market maker exemption. It also streamlines the licensing process where firms are already regulated by comparable overseas authorities. And why does this matter? Because our local economy is deeply connected to global markets. Australians work in many fields: banking and financial services, retail, healthcare, education, advanced manufacturing, small businesses and professional services, amongst others. Our superannuation funds, which represent the retirement savings of hard-working Australians, rely on access to international markets to diversify investments and secure returns. And these reforms help ensure Australian businesses and investors can access specialised global expertise and new sources of capital while maintaining regulatory oversight and market integrity. It is about getting the balance right, maintaining strong safeguards whilst reducing unnecessary red tape. And Schedule 3 future-proofs Australia's legislative framework for multilateral development banks and the International Monetary Fund. And these institutions are evolving rapidly, developing innovative financial instruments to meet development and climate financing gaps. The amendments ensure Australia can continue to participate effectively, including in hybrid capital and guarantee arrangements, without requiring repeated legislative change for routine transactions Parliament has already endorsed. In regard to global stability, climate resilience and responsive international engagement, this ensures Australia remains a constructive and influential global partner. At the same time, transparency is strengthened through requirements to notify Parliament of new financial obligations via disallowable legislative instruments. This is modernisation without diminishing oversight. Finally, Schedule 4 delivers on the government's commitment not to proceed with Stage 2 of the Financial Advisor registration process. The existing Stage 1 system already requires AFS licensees to register advisors with ASIC. The Financial Services and Credit Panel has strong disciplinary powers, including suspension or cancellation. Proceeding with Stage 2 would have required new IT infrastructure and imposed annual registration requirements from 1st July 2026 adding cost and regulatory burden without enhancing consumer protection. For many small financial advice practices which serve families and retirees, unnecessary red tape ultimately increases costs for clients. This amendment removes duplication while preserving accountability. Deputy Speaker, this bill is about fairness in health, confidence in financial markets, modernisation of international engagement and sensible regulatory reform. What this bill means: greater confidence for people to pursue genetic testing without fear, stronger access to global investment opportunities, responsible participation in international financial institutions, reduced regulatory burden where it does not serve consumers. Our government is getting on with the job, removing barriers, modernising systems and putting Australians first. I commend this bill to the House.
Question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Genetic testing and genomic research are essential to improving prevention, care and treatment for individuals and their families, and for reducing Australia's burden of chronic disease. The legislation before the House prohibits life insurers from using genetic test results to discriminate against applicants when offering life insurance cover. It's a long overdue reform which represents a significant shift in how genetic information can be used and misused outside clinical care. The legislation will help decouple decision-making in health from financial penalties and disincentives for individuals and their relatives. For decades, concerns about insurance implications have contributed to hesitancy around genetic testing. Individuals at risk of hereditary conditions like inherited cancer syndromes and neurodegenerative disorders have often delayed or declined testing due to their fears that its results could affect future life insurance access or premiums. That issue was highlighted by the Australian Law Reform Commission back in 2003, when it recommended that improved safeguards should be applied to the insurance industry's use of genetic information for underwriting processes. Removing insurance-related barriers increases the likelihood that individuals will engage with genetic testing earlier, that they can act on those results sooner, and that they can participate more fully in risk management, early treatment and clinical trials. Early identification of genetic risk also reduces the need for late-stage interventions, and it will decrease hospital admissions. Genetic testing can also inform treatment of those people who've already been diagnosed with health conditions by predicting their response to medications, immunotherapies and other forms of treatment. Pharmacogenomics is increasingly improving targeting and cost-effectiveness of prescribing. And it's important to note that de-identified, de-aggregated genetic data is valuable input for scientific and medical research. It can be used to identify vulnerable populations, to contribute to workforce planning and to guide cost allocation in health. But for decades, many Australians have deferred or declined genetic testing because of their very reasonable fears that discrimination will be applied when they attempt to obtain life insurance. In a 2019 study of nearly 1,500 Australians, more than 80% expressed significant concern about potential insurance discrimination based on their genetic data. Another Australian study found that the proportion of participants who declined genetic testing more than doubled when they were informed of its potential impact upon their insurance eligibility. Those fears were reasonable. Sector research released in 2021 indicated that about 10% of individuals who had disclosed genetic test results had their insurance cover offered on less favourable terms or declined. This despite the life insurance industry introducing a mandatory standard in 2019 which theoretically restricted the use of predictive genetic test results in their underwriting. Deputy Speaker, individuals should be able to receive optimal health care without the fear that it could compromise their ability to obtain life insurance cover on reasonable terms. And that's why I support these reforms, which will remove that powerful disincentive and which will encourage more Australians to benefit from potentially life-changing genetic testing. For many Australians, that legislation will be transformative. The bill will operate by regulation, ensuring that the legislation can remain effective even in the face of very rapidly evolving genetic testing technologies. And individuals can consent to use of their genetic information in underwriting so long as it does not disadvantage them. I'm also pleased that the bill protects the rights of genetic relatives. A person doesn't require the consent of their relatives to undertake genetic testing, but in the absence of adequate legal protections, a young person's ability to obtain life insurance could well be compromised by decisions made by relatives that they've never actually met. It's absolutely vital that, as legislators, we protect all individuals from the possible downstream economic and personal effects of the testing of a relative as best we can. Sadly, we can't protect all Australians from the health impacts of such scenarios. I well remember diagnosing a child with juvenile Huntington's disease, a heartbreakingly sad condition, which led to the inevitable cascade diagnosis of numerous other family members, and that was a horribly difficult experience for that family to have to go through. It is disappointing, though, Deputy Speaker, that this legislation does not apply retrospectively. The bill will apply only to existing life insurance contracts when those contracts are varied, reinstated or extended, but not to automatic contract extensions. While it may have very significant benefits for those people who are yet to obtain life insurance coverage, those who have already had penalties or other discriminatory terms imposed by life insurers will still be discriminated against. They've possibly already been paying higher premiums for years, and they'll now be faced with the choice of either extending an unfavourable deal or negotiating new coverage on possibly poorer terms because they're older. And it's also worth noting that those people who have applications in progress now are not protected from adverse decisions until the bill commences 6 months after it receives royal assent. It's my belief that the government should not abandon those who have already been subjected to the discriminatory practices that this legislation should in future prevent. The government also has to be mindful that life insurance is a pooled arrangement. While risk is shared across millions of people, an increase in claims because of this legislation could well have pricing impacts. We need to ensure that life insurance remains affordable for all Australians. The government must ensure that the impacts of this legislation on the cost of life insurance are closely considered in its statutory review of this legislation. It's particularly important that life insurance companies do not infer genetic test results based on other data points. For example, information about other aspects of individuals' medical care, such as risk surveillance activities, the medications that they're prescribed, their participation in preventative healthcare measures, their involvement in clinical trials and other direct methods. These protections have to be enshrined in the regulations that accompany this bill. I call on the Treasurer to ensure that that happens, and I foreshadow here careful examination of those regulations as they're developed to ensure that this occurs. And I ask the government to review these regulations and the impact of this legislation in this very rapidly moving field after 3 years, not 5, as is currently foreshadowed in this bill. Despite these concerns, there is broad consensus about the bill, from advocacy, research and peak bodies, as well as across the superannuation and insurance industry. The bill has been a very long time coming, and I acknowledge the tireless work of the advocates who have pushed for it, particularly Dr Jane Tiller from the Public Health Genomics Unit at Monash University, who has advocated for this legislation for years, and whose work on a sentinel study of the life insurance moratorium found it inadequate to address and prevent genetic discrimination in life insurance. Deputy Speaker, as a doctor and a medical researcher, and possibly the only person ever lucky enough to hold a seat in this House who has actually identified new genes and who has actually described new genetic diseases, I'm uniquely placed to attest to the importance of genetic testing as an invaluable tool in the prevention, early detection and treatment of serious diseases. And I bring to the House's attention the remarkable recent progress on carrier and newborn genetic testing in Australia. Research studies like Mackenzie's mission, which investigated ways to deliver a large-scale, more than 1,000 gene National Reproductive Genetic Carrier Screening Program found that such testing is generally well received, it is widely adopted and it is cost effective. Mackenzie's mission should be the basis for the design and the delivery of a national reproductive genetic carrier screening program, which should be available to all Australians who are considering having children. I also bring to the House's attention the DNA Screen program, which represented a world-first initiative to increase the prevention and early detection of cancer and heart disease in adults through population DNA screening. That study targeted high-risk, medically actionable conditions in which effective interventions could manage risk and prevent disease. Those conditions in that study were hereditary breast and ovarian cancer, Lynch syndrome and familial hypercholesterolemia. And that study, a landmark study recently published in The Lancet, identified significant productivity gains from the implementation of targeted population-based genomic screening. There have been recent extraordinary advances in genomic sequencing technology, which mean that other conditions could easily be added to screening panels without a significant increase in test cost. But for the moment, in this country, larger gene panels remain user pays, and that creates inequitable access to them. In 2023, carrier screening for cystic fibrosis, spinal muscular atrophy and Fragile X syndrome was finally included under the MBS after decades of work by tired researchers like myself. Since that time, there has been huge uptake of this three-disease screen. In 2025, the screen was accessed by more than 123,000 of the 300,000 couples who are having babies in Australia. We should be developing, supporting and funding additional population programs for carrier testing and genetic screening. We should expand support under the MBS, and we should fund the genetic counselling and education required to support those programs so that Australians can make informed decisions about screening and so that they can be supported to navigate unexpected results. World-leading Australian medical research and clinical programs have demonstrated that these sorts of programs have real-world flexibility and they are demonstrably cost-effective. Speaker, I'd like to mention a former patient of mine who is now a constituent. Tom Strawn has Batten disease. It's a rare disorder which manifests with balance problems and seizures in early childhood. It used to be invariably fatal in childhood. After Tom was diagnosed at age 2, his parents found an enzyme replacement therapy trial in Italy and with great effort and great resourcefulness managed to get Tom onto that experimental treatment. That medication, Brineura, proved able to slow cognitive and motor decline in Batten disease unexpectedly by 80%. When the treatment was no longer available in Italy, Tom's parents, Kate and Anthony, secured access for the medication in Melbourne. They had to fight for it. It wasn't at the time funded or approved here, but they prevailed, and I can attest to the force of their natures in fighting for the well-being of their son at that time. It's now the case that all children with Batten disease in Victoria can access that treatment. It has radically changed their outcome and it has extended their life expectancy. Newborn screening for Batten disease wasn't feasible when Tom was born, but it is now, and it would transform the lives of babies born with this and with similar neurological and other conditions. Within a few years, babies found to have Batten disease on newborn screening could well be effectively cured within a few weeks with a single dose of gene therapy. All such treatments work best when they're given early. With proactive genetic diagnostics, we could be providing the very earliest possible access to such life-saving interventions for all Australian children. Deputy Speaker, as genetics increases its influence upon modern healthcare, policy changes like this one play a critical role in ensuring that scientific progress, particularly that made by world-leading Australian medical researchers, translates immediately and effectively into meaningful clinical benefit. Genetic testing is increasingly incorporated into everyday healthcare in Australia. By removing a key structural barrier to its implementation, this legislation reinforces the role of genetic information as a tool for empowerment, to support earlier action, better planning and improved health outcomes across the lifespan. Given its importance, we should, as a nation with world-leading medical care and an outstanding research sector, be looking to more actively embrace new technologies in genetic diagnosis, and we should be providing their benefit to all Australians. In closing, Deputy Speaker, I move amendments 1 to 3 circulated in my name, and I commend this bill to the House.
Is the amendment seconded? The member for Mackellar.
I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Our modern health system is amazing. Our health system here in Australia, despite its challenges, is the best in the world. If you're sick or you're injured, you wouldn't want to be anywhere else. But no one wants to be sick. And as in all things, prevention is better than cure, cheaper, more effective. And so a lot of focus in the health system goes to health prevention. And if you can't prevent disease, then early intervention is next best. One of the amazing areas of health that has advanced so much in recent years is genetic testing. We know that a number of conditions have a genetic link, either directly causal or in terms of susceptibility. And so genetic testing identifying an individual or a family's genetic susceptibility to conditions enables them to make informed decisions about screening, preventative actions and treatments. And we want people, particularly those who know they have a family history of a particular disease state, to get tested and to be able to make those informed decisions so they can stay healthy or seek early treatment. One of the barriers to this has been where life insurance companies have required individuals to disclose the results of genetic testing and used it to either deny life insurance or to increase premiums, which is completely counterintuitive. Those people who know they have a susceptibility and are actively managing the risks to prevent the disease state from developing are in fact at lower risk of death or disability from that disease than those who have the genetic predisposition but don't know it, and therefore aren't able to seek screening or early intervention. The Treasury Laws Amendment, Genetic Testing Protections in Life Insurance and Other Measures Bill 2025 will ensure that any adverse findings as a result of a genetic test will not impinge on the determination of an individual's cover for life insurance. No one should be dissuaded from potentially life-saving testing out of a fear of discrimination in life insurance products. Australia lags globally on this issue. The UK, Canada, Europe, the US and New Zealand all have implemented some form of prohibition or ban. This bill seeks to rectify this blind spot in our current framework. Specifically, it bans life insurers from assessing eligibility for cover or the terms and conditions of the cover on the basis of the results of a genetic test, thereby ending the discriminatory practices of insurers who would prioritise, as is their job, their financial bottom line over people's health. I'd like to pause here and thank Dr Jane Tiller from the Monash Public Health and Genomics Unit at Monash University, who's been a consistent campaigner on this issue. Dr Tiller is very familiar to many of us here in the halls of Parliament, as she's made her way around making the case on a bipartisan basis for a number of years. Backed by data, backed by science, and backed by compassion. And a commitment to improving the health of Australians by encouraging them to get informed about their risks and to manage those risks. Deputy Speaker, a 2018 parliamentary inquiry into the life insurance industry recommended a ban on the use of genetic results in life insurance underwriting. In 2019, the life insurance industry introduced a partial self-regulated moratorium which prohibited the use of genomic testing results for underwriting policies above certain financial limits. But the moratorium did not provide confidence to Australians that the results might not be used against them, and we know that many people chose and still choose not to proceed with genetic testing as a result. The self-regulated moratorium had no government oversight and therefore failed to meet the expectations of the parliamentary inquiry.
This legislation provides that confidence to Australians that they can proceed with genetic and genomic testing without it impacting their ability to get life insurance and without it affecting their premiums. This legislative amendment brings into alignment the Insurance Contracts Act 1984 with the Disability Discrimination Act 1992, ensuring that our anti-discrimination laws do not lag behind the medical science, and ensuring that Australians with adverse genetic test results are protected in their dealings with life insurers. Because this is as much a human rights issue as a medical one. No one with a disability should be discriminated against, including those with genetic variations. And we want to encourage people to look after their health, including through preventative and early intervention measures such as genomic screening. The industry-led moratorium in place since 2019 prescribes that companies will allow individuals to take out life insurance up to certain limits without having to disclose a genetic test. However, Monash University's report, the Australian Genetics and Life Insurance Moratorium, monitoring the effectiveness of and response, glimmer, finds that many individuals are still dissuaded from getting a genetic test for fear of discrimination in their life insurance policy, and that because the moratorium is industry self-regulated, there is little certainty for consumers. Currently, there is no government oversight of the industry-led moratorium, and there's no review process for individuals to challenge insurers' decisions in the event that they may be influenced by genetic testing results. Ultimately, people are postponing or avoiding undergoing genetic testing in case it should negatively impact on their life insurance cover. Parents are reluctant to tell their children of any genetic condition and recommend testing in case it should impact their policy. Genetic testing is crucial for determining if an individual has a genetic disease or condition. Many common life-threatening illnesses are influenced by genetic factors: cancer, autoimmune diseases, degenerative diseases, and many other conditions. Genetic testing allows individuals and their medical practitioner to plan for every contingency. Genetic and genomic health technology can be used to determine whether an individual is likely to develop genetic conditions later in life. Early identification of an increased risk of developing a condition empowers the individual and their treating team to make rational decisions to limit the risk. As in the well-known public health metaphor of the fence at the top of the cliff versus the ambulance at the bottom, where the relatively cheap preventative force of the fence at the top stops someone falling off the cliff and needing an expensive and potentially less effective ambulance service, genetic testing is that fence at the top of the cliff. The Albanese Labor government is committed to the future of genetic testing and research for Australians, a health system and scientific frontier focusing on prevention and early intervention that is crucial for the health outcomes of all Australians. The government, through its Medical Research Futures Fund Genomics Health Futures Mission, is investing $500.1 million in genomic medical research over 10 years from 2018-19. The Minister for Health and Aged Care previously announced new listings on the MBS for a range of genetic tests valued at $148.5 million over the next 4 years. Additionally, the government is consulting with states and territories on the development of a nationally cohesive approach to medical genomics, including the establishment of a national genomics body. That life insurers should potentially hold genetic testing against individuals and therefore putting their health at risk is indefensible. Australians should not have to be forced to choose between life and death when there are alternatives that can identify risks and enable treatments to be implemented. Treasury analysis indicates that people are likely to avoid or delay genetic testing or to refuse to participate in medical research for fear they will be penalised by their insurer. Remarkably, life insurers do not need to provide reasons for their decision to charge higher premiums or to decline insurance. They do not need to advise if a genetic test may have been a factor. A life insurer's assessment of their financial risk may be at odds with the medical assessment of risk. Ironically, by discouraging consumers from accessing genetic testing and early intervention, they may in fact end up paying more as their consumers get sicker and die from conditions that may have been preventable if they'd been empowered to get that prevention. This amendment puts an end to the exploitative and illogical practice. It protects individuals who have a high risk of heritable condition from life insurers raising the premiums on their cover or even denying it. As a result, more Australians will be encouraged to undergo genetic testing without the looming anxiety of their life insurer potentially altering their cover, and because of which Australians will be able to obtain preventative and earlier treatment, potentially saving thousands of lives and thousands of years of disability. Australians will also be encouraged to participate in clinical research, which will help to advance new scientific medical developments and ultimately greater health outcomes. Genetic research is critical in improving the screening, early diagnosis and treatment of patients. Genetics and genomics are reshaping clinical practice and changing the way that we manage a range of heritable conditions, cancer predisposition syndromes and rare cancers. The ban will mean that individuals can give written consent to volunteer their genetic testing information to life insurers if they determine it is to their benefit, and life insurers are still able to use symptoms, diagnosis and family history to ensure that their policies are properly risk-rated and underwritten. In addition, these changes create both civil and criminal penalties for non-compliance and attributes the powers of enforcement and oversight to the Australian Securities and Investments Commission, ASIC. As per the government's commitment, these reforms are intended to bolster individuals' rights and afford them protection when it comes to their healthcare decisions, recalibrating a health system that should be working for them, not against them. It's an amendment that has been a decade in the making, and I again pay particular tribute to Dr Jane Tiller, whose tireless campaigning over the last few years has now seen deserved success. I commend the bill to the House.
Hear, hear.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Kooyong has moved an amendment that all words after that be omitted with the view to substitute other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Treasury Laws Amendment Genetic Testing Protections in Life Insurance and Other Measures Bill 2025. The bill amends the Insurance Contracts Act 1984 to prohibit life insurers from requesting, using or relying on the results of an individual's genetic tests when deciding whether to offer life insurance cover or the terms and conditions of that cover, including pricing and exclusions. This applies to genetic tests undertaken for clinical care, for research participation or for personal or preventative reasons. Genetic discrimination in life insurance will also be unlawful under the Disability Discrimination Act. Life insurance in Australia encompasses insurance policies covering death, total and permanent disability, trauma and critical illness, and income protection, salary continuation or business expenses. The bill allows consumers to voluntarily disclose favourable genetic test results if they choose, for example, where the results indicate reduced genetic risk. Insurers may consider such disclosures but cannot require them. The field of genetics has great potential to improve medicine and public health through enabling diagnosis, prevention and early treatment of disease. However, to date in Australia, the life insurance industry has been legally allowed to use genetic test results in underwriting, leading to what has rightly been described as genetic discrimination. In 2018, a joint parliamentary committee inquiry into the life insurance industry recommended that Australia urgently implement a ban on the use of genetic test results in life insurance underwriting, similar to the moratorium that was operating in the United Kingdom since 2001. In 2019, the life insurance industry peak body, the Financial Services Council, or FSC, introduced a partial moratorium requiring applicants to disclose genetic test results only for policies above certain financial limits. The FSC moratorium has been industry self-regulated with no government oversight. To investigate the effectiveness of the FSC moratorium as a regulatory solution to genetic discrimination in Australian life insurance, the Commonwealth Government funded the Australian Genetics and Life Insurance Moratorium Monitoring the Effectiveness and Response Project, otherwise known as AGLIMA project. This was funded from 2020 to 2023 and was funded through the Genomics mission of the Medical Research Future Fund. The AGLIMA project reported that health professionals, consumers and researchers are all concerned about the life insurance industry's self-regulation of the FSC moratorium and its effectiveness. The majority of stakeholders expressed concern about the absence of any Australian government oversight, demonstrating that the FSC moratorium is inadequate to address and prevent genetic discrimination in life insurance. The results are clear. 93% of health professionals, 88% of patients with experience of genetic testing, 78% of the general public and 86% of researchers agreed that legislation is required to regulate the use of genetic test results in life insurance underwriting. That is why we're here today. Patient testimonies from the AGLIMA project present a stark illustration of how a fear of discrimination has deterred people from undertaking genetic testing. One 34-year-old female interviewee who has a high-risk result for hereditary breast and ovarian cancer stated that, and I quote, "Even in my extended family, there's quite a few people who haven't done genetic testing because they don't want to be denied insurance cover. They're not getting regular scans. They're putting their health on the back foot because of all of this." Another study participant, Frank, whose father had Huntington's disease, was penalised by his insurance company prior to undertaking genetic testing. He was penalised with a 200% premium loading due to his family history of the disease. Despite Frank subsequently receiving genetic test results that showed he did not inherit the Huntington disease variant and was not at risk of the disease, the insurer refused to remove the loading unless Frank made a new application. Frank took the insurer to the complaints tribunal and a settlement was reached. The insurer refunded Frank's loading from the date he informed them of his genetic result on the condition he withdrew the complaint. It is scenarios like Frank's that this bill will ensure no longer occurs. This bill has been shaped by an extraordinary coalition of more than 60 stakeholders across the medical, research, legal and consumer sectors who came together to produce a unified voice to government. This includes the Australian Medical Association, the National Heart Foundation of Australia, Cancer Council Australia, the Human Genetics Society of Australasia, Breast Cancer Network Australia, Rare Voices Australia, Genetic Alliance Australia, the Lung Foundation Australia and the Australian Alliance for Indigenous Genomics, alongside leading research institutions like the Murdoch Children's Research Institute and the Centre for Population Genomics. Together, these stakeholders came to a powerful consensus that without legislative intervention, genetic discrimination will continue to undermine both individual well-being and the future of healthcare in Australia. At the heart of their concern is the reality that Australians have been penalised simply for accessing information about their own health. Individuals who have undertaken genetic testing, often on the advice of their doctor and often to prevent or better manage serious disease, have faced higher premiums, exclusions or outright denial of life insurance. In many cases, these are people who are not unwell, but who carry a genetic predisposition. This is discrimination not on the basis of current health, but on the basis of potential future risk. The stakeholders also highlight that discrimination is not always direct, and it can occur in more subtle but equally harmful ways. For example, insurers may infer genetic information from a person's medical care, surveillance programs or family history, effectively using proxies for genetic test results. Furthermore, stakeholders warn of emerging risks as genomic testing becomes more widespread. One such risk is the potential for insurers to offer so-called discounts to individuals who disclose low-risk genetic results. While framed as a benefit, this would in practice create a two-tiered system where those without favourable results are effectively penalised. This is precisely the kind of indirect discrimination this legislation must guard against. A key concern raised by stakeholders deals with the imposition of penalties, loadings, exclusions and other adverse action in existing contracts. Many Australians have done the right thing, disclosing their genetic test results in good faith, and have paid the price through higher premiums or restricted cover over many years. At present, the ban only applies to decisions about entering into new life insurance contracts. It does not apply to the enforcement of unfair terms on people who already have contracts of insurance in place with discriminatory terms applied. The Council of Australian Life Insurers' 2024 submission to Treasury reported that a small number of applications have received adverse underwriting outcomes on the basis of genetic results, only 90 out of 1,674. On this basis, the impact of removing loadings or exclusions prospectively for those already insured who have been discriminated against should be negligible in the context of the entire insurance market. Given the additional premiums collected from many of these individuals by insurers in the past, it's not unreasonable to ask insurers to proactively rectify the discrimination applied and cease to discriminate prospectively against current clients in a way that is unlawful for new life insurance applications. This is not a suggestion that insurers should retrospectively refund premiums, only that penalties should be removed prospectively. Insurers should identify which individuals have received adverse underwriting outcomes on the basis of genetic test results and remove these loadings and exclusions from each of them from the date of the ban's commencement. This does not require completely new underwriting to be done, merely for adverse terms applied on the basis of genetic results to be removed. Speaker, it's clear this legislation is urgently needed. Without it, the system would continue to discourage preventative healthcare, penalise individuals for seeking medical advice and undermines public confidence in both the health system and the insurance sector. Implementing this legislation will remove one of the most significant barriers to genetic testing in Australia. It will give Australians the confidence to access potentially life-saving information about their health without fear of financial penalty. And it will ensure that advances in genetic and genomic medicine, advances that have the potential to transform healthcare through earlier diagnosis, more precise treatment and better prevention, can be fully realised for the benefit of all Australians. To ensure the law keeps pace with developments in genomics and insurance markets, the bill currently requires mandatory reviews every 5 years of the genetic testing ban. I support the independent member for Kooyong's proposed amendment to change this mandatory review period to every 3 years. This is a rapidly changing field of medicine. In closing, this bill is about restoring fairness and trust. It ensures that Australians are not penalised for seeking to understand their own health, and that medical advice, not financial fear, guides decisions about genetic testing. It reflects years of advocacy and a clear consensus that the status quo is no longer acceptable. This legislation represents a critical step towards ending genetic discrimination in life insurance and unlocking the full potential of the genomic medicine in Australia. I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Deakin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Genetic testing saves lives. More participation in genetic testing means better prevention, earlier treatment, stronger health outcomes and advances in scientific knowledge that benefit all Australians. But for too long, many Australians have been discouraged from seeking genetic testing due to a fear of being penalised by insurers. And that is what we're fixing with this bill. We are changing the law to put the health of Australians first, banning life insurers from using someone's adverse genetic test results or test information in the DNA highlighting a potential risk to determine whether or not they get cover or to set the terms of that insurance cover. This ban has been carefully designed, ensuring that individuals can still volunteer their test results with written consent if it's of benefit to them, and insurers can still use symptoms, diagnoses and family history to ensure policies remain properly risk-rated, an essential feature of insurance. But genetic testing saves lives through the prevention of disease in very high-risk people, and there are more of them than most people realise. The DNA screen study at Monash University tested 10,000 Australians from ages 18 to 40 for high genetic risk of preventable cancer and heart disease, finding 1 in 50, 2% at high risk. Those people were able to access preventative measures such as surgery, surveillance and medication. Young Australians want preventative genetic information. The DNA screen study was extremely popular, with tens of thousands of young people registering their interest in participating in the study. In my electorate of Deakin, at least 66 young people participated in DNA screen. One of those people was found to be at a high genetic risk and has now been able to access preventative health care. But unfortunately, there were many people who signed up for the DNA screen who decided not to participate because of genetic discrimination in life insurance. For decades, this has been an impossible decision for many Australians who have had to choose between genetic testing that could save their life and potential financial implications for life insurance. I think of that one person in Deakin who now has access to preventative health care, and how many more people would be accessing potentially life-saving health care if they didn't have to worry about the impacts to the cost of their life insurance. This bill will end that fear and enable Australians to make decisions about genetic testing and genetic research without worrying about their life insurance. This legislation will address the most significant barrier to testing for Australians and pave the way for greater investment into preventative genomic screening. It's pretty common for politicians and policy wonks to talk about how much more effective we are when we invest to prevent a problem from occurring in the first place than from trying to patch things up afterwards. Often, this is because, dollar for dollar, we get much more value from early intervention. With the bill before us today, we're not just saving money by reducing the need for complex and expensive treatments, we're saving lives. With the bill before us today, our government is implementing a clear policy. Life insurers will no longer be able to use an individual's adverse genetic testing results to determine whether they can get cover or to set the terms of that cover. I want to recognise the efforts of my friend, the Assistant Treasurer, in this space. Getting to this point where we have a bill with broad support took a lot of effort, conversations and consultation. Those efforts have led us to this point, and I believe will lead to longer, happier, more fulfilling lives for many Australians. This bill ensures our anti-discrimination laws keep pace with modern science. We are aligning the Insurance Contracts Act and the Disability Discrimination Act so Australians have certainty and protection, not fear and confusion, when making decisions about their health. Australians should not have to choose between their health and their ability to access affordable life insurance. Under the current legal framework, vulnerable Australians have been delaying or avoiding genetic testing because they're worried about being penalised by insurers. We're fixing that. Treasury's analysis is clear. People are holding back from essential testing or even from participating in medical research because of the actions of life insurance companies. That means not only are the current laws discouraging vulnerable people from seeking information about their own health, they're holding back advances in medical knowledge and technology that could help thousands or even millions of people. That is not good enough, and that is why the government is stepping in to make sure the system works for people, not against them. Banning life insurers using someone's adverse genetic test results to determine whether they can get coverage restores certainty. It tells Australians, especially those at higher risk of heritable conditions, that their decision to undertake genetic testing will not jeopardise their access to life insurance or force them into more expensive or restrictive policies. These reforms will support greater uptake of genetic testing and participation in medical research. That means better prevention, earlier treatment, stronger public health outcomes and advances in scientific knowledge that benefit all Australians. Importantly, this ban has teeth. This reform establishes civil and criminal penalties and places enforcement authority with ASIC, which ensures these new protections are backed by strong oversight. Vulnerable Australians deserve a system that supports their health decisions, not one that punishes them. I'm proud that we are moving our system in that direction with this bill. Deputy Speaker, I'll go through the details of Schedule 1 of the bill, which implements the government's decision to ban life insurers from using information about an individual's genetic testing results to inform the offer of life insurance cover or the terms and conditions of the cover that is offered. The ban makes amendments to the Insurance Contracts Act 1984 to implement the ban and related amendments to the Disability Discrimination Act 1992 to align Australia's anti-discrimination laws with the ban, just ensuring all the different bits of legislation work together. Genetic testing can help save lives, supporting medical practitioners to prevent, treat and monitor a range of cancers, cancer predisposition syndromes and other heritable conditions. Medical research that involves genetic testing contributes to scientific advancement, which can lead to significant individual and public health benefits, such as identifying new risk factors for future illness and testing new therapies for diseases. Treasury analysis shows the current life insurance framework has caused individuals to not undergo or to delay genetic testing, participating in clinical research due to concerns that this may impact the ability to afford life insurance. That means the full benefits of genetic testing are not being realised, saving lives and improving the quality of life for individuals and advancing medical knowledge and technology. The ban this ban will lead to an increase in genetic testing and therefore extensive individual, public health and scientific benefits. As I flagged earlier, the ban will not prevent individuals from volunteering genetic testing results with written consent and the use of these volunteered results in underwriting where this would not adversely impact the insurance offer or policy terms. The ban will not limit the existing ability of life insurers to access and use certain information for underwriting life insurance, including existing symptoms, diagnoses of diseases, and obviously the individual's family history. Again, very standard in insurance. This is necessary to ensure that life insurance can continue to be properly risk-related and underwritten, whilst still achieving the aim of providing protection over genetic testing results. Now, while I wanted to focus my remarks today on the banning of genetic testing and life insurance, as other speakers have done, I think it would be remiss of me not to speak briefly about the other components of this important bill. Schedule 2 to this bill provides, essentially removes unnecessary barriers for well-regulated overseas financial firms from operating here in Australia. It recognises that if a company is already bound by laws overseas that are equivalent to ours in Australia, there really is no need to duplicate processes unnecessarily when we know those outcomes can already be achieved. It's focused on maintaining protections around overseas financial products where they're needed most, consumers, everyday consumers, while providing more flexibility where those using the services are sophisticated institutions like superannuation funds, banks and large corporations, while at the same time making sure that our system continues to provide robust protection for individual consumers. It's there to facilitate more competition. It's there to ensure that the financial regulation is more efficient, more competitive and better connected globally to enable Australians to have a diverse array of investments and to attract investment here in Australia. So many benefits economically. Schedule 3 of the bill modernises the legislative framework around multilateral development banks and the International Monetary Fund, reducing the administrative and legislative burden of Australia's commitments. It effectively standardises and streamlines these arrangements. Clearer rules for funding, contributions and future commitments, providing one clean, modern framework instead of a messy patchwork like what we're seeing right now. The law around the funding of these institutions is incredibly complex, fragmented, and is really outdated. And so these are very important reforms in Schedule 3 as well. And they're consistent with our support for international institutions and the G20's call for multilateral development banks to develop and support innovative financial instruments. It also includes provisions standardising appropriations, effectively meaning the way it's spent. So it means that money is required, it can be spent as long as it meets certain criteria, and those are then published in an instrument which comes to the Parliament providing oversight. So it effectively is a disallowable instrument to spend money, which the Parliament can come in and debate, block, whatever it wants to do, but it does mean that the regular functioning of government can continue in a clear, simple and streamlined way, consistent with the obligations we as a country have already entered. And Schedule 4 of the bill implements the government's commitment to no longer proceed with Stage 2 of the registration process for financial advisors established by the Better Advice Act. Now, that might sound very bland and very unexciting, understandable, but effectively what happened a few years ago, following the Royal Commission into banks, there was legislation brought in by the Morrison government which created a two-step registration process for financial advisors. Stage one, which already requires financial advisors to be registered with ASIC via their Australian Financial Services licensee. In other words, their employer registers them together. Stage two, which was in the bill to be implemented later, also required individual advisors to register themselves individually. The reason given for that at the time is so they could be reminded of the importance of their legal obligations, but it's now essentially a political consensus that that just adds another layer of regulation without achieving any public policy goal. So this bill doesn't abolish advisor registration in any way. What it does is keep stage one while abolishing stage two. So all advisors are still registered officially. It just means there isn't now two registrations that individual advisors have to go through. So another efficiency and really just cutting red tape. So in conclusion, all parts of this bill are important, Deputy Speaker, but most importantly, we're removing the barrier for vulnerable Australians seeking more information about their own health. This is good for those individuals, good for our healthcare system, and good for our society. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I support stronger legal protections against genetic discrimination in life insurance, and I support a legislative ban, not continued reliance on industry self-regulation. At the heart of this debate is a very simple principle. Australians should not be punished for seeking information about their own health and genetic predisposition. If a person undertakes genetic testing to better understand their risk of disease, that should be recognised as responsible, forward-looking healthcare, but not be used as a basis for making insurance harder to access or to afford. Because what happens is that then disincentivises. That means Australians will not go and get the testing they should because of that fear of not being able to then have life insurance. It's why the issue goes not only to the insurance settings, but also to fairness, access to preventative care and public trust. For too long, the existing framework has created the wrong incentive. People have been left worrying that following medical advice, undertaking testing or participating in research could jeopardise their financial security. That's a profound policy failure. Genetic testing can help people act early, manage risk, make informed decisions, access preventative care and, in some cases, save lives. I have previously supported serious consideration of a legislative ban in this area, and I continue to take the view that legislation, not industry self-regulation, is the appropriate response when we are talking about life and death situations for so many Australians. The government's decision to legislate is therefore an important step, and it does reflect years of advocacy, consultation and multi-partisan work. Ultimately, the reform is about giving Australians confidence that seeking potentially life-saving information for themselves and sometimes their families, because it will impact their kids and other aspects, will not later be used against them in preventing them to access insurance. Of course, in Warringah, I have had a huge amount of correspondence on this issue from residents in the community urging me to support an expansion of genetic screening for disease preventions in adults, but also in understanding that genetic aspect and how that can then impact children or prospective children. In particular, those with predispositions to cancer, heart disease. We have amazing organisations like Fragile X that are founded and based in Warringah. All of these areas rely on continued support for genetic testing. It is so important. So Warringah residents want more funding and enacted protections for this critical issue to ensure that genetic testing does occur and has the support. Concerns about genetic discrimination in insurance are not new. For some time, patients, clinicians, researchers and advocates have warned that the use of predictive genetic test results in life insurance can deter people from getting tested and undermine confidence in both the health system and the insurance system. That concern was formally recognised in 2018 when the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services examined the life insurance industry and raised concerns that the use of genetic test results was adversely affecting participation in health research involving genetic testing. In response, the Financial Services Council introduced an industry moratorium in 2019. That moratorium was presented as an answer, but in practice it was only a partial and temporary fix. It fell short in several important aspects. First, it relied on industry self-regulation rather than protections enacted in law. And that matters because public confidence is weaker when the industry is effectively left to supervise itself. And in practical experience, that was found to be wanting. Second, it only protected people from having their genetic test results used against them up to certain insurance limits. For many families seeking a realistic level of cover to protect dependents, service a mortgage or maintain financial stability, those limits were too narrow. And third, it did not resolve the broader problem of uncertainty. In the absence of legislated frame safeguards, people were still left unsure about their rights, the durability of the protections, and what remedy they had if something went wrong. In other words, the industry-led moratorium was better than nothing, but it's not the same as an evidence-based preventative public health policy. Crucially, research and consultations since then have shown that the self-regulatory model did not solve the core problem. Evidence showed that people continued to delay or avoid clinical genetic testing because of their concerns about life insurance, and that goes at the heart of the policy failure. Predictive genetic testing is becoming increasingly useful in modern medicine, but too many people have feared that obtaining that information could later be used against them when applying for life insurance, trauma cover, total and permanent disability cover or income protection. And that's wrong, that's a wrong incentive structure. We should be encouraging Australians to access early testing where appropriate. We should be encouraging Australians to participate in research that advances knowledge and improves care. The existing framework applies a quite chilling effect on both. By late 2023, Treasury had released a consultation paper on the use of genetic testing results in life insurance underwriting. By that point, there was already a significant body of evidence showing that the existing arrangements were not delivering confidence, clarity or fairness. The question was no longer whether there was a problem, the question was whether Parliament and the government was prepared to address it properly. In 2024-2025, the government moved towards legislation to prohibit the use of adverse predictive genetic test results in life insurance underwriting. That was a right step, and it marked an important shift from temporary self-regulation to a clearer statutory framework. So I do welcome the government's move to legislate in this area. Moving from consultation and self-regulation to legislation is a meaningful and necessary step. Legislation provides greater certainty, strengthens public confidence and makes clear that it is Parliament, not the industry alone, that sets the boundaries of what is fair. That shift matters because it's not a marginal issue. It sits at the intersection of health, financial security, consumer confidence and scientific progress. If we get this right, we remove a barrier to testing, early intervention and research participation. So stakes of the debate are high, not just for insurance law, but for the broader direction of preventative health policy in Australia. We want to make sure Australians are participating in research, are going and accessing testing early. So the bill addresses a central and pressing issue, but broader questions remain about fairness, anti-discrimination protections, and how other forms of health or family information are treated in underwriting. In that sense, the bill is important but targeted. It addresses one specific problem, the use of protected genetic information in life insurance underwriting, including predictive genetic information. But it does not, on its own, address the problem of discrimination in insurance law. That means broader discrimination issues can remain. Even with this reform, insurers can still rely on other kinds of information in underwriting, such as diagnosis, symptoms and family medical history. So it's important to recognise that life insurance sits within a special exception under anti-discrimination law. So banning genetic test results does not automatically eliminate every unfair or differential outcome in underwriting. And that's why this bill should be seen as a major and welcome reform, but not the final chapter. Parliament should support it while remaining alert to the broader question of fairness, loopholes, enforcement and consumer redress in life insurance. Legislation is important, but consumers too must understand their rights and have confidence that those rights can be meaningfully protected. This bill is an overdue and necessary step. It should be understood as a part of a broader task, building a life insurance framework that is fairer, more transparent and better aligned with modern medicine. Ultimately, it's about whether Australians can seek potentially life-saving information about their health and the possible health implications of their children without fearing that the consequences will follow them into the insurance market. And that's why I support this legislative ban on genetic discrimination in life insurance. This is about fairness, public trust and access to preventative care. It's about making sure that Australians are not deterred from testing, early intervention or research participation because they fear financial disadvantage. So it's very important that we understand that, but that more can still be done. So I welcome this bill and I support and I urge the government to continue ensuring that the discrimination when it comes to in life insurance is addressed in all its forms. Thank you.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. I call a member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is an important day and this is an important piece of legislation. And as with most bits of legislation like this, there's been a lot of work behind the scenes by a lot of people. There are plenty who need to be acknowledged for this moment, and I'll just name a few here as we debate this bill. To Crystal Barter, who's a fierce advocate for genetic testing protections. She's a friend and someone I know who does not quit until she achieves her goal. Eve Olsen was a Lynch syndrome advocate who shared her story and her experience publicly to help achieve this reform that the government is proposing today. To Cara Ryan, one of the DNA screen participants who worked so closely with Monash University, used her experience as reason for this reform to progress. Then, of course, Dr Jane Tiller. There wouldn't be too many members of Parliament, Deputy Speaker, that haven't met or sat with Dr Jane Tiller over the years, not only talking about her role in the Monash testing, but also her role in advocating for this bill. I've met her at least 10 times in my time in this place, and I'm sure she's been meeting many other members to get to today. Of course, we have former Assistant Treasurer Stephen Jones, who started this process and, importantly, committed a re-elected Labor government to this reform, and the current Assistant Treasurer, the member for Fraser, who finished the job and introduced this really important piece of legislation here today. Because, Deputy Speaker, genetic testing saves lives. We're at a point in medicine and with technological advancement where we can identify risks before disease develops. But like most things, our laws haven't kept up to date with the fast-moving pace of technology. The scientific and medical breakthroughs that will allow Australians to act early, to avoid disease and to live longer, healthier lives are available to us right now. And yet for too long, public policy has lagged behind scientific capability. This bill seeks to address that. For decades, Australians have had the worry of a terrible choice, the choice between genetic testing that could save their lives and prevent illness, or the potential financial implications for their life insurance. And this was the key reason why the people who did initially sign up to a really important study, the DNA screen led by Dr Jane Tiller and Monash University, many signed up, and then when they realised this choice that they had to make, they didn't participate because of the genetic discrimination in life insurance. And in the cost of living pressures we all seem to face, every financial decision that Australians make matters, particularly when it comes to their health and their well-being. I'm supporting this bill because no Australian should be forced to choose between knowledge that could save their lives over the financial security of their family. As I said, people were holding back from getting DNA screening either through this big trial that Monash University conducted or just getting it privately done themselves because of the impact it may have on their life insurance. Life insurers operating for profit have had free rein over how they screen and how they can accept, deny or increase the costs of people's life insurance that people deserve. Treasury analysis has shown that the current life insurance framework has called individuals to delay or in some cases not even undergo genetic testing because of the potential impact on their insurance affordability. But it also put pressure on the research, and that's particularly concerning, Deputy Speaker, because we're not going to get improvements to health, improvements to science and technology without research. Monash University's DNA screen struggled to get people to participate due to the impact of the current system. We need Australians to participate in medical research where it benefits our country and our economy. This bill seeks to address that anomaly and that unfairness, Deputy Speaker. It ensures that Australians can get fair access to life insurance cover and that they are not discouraged from undertaking genetic testing. It's about a fair go, it's about better medical research, and ultimately it's about better healthcare, which is, to be honest, what all Labor governments are about. In short, we're banning life insurers from factoring the results of anyone's genetic testing when deciding whether or not to offer that life insurance and how to price that life insurance. Schedule 1 of this bill implements the government's decision to ban life insurers from using information about an individual's genetic testing to inform the offer of life insurance cover or the terms and conditions of the cover that is offered. The ban makes amendments to the Insurance Contract Act 1984 to implement the ban and related amendments to the Disability Discrimination Act 1992 to align Australia's anti-discrimination laws with the ban. The objective of the amendments to these acts is to provide certainty to individuals that undertaking genetic testing, including through participation in health or medical research, will not impact their ability to obtain life insurance cover or the terms of that cover. It's intended that the ban will lead to increased uptake of genetic testing and provide extensive individual public health, scientific and research benefits. The ban will not prevent individuals from volunteering genetic testing results with written consent and the use of these volunteered results in underwriting where this would not adversely impact the insurance offer or policy terms. The ban will not limit the existing ability of life insurance to access certain information for underwriting life insurance, including the existence of signs, symptoms or diagnosed diseases or an individual's family medical history. This legislation and the clarifications within it, Deputy Speaker, are necessary to ensure that life insurance can continually to be properly risk-rated and underwritten while still achieving the aim that we seek to address, and that's to provide protection over genetic test results. Because genetic testing is only going to become more cost-effective and more prevalent in our health system, we need to make sure that these protections exist. Of course, it'll create civil penalties and criminal offences for non-compliance and be regulated by ASIC, because we're changing the law to put people's health above insurer profit margins, and that's the right thing to do. In my electorate of Bennelong, we've seen already firsthand of the impact that genetic testing can have. Through the well-documented and spoke about Monash DNA screen study, at least 80 young people from Bennelong participated in this kind of testing. And it's young people in particular, Deputy Speaker, that I think will benefit the most from broadly available genetic testing. Nearly 40% of Bennelong are between 18 and 40, and the sooner that they can get results from genetic testing, the sooner that they can address anything that's identified. One participant in the Monash DNA screen study was identified as being at a high risk of heart attack due to genetically high cholesterol, something they would not have known had they not got a genetic test. Because of that early detection, they are now accessing preventative health care that will literally save their life. This legislation is about enabling people to get access to genetic testing without the issue of it affecting their life insurance premium. Just like that participant from Bennelong, all Australians deserve fair access to life insurance without being penalised for the preventative steps they take in getting genetic testing. Without these reforms, that same individual could have faced higher premiums or been denied cover altogether, simply for taking responsible action, and if they hadn't, they would have been at risk. These amendments ensure that our anti-discrimination laws and modern science work hand in hand with each other. Australians deserve certainty and protection, not fear and confusion, when making decisions about their health. We are here to tell all Australians, Deputy Speaker, that their decision to undertake genetic testing will not risk their access to life insurance following the passage of this bill. It addresses the most significant testing barrier for Australians and will pave the way for greater investment into preventative genome screening. And this fits in with our government's healthcare agenda, Deputy Speaker. It's another way that we're strengthening Medicare and ensuring better health outcomes for all Australians. We're reducing across the spectrum for Australians to reduce costs because we believe that everybody deserves quality access to affordable healthcare. This is just one part of our health reform agenda, building on cheaper medicines, which have already saved Australians over $35 million. We've, of course, got bulk billing GPs increasing in numbers across the country. In Bennelong, Deputy Speaker, you'll be very pleased to know that we've gone from 9 fully bulk billed clinics up to 18, doubled the bulk billing GP clinics in Bennelong because of this Labor government. We've, of course, invested heavily in urgent care clinics across the country, with 2 servicing Bennelong, 1 in Top Ryde, and a very recently opened new urgent care clinic in Chatswood that I had the pleasure of visiting only last week, Deputy Speaker. This is a system, a health system that is complex, but that needs to be agile, and it needs multiple avenues to fix it and bring it up to standard after 9 years of deliberate neglect by the former government. And that's exactly what this government is doing, having been re-elected in 2025. Deputy Speaker, for too long, Australians have been holding back from life-saving genetic testing because of fear created by the way that the system was set up. It wasn't a system that worked for people, because I believe no one should be discouraged from seeking life-saving information because of how it might be used against them. These amendments remove that fear and replaces it with certainty. They remove a real barrier to preventative health care, and it will ensure that Australians can make decisions about their health without worrying about the financial consequences. These reforms will have great impacts across Australia, particularly for younger Australians, Deputy Speaker, those who have a history of illness within their family. It'll support greater participation in genetic testing, which will hopefully also bring the cost of genetic testing down. It'll strengthen public health outcomes as we learn more from increased participation in scientific research, and it'll drive continued progress in healthcare in this country. Amendments like these are what good governments do. This has been a long journey to get here, Deputy Speaker, but one that this government, starting under former Assistant Treasurer Jones and now being introduced into legislation by the Assistant Treasurer, doing so in consultation with advocates, insurers and the health community. This legislation will fix problems, it'll remove barriers, and it'll back Australians to look after their own health and encourage them to do so. Australians should never have to choose between their health and their financial security, and with this legislation, when it passes through this Parliament, they'll no longer have to. I commend it to the House.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call on member for Gordon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I rise to support the Genetics Protection in Life Insurance and Other Measures Bill 2025 brought forward by the Assistant Treasurer, and I commend him for doing so. This amendment to the Insurance Contract Act 1984 is a significant one because, Deputy Speaker, genetic testing can save lives. Genetic testing supports medical practitioners to prevent illnesses, diagnose conditions earlier, treat and monitor a range of cancers, cancer predisposition syndromes and other heritable conditions sooner. It plays a critical role in monitoring all of this, and for many Australians, one major thing has stood in the way of getting tested for and treating conditions early, and that's the concern that life insurers will use that information against them. That's not right. And what's more, it takes one easy fix. And Deputy Speaker, that fix is this bill in front of us. This bill bans life insurers from taking information from an individual's genetic testing into account when deciding whether to offer life insurance cover or when making decisions about the terms and conditions of that cover. It's about protecting Australians, making things fairer for Australians and giving Australians confidence. Confidence to get tested, confidence to look after their health, and confidence that doing the right thing won't come back to bite them. Medical science is moving forward quickly, and genetic testing is one of the most important and impactful advances we've seen. But our laws have simply not kept pace. Under previous arrangements, people could be penalised for genetic information that is completely outside of their control, something they were born with, something they did not choose. Some Australians delayed testing or avoided it altogether out of fear it would affect their access to their life insurance. That fear has real consequences for people's health. This legislation is addressing this problem. In practical terms, it bans life insurers from using adverse genetic test results when making decisions about life insurance contracts entered into and after the commencement of this bill. Put simply, if someone chooses to undergo genetic testing to protect their health, that information cannot be used against them when they apply for life insurance. That is a significant reform, and it will make a real difference. It allows people to focus on their health without worrying that they will be financially punished for doing so. It removes a barrier that should have never existed in the first place. I want to take a moment to pay tribute to my colleague, the wonderful member for Macnamara, Josh Burns, who has led the charge for these reforms within government, along with his constituent and close friend, Dr. Jane Tiller. Josh represents the largest Jewish community in Victoria, which is highly predisposed to genetic disorders. 1 in 40 Ashkenazi Jews carry the BRCA gene mutation, which can lead to higher risk of breast, ovarian, prostate, pancreatic and skin cancers. That's 10 times higher than the general population. Back in 2023, Josh hosted a roundtable with Dr. Jane Miller, the Assistant Treasurer Stephen Jones at the time, and a group of advocates and women directly impacted by these reforms. These were women who had done everything right. They had taken the responsible step of getting tested, discovered they carried the BRCA gene, and in many cases had undergone preventative surgery to reduce their risk, only to find themselves penalised by life insurers. Many other Jewish Australians have avoided genetic testing altogether to avoid paying higher premiums, leaving undetected genetic disorders which could have cost them their lives. Thanks to this bill and Josh's advocacy, that will no longer be the case. And in no small way, it is thanks to the research of Dr. Jane Tiller and her team at Monash University. She is someone who has dedicated her career to public health research and increasing equitable access to genomic medicine for public health outcomes. She's passionate about this because she knows that genetic testing saves lives through the prevention of disease in very high-risk people. She knows that there are more than high-risk Australians than most people realise. Recently, Monash University, led by Dr. Tiller, conducted a DNA screen study which tested 10,000 18 to 40-year-old Australians for high genetic risk of preventable cancer and heart disease. They found that 1 in 50 Australians, 2%, are at high risk of preventable cancer and heart diseases. Now, don't be misled. 1 in 50 Australians is still a lot of Australians. In my friend, the member for McNamara's electorate, at least 67 young people participated in the DNA screen. 4 young people were found to be high genetic risk, 2 of breast, ovarian and prostate cancer, 1 of bowel and 1 of a heart attack due to genetic high cholesterol. In my electorate of Gorton, 39 young people participated and 3 were found to be at high genetic risk, 2 of breast, ovarian and prostate cancer and 1 of heart attack due to genetic high cholesterol. And I want to be clear, we're talking about preventable diseases, diseases which have life-altering consequences for detecting early. So when those participants in the electorate of McNamara and in my electorate of Gorton, alongside other participants in the study, found they were at high risk of these preventable genetic diseases, they were able to access preventative measures such as surgery, surveillance and medication. For them, this study was very possibly life-changing. Now that is incredible. And while this study was life-altering for these individuals, it also highlighted a severe fault in our healthcare system, the thing that is the most significant barrier to testing for Australians. The main reason that people who signed up for the DNA screening ultimately decided not to participate because of genetic discrimination in life insurance. And this isn't new. For decades, this has been a significant ethical concern for Australians who have had to choose between genetic testing that could save their life and potential financial implications for their life insurance. This is not how the system should work. Life insurers should not be able to discriminate like this. Life insurers should not be able to act as a barrier to Australians accessing preventable health care. And this bill will end that discrimination. It will end that fear, and it will enable Australians to make decisions about genetic testing and genetic research without worrying about life insurance. Here we are addressing the most significant barrier to testing for Australians, and we are paving the way for greater investment into preventative genomic screening. Because preventative healthcare matters. Investing in preventative health is a proven way of increasing national productivity, reducing health system spending and keeping Australians out of hospital. Preventative health takes the burden off our hospital systems, off our public spending. And while there's plenty of research telling us the benefits of investing more broadly in the prevention of diseases in adults through DNA screening, until we pass this bill, Australians cannot have the confidence they can get tested without consequences. This bill is an opportunity to invest more broadly in prevention of disease in adults through DNA screening without people having to worry about insurance concerns. It sends a clear message. You should not have to choose between your health and your financial security. This legislation restores balance between individuals and large insurance corporations, and it puts people back at the centre of the system. And for communities like Gorton, this matters. We are a young and diverse community in Melbourne's western suburbs, with many families already facing financial and cost of living pressures. The median age of people in Gorton is 35 years old, and young Australians want preventative genetic information. The DNA screen study was extremely popular amongst young people, with tens of thousands of young people registering their interest in participating for the study. and young people found that genetic testing has significant benefits for their futures. Around 22% of people in my electorate of Gorton are living with at least one long-term health condition. That means reforms like this are not abstract or theoretical. They affect real people in our communities. This legislation helps reduce one of those barriers by giving people confidence that getting genetic testing will not come at a personal cost. This reform follows extensive consultation with community members, medical practitioners, genetic researchers, and the insurance industry as well. The DNA screen study hopes to expand its testing to 100,000 people, which would identify thousands more at-risk people who would not have to worry about life insurance discrimination. And it's a step towards a screening program to use genomics to prevent disease. We must move into an era of using genomics to prevent and get ahead of disease. Published modelling indicates that this screening is cost-effective, with associated productivity gains in the billions of dollars. This bill has broad support across Parliament, and it fits squarely within Labor's broader agenda, because we have invested more than ever before in the health of Australians. With record investments in Medicare, we are bringing bulk billing back and strengthening as we do so. In my electorate of Gorton, 72% of clinics are now fully bulk billed. We've brought cost of living relief to Australians by lowering the cost of PBS-listed medicines to just $25. And we've increased access to healthcare by expanding those lists of medicines on the PBS. We've opened new urgent care clinics across the country, including in Melton and in Sunshine near my electorate. We're rolling out 1-800 Medicare, a new 24/7 service families can access from home whenever they need it. This is a state-of-the-art expansion of telehealth. We're growing Australia's health workforce with the largest GP training program in Australian history, and we're investing landmark commitments in women's health. For too long, women's health issues have not been adequately addressed. We're working to reverse decades of neglect to women's health, with $573.3 million to deliver more choice, lower costs and better health care for women. We're introducing the first new contraceptive pills added to the PBS in 30 years, Yasmin and Slinda as well. We're introducing the first new menopause treatments on the PBS in 20 years, Estrogel, Estrogel Pro and Prometrium. We're ensuring there's better access to IUDs and birth control implants as well. And this comes alongside the opening of 22 endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics, with another 11 to be opening soon. Thanks to these initiatives, Australian women and their families will save thousands of dollars on health-related costs across their lifetimes. And this is what happens when we elect women. Women's issues become at the forefront of the government's agenda. On this side of the House, we're committed to tangible cost of living relief and health outcomes for Australians. Labor built Medicare, and we will always protect it. This is all because the Albanese Labor government is ensuring that accessible healthcare for all Australians remains a priority, because no one should be discouraged from looking after their health. And with this legislation, they won't be. Life insurers will not have the power to stop Australians from getting tested early and treated early for their genetic conditions. And on that note, Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for New England, with apologies for missing him before.
That's all right. I'm so much overlooked nowadays. Right here in the back.
I'll bring out the violin.
Yeah, I know you wouldn't. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. One of the biggest issues in genetic testings is that under an insurance process, it allows the insurer just to remove any sense of risk. You don't have to risk if you remove all the high-risk components. The whole purpose of insurance is to have a pool of people in which you include low risk and high risk for the general betterment that those of a higher risk have a form of cover. If we allow genetic testing in it to go unchecked, then any person who has a latency towards cancer, a latency towards respiratory disease or heart attacks, of course, will be treated just like a person who is a smoker. They'll just say, well, I don't really have an interest in insuring you because I make more money out of this group. However, I want to bring attention to something else that's in regards to genetic testing and the protections in life insurance, and just talk about genetic testing and protection in life, full stop. What we have, and we've seen more of, and I refer to a study by Edith Cowan University, is people, especially non-invasive prenatal testing for the sex of a child below 10 weeks as to what gender it is. We have had an unreasonable increase in what they call the general ratio is around about 105 boys to 100 girls. That's generally where it is. But what we're seeing in some sections is 134 boys to 100 girls, as people have a preference or to move towards the abortion of girls so that they can...
Yes, I call the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, the honourable member is straying well beyond the bill. I would ask you to ask him to return his comments to the legislation before the House, not opining on every matter under the sun.
Yeah, I have been listening closely to the member. I'm going to see where this leads. He is specifically talking about medical issues, and we are talking about medical insurance here, health insurance here. So I'll happy to let the member proceed, but I'll watch him, and if he gets off course, I'll redirect him.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I always understand the sensitivities that rise here. It's actually a United Nations issue that they're trying to deal with this. Even at the United Nations level, they see this as a serious problem. The last report from the United Nations said there were down 200 million girls. I thought that might have rang a bell somewhere, but I can understand if that's not a concern to the honourable member opposite, but it is to the United Nations. And the reason is the capacity for people to actually utilise, in regards to the insurance, is to utilise the general other capacity for insurance to cover this, even in regards as to how it works vis-a-vis Medicare. So it is incredibly pertinent as to what is happening in regards to genetic testing and testing for issues that sway away from the natural predisposition of the balance of traits. If you test and find that someone has a prevalence to cancer and therefore just remove that as somebody you wish to cover, then you are not doing the appropriate thing in covering risk. If you find for people who have a heart disease and just remove them from the people you insured, then the disposition sways what the purpose of insurance is. And likewise, if you use genetic testing, and it is testing to determine the sex, especially in non-invasive prenatal testing, you're changing the natural dynamic, which is completely at odds with what people are trying to do between equality of the sexes. You're doing it in the most profound way. Are you changing it? And this is something that should be part of the scope. If we want to comply with where the United Nations is heading with this, then we have to be brave enough to acknowledge this. And we are seeing now, even in Australia, that what they call the sex ratio for births, in some the demographics in Australia, has gone to 1.39 when it should be no more, around about 1.05. If we concur with this, then you concur with the belief that obviously girls are not as important as boys. And I hope that wouldn't be the case. But, I put it to the honourable member opposite. If he disagrees with that, he's welcome to stand and say so. This is, in this study from Edith Cowan University, it has brought once more to the light of the whole gambit of this new world we're in with genetic testing. And genetic testing has got to have some ring roads put around it, because if it doesn't, it becomes incredibly Orwellian in the type of world that we want to create. Of course, the attributes of testing don't stop with people with a predisposition to wanting predominantly a male, because that's where it generally moves towards, a male. It also comes to other attributes that they wish to select for, and they can do it by genetic testing. They can do it for eye colour, they can do it for height, they can do it for whether a person has propensity to be obese. All these things become part of this rather dark but perverse new sort of eugenics of how we try to create a form of new humankind that fits our ideal model of what we believe is the perfect human being. And it's completely wrong. It's completely wrong. It's a bad thing. It's a very bad thing.
Order. The member for New England, point of order.
Deputy Speaker, we are in the realm of Dennis Denuto's vibe of the thing. The member for New England has seen the words...
Point of order on relevance?
On relevance, Deputy Speaker, the member for New England is not addressing the question of genetic testing, discrimination and life insurance.
I am listening carefully. I ask the member to resume his seat. The member for New England has the call, and I ask him to stay on relevance.
Well, thank you very much. And just on relevance, he seemed very upset about genetic testing. This is genetic testing. He then said the word discrimination. I can't be more profoundly attached to the issue of discrimination. I couldn't be more attached to the issue of discrimination in its most exact form than precisely what I'm talking about. It might be, I don't know whether the member finds it offensive or what the issue is, but you can't stand up and say it's got nothing to do with genetic testing when it absolutely has. It's got nothing to do with discrimination when it can't. It's the most profoundly attached to discrimination. It is, and then to belittle it by talking about your reference to Dennis Denuto. That is just profoundly insulting, and I thought quite below you. But anyway, so in closure, it is incredibly important when we see this that we bring to this chamber and bring before the Australian people, and the Australian people understand, as you've seen here in a classic example, they'll immediately try to shut you down. They'll immediately try to basically put a shackle on this discussion because it doesn't suit their views of what they want. But on this, Mr Deputy Speaker, I will side with the United Nations. I'll say he thinks it's some right-wing conspiracy. I've been reading this report is hardly anything but a right-wing conspiracy. It's a complete expression of a concern that the world has, which we are now also seeing in Australia. And if the member has an issue with 200 million people, that 200 million girls who are just not there because of people's preference for boys over girls. If he believes that's not an issue, then I don't know where he became so lost in his own compass.
Order. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Ford has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the Treasury Laws Amendment, Genetic Testing Protections in Life Insurance and Other Measures Bill 2025. I just can't let it pass that the member for New England mentioned 105 males born, but sometimes in a good season you have more, sometimes less. Anyway, he's left the chamber, so I don't feel the need to continue that. I'd say when I was elected, I made a commitment in Ford to listen to the community, to fight for what I hear and to deliver on what the community wants. And so to that end, I came across a woman called Jess Short, who lives in Waterford West. Jess has a rare condition called osteopathia strata with cranial sclerosis. It is a rare disease. Jess is somebody who is a fierce advocate for people with that condition, but is also a fierce advocate for people with rare diseases. And so, as part of working with Jess, we held a community forum in Ford last week on rare diseases, and from that, it really, I think, has emerged of how significant rare diseases are in our community. That even though each of them have a propensity in the community of about 5 and 10,000, collectively there's something like 7.8% of the Australian population living with a rare disease, which means in Ford that's somewhere of around 13,500 people. So Jess, and I'd just like to read a bit about Jess. So Jess was unofficially diagnosed at around 12 years old. When she later sought a formal diagnosis, she says that she was told she couldn't have children, and that advice was delivered without much empathy. 6 weeks later, it was confirmed that she did in fact have the condition. Much of Jess's childhood was spent in and out of hospital, and by the age of 18, she'd undergone more than 30 surgeries, including hernia surgery, jaw surgery, cleft palate repair, and the removal of tonsils that had grown so large they affected her breathing. As Jess put it to me with a bit of humour, she said, "Let's just say I've had a lot of anaesthetic." 30 surgeries before the age of 18. But what really struck me with Jess when we spoke wasn't just the surgeries, it was how hard it can be for people with rare diseases to navigate the health system. Jess says there is often no clear place to go. Because the condition is rare, patients can struggle to access a multidisciplinary team. She told me that there's very little transition care between childhood and adult services, meaning people that can suddenly find themselves trying to navigate a system on their own. Jess isn't interested in blaming anyone. What she wants is something better for the future. She wants to advocate for people with rare diseases. She knows children with the same condition who are not getting the help they need, and she wants to help connect families and push for a system that works. And that's exactly why we held a forum last week. It was very well attended by the community, and there was a lot of participation and discussion online and by emails I received. And so I just would very much want to give an opportunity during this debate to shout out to Jess Short, who is a remarkable individual and a fierce advocate for people with these conditions. And so arising out of the forum, I got another email last Friday, a couple of days after the forum, from another legend in our community, Kerry Millman of Ormo Hills. And Kerry wrote to me, and I spoke to her today, and she's very happy for me to read it out. There's a couple of things about this letter. She is also a fierce advocate, and so in this email, she is advocating for the treatment which she receives to be included on the PBS. And there's a couple of things I'll say to that at the end of it. But I think this really gives an insight into what it means to have a genetic testing to determine your condition. She said, "Thank you for the opportunity for the session. Unfortunately, after treatment and dealing with the M1 car park for 2 hours trying to get to the treatment this morning, I was unable to attend in person. I did start out listening though, but I'd like to put into words what I think, and so thank you for the opportunity to have a voice. A little about my rare disease. I was diagnosed in 2023 with a rare cancer, gallbladder cancer, luckily found after going to make my regular blood donation and for them to tell me my iron levels were too low and to go and see my GP. Long story short, I've been through a couple of surgeries, oral chemotherapy, then more intensive chemotherapy and immunotherapy when the cancer spread in 2024, all through the public system. I do have private health, but the call was taken that under the public system I would be in more of an umbrella situation. Last year, my cancer metastasised again, and thanks to genomic sequencing, targeted treatment and HER2 was recommended as my best hope to beat this once and for all. 2 pathways only were available, a clinical trial or private treatment. I tested for the clinical trial based out of Blacktown Hospital in Sydney. However, my tumours were considered too small to qualify. Really, I was a number to the trials people. So by the time my tumours had progressed further, there was no spot available on the trial. So private was only available to me. Luckily for me, at a very young age, my financial advisor had set me up with a raft of insurances, one of which I am now using to pay for the $10,000 it costs me for every second treatment, which I will have every 3 weeks for the next 2 years of my life. The treatment is working. I'm 6 cycles in and there are no signs of tumours now. I literally had this news today, which is amazing and very exciting for someone told they have 12 months to live. But do you know the same protein that HER2 is targeting in breast cancer patients, if I had breast cancer, I would have access to this drug at $25 a cycle. The National Breast Cancer Foundation advocated for this drug for the 1,700 patients each year who have this same sequencing and need of targeted treatment through HER2 for this drug to be on the PBS. The power of a powerful advocate for a recognised disease, but I am left out of this as a rare cancer battler. Now, Rare Cancers does what it can. The organisation Rare Cancers does what it can. Rare cancers themselves, as a combined cancer, are the 3rd largest group in Australia. But there are multitude of needs and not one high-profile group. And nor do I have access to a cancer care nurse. I did under the public system at Gold Coast University Hospital. That cancer nurse was there to answer questions, but was a reactive support service, not an advocate or a support person for myself and my family. I've had to seek out, resource and upskill myself in medical terms and knowledge bases, as I'm sure you're hearing, because there is really no one out there who can do it for me. And so what stands out from Kerry Millman's email is that, number one, my contribution to this debate would be insignificantly small in comparison to the contribution that she is able to make to this debate. And so it is in her words that I think that we sum up exactly what is going on here. The second is that quite potentially the private insurance which she has relied on to save her life would have been denied to her, or her condition would have been excluded had insurance companies been able to use earlier test results to make that exclusion. The third thing that I'd say too is that the PBS itself, she's right to be advocating for the PBS, and it's great that I feel just amazingly privileged that I can be a voice for people in my community in this place. And the PBS, as the Minister for Health made the point today, that since we were elected, we've listed more than 400 new medicines onto the PBS. And this month, just as an example, he said that we listed a medication, a treatment called Ultravirus, which is a relatively rare condition affecting, which treats a relatively rare condition called myasthenia gravis, a condition which impacts only about 3,000 Australians, but impacts those 3,000 Australians profoundly. And so it is, I think, that this government is and we as a society are living with a time where treatments are coming on to the market at an unprecedented pace every single month, and these treatments are often are specifically targeted to the genetic testing which is identified through that test result. By the way, Kerry climbed Mount Kosciuszko last year to raise $2,600 for Cancer Australia. And so it is people like Kerry and Jess Short that really inspire me to get up here and talk about what it means to protect their right to health insurance through the law. Because the difference between going through genetic testing and a normal route of a diagnosis is potentially, there was a study done there, potentially going through the normal route is extremely frustrating. It can take up to 5 to 7 years and it can cost anywhere from $10,000 to $40,000. The alternative through genetic testing is that it can take weeks or maybe at most months and can cost anywhere from $1,000 to $7,000. Apart from the impact that this has on the individual, the impact that this has on the economy as a whole and on the productivity of the economy as well as the cost of the health system has got to be profound. And so it is in the last 3 minutes of my contribution that I come to specifically why this legislation is so important. In some ways, you'd think that it goes without saying that it should be illegal and it should be unlawful for insurance companies to use genetic testing against somebody to deny cover. But the fact is that in the community there is a perception that the insurance companies will do just that. I don't know where people got the idea that insurance companies are untrustworthy. And so it is essential that people have the confidence that they can undertake that diagnosis without fear of then being excluded from insurance cover, and that in the most severe way possible, by criminalising it as an offence and not just making it a civil penalty, that truly sends a message to insurance companies to do the right thing. So with that, to give people in the community the confidence that they can get the cover that they need. And so it is that through that process, through that philosophy that I have in Ford, to listen to our community, to fight for our community and to deliver our community, I think this is a great example of being able to identify an issue which is much bigger than I would have ever thought before. As I say, as Kerry said actually, cumulatively rare disease, rare cancer is put together the third most common type of cancer. That rare diseases are not rare, that even though it may affect 5 in 10,000 Australians, when you put it all together, there's probably 13,500 people in Ford alone who are suffering from a rare disease. And so it is by listening to the community and then fighting for the community, and I should say doing what really little I can to help people like Jess and Kerry fight, then I think that we as a parliament can deliver. And that's what this legislation does. It delivers certainty to people to go and get the diagnosis, to go and undertake the testing that will potentially not just save their life, but give them a quality of life that they wouldn't have had otherwise. And to that, I commend the bill to the House.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on the Treasury Laws Amendment Genetic Testing Protections in Life Insurance and Other Measures Bill 2025 and express my support for this bill. I want to commend the Assistant Treasurer for bringing forward this bill. It legislates important changes, 2 of which I've been advocating for some time. This bill includes 4 key provisions. Firstly, Schedule 1 limits the use of genetic testing by life insurers. Schedule 2 creates licensing exemptions for foreign financial institutions, including international market makers. Schedule 3 standardises the legislative framework for Australia's involvement with multilateral development banks. And Schedule 4 removes the requirement for Stage 2 registration of Better Advice Act. To start on life insurance, Deputy Speaker, Schedule 1 of this bill is a long overdue outcome of Australians seeking preventative healthcare. Preventative healthcare is the future of health in Australia, and we need to be encouraging more, not fewer, people seeking potentially life-saving genetic testing. They should not have to avoid this sort of testing based on the concern that the information they obtain could be used potentially against them by insurers who would seek to exclude people from insurance products. This bill would introduce formal protection against life insurers accessing and using genetic information for determining life insurance product eligibility and premiums. This is very welcome and this is so important. But be honest, we have been slow to act on this. In 2003, the Australian Law for Reform Commission first recommended that the life insurance industry needed safeguards around the use of genetic testing. That is 23 years ago. In 2018, a joint parliamentary inquiry into life insurance industry recommended a moratorium on the use of genetic testing results in life insurance. In 2019, the life insurance industry introduced a partial industry-led moratorium up to set policy limits. While I commend the industry for taking the first step, it's overdue that Australia committed to the change. I wrote to the Assistant Treasurer about this issue back in 2023 and again in 2025. When I was contacted by members of my community and also by others, particularly Dr. Jane Tiller from Monash University, who has been a leading light in this area. And I think the point is that we have come to the right conclusion. I welcome this bill, I support this bill, and I would also say that Parliament needs to work at a greater speed than we currently do when issues are raised with us over a long period of time. I also recognise the Council of Australian Life Insurance, CALI, for getting behind some of these changes. It is really important that the life insurance industry is working with these changes as opposed to trying to fight them. Deputy Speaker, the additional component of the bill that I'd like to talk to in particular is the Market Makers Bill, and in relation to some, I think, sensible changes, particularly the Foreign Financial Services Provider legislation in Schedule 2, which will will provide certain exemptions to foreign financial service providers from licensing requirements under the Corporation Act, including for market makers and for providers under comparable regimes. This is a common sense change. This issue was actually raised with me at a pop-up office in King's Cross by a constituent who was concerned last year with the uncertainty around this legislation and the need for action to be taken here. So I welcome the government's action on this. I'm really proud to have been advocating really loudly and proudly on this issue, and I think that this is an appropriate resolution. And Deputy Speaker, finally on Schedule 4 of the bill, follows through on a government commitment to scrap the proposed Phase 2 of the Better Advice reforms from 2021 that would make advisors undertake duplicated licensing arrangements every year, set to commence in July 2026. The financial advice profession is in such a decline that it is becoming prohibitively expensive to obtain financial advice, and those who need it are least able to afford it. We need to be doing all that we can to bringing more financial advisors into the system, having lost thousands of them in the last few years. So I welcome any legislation that provides appropriate safeguards but makes it easier and reduces some of the duplicative red tape for financial advisors. So thank you to the government and the ministers for action on these bills, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. The Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Ian has familial hypercholesteremia, a condition which leads to high cholesterol levels and the risk of heart attack at an early age. He's on cholesterol-lowering medication, which controls his cholesterol levels, and when he applied for life insurance, those levels were similar to or lower than the general population. But because he had a genetic result, he had a loading placed on his premium. Ian is a pseudonym, but the story is very real, and it's a story that's being repeated across a host of different contexts. A 2021 survey by the Association of Superannuation Funds of Australia found that around 10% of individuals who disclosed a genetic test result had insurance cover offered on less favourable terms or had cover declined. Other countries have long banned insurers from discriminating based on genetic information. The UK has had a ban in place since 2001. But in Australia, many people are deterred from getting genetic testing because of the fear that it might drive up the cost of getting life insurance. They're having to choose between looking after their health and looking after their financial security. Now, this is a particular problem given how great the improvements have been in genetic testing over recent decades. The cost of sequencing a full genome has gone from millions of dollars and years down to hundreds of dollars and minutes. The ability of those genetic screens to detect conditions has significantly improved. The Royal College of Pathologists finds 95% of people carry at least one genetic variant that affects their response to commonly prescribed drugs. And the Australian Medical Association says that genetic testing has the capacity to rapidly transform healthcare in Australia. The presence of a prohibition of the ability of life insurers to distinguish between applicants based on genetic history can have implications for particular ethnic groups. For example, Jewish people are 10 times more likely than the general population to have a high-risk variant of the BRCA1/2 genes, which significantly increase risk of breast, ovarian and prostate cancers. So the ability of life insurers to discriminate based on genetic tests effectively places a larger burden on Jewish Australians. I commend the work that has been done by Jane Tiller and fellow researchers, and indeed some of the examples that I've quoted have drawn in the A-Glimmer Final Stakeholder Report of 2023. As others in the debate have noted, this has been an issue of long standing. I commend the former Assistant Treasurer, Stephen Jones, and the current Assistant Treasurer, Daniel Molino, for their work in bringing these reforms to the Parliament. This bill aligns the Insurance Contracts Act and the Disability Discrimination Act so Australians have certainty and protection, not fear and confusion when they're making decisions about their health. Genetic testing saves lives, and we have more and more examples of tests which are revealing genetic variants. I mentioned before the BRCA1/2 variant. There is also the PALB2 variant, which raises the risk of prostate and breast cancer in men. The presence of large data sets linked to genetic information is improving the quality of the information that can be gleaned from genetic testing every day. In coming years, we can expect the cost of genetic testing to fall and the information provided by genetic testing to improve. We can expect that getting a genetic test will be more valuable in determining your risks of cancer, your risks of having an adverse reaction to particular drugs, your risk of passing on a disease to your children. It is important that Australians are able to take advantage of these advances in science, not held back for fear that getting a genetic test will drive up the cost of life insurance. This ban will restore certainty. It tells Australians, especially those at higher risk of hereditable conditions, that their decision to undertake genetic testing won't jeopardise their access to life insurance or force them into more expensive or restricting policies. Better uptake of genetic testing also improves medical research. That means better prevention, earlier treatment, stronger public health outcomes and advances in scientific knowledge. Right now, people are being deterred from taking part in genetic tests as part of scientific research for fear that if those results are revealed to them, they will then be obligated to reveal them to potential life insurers and therefore pay more. Individuals will still, under this bill, be able to volunteer their test results with written consent where it benefits them. And insurers can still use symptoms, diagnoses and family history to ensure policies remain properly risk-rated. The value of being able to volunteer test results was highlighted in a case study from Dr. Tiller's A-Glimmer Final Stakeholder Report, a case of Frank, whose father had Huntington's disease and who had a 200% premium loading applied to his policy due to his family history. But he had a genetic test result showing that he did not inherit the Huntington disease variant and so was not at risk of Huntington disease. He had to take the insurance company to the complaints tribunal in order to finally reach a settlement. Under the bill that is before the House, it will be possible for people like Frank, a pseudonym of course, to take forward those sorts of genetic tests that benefit them. We are acting on behalf of vulnerable Australians. The most affluent can get away without buying life insurance, but vulnerable Australians often feel a need to purchase life insurance in order to forestall against the risk that their family are left adversely affected by the economic consequences of their death. So this bill will ensure a greater sense of equity and protect some of the most vulnerable in our community. It will be good for medical research, and that is why it enjoys the backing of so many medical research companies. It will be good for health, which is why it enjoys the backing of so many medical advocacy bodies, such as the Australian Medical Association and the Royal Australian College of GPs. And it will bring peace of mind to Australians who want to go and find out more about their genetic history, either through curious inquiry or because they are keen to see what genetic testing reveals about them and how they can help their own health and that of their family. I commend the bill to the House.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Bullwinkle seeing the call. Member for Bullwinkle has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, today I rise to speak on the Treasury Laws Amendments, the Genetic Testing Protections in Life Insurance and Other Measures Bill 2025. This bill is a significant piece of legislation. It's about fairness, modernisation and the fundamental health of every Australian. At its core, this bill delivers on a clear commitment to ban the use of adverse genetic test results in life insurance. We are protecting Australians from being discriminated against simply because they took a proactive step to understand their own health. Speaker, I approach this bill not just as a Member of Parliament, but through the lens of my career as a registered nurse and midwife. Throughout my years in clinical practice, I've stood at the bedside of patients facing the most daunting diagnoses imaginable. And I recently submitted my doctoral research focusing on the experiences of patients receiving medical treatments, specifically the impact of chemotherapy and immunotherapy infusions delivered in the home. I have seen firsthand the physical, emotional and financial toll that cancer treatment can take on an individual and their family. So when we talk about preventative health, we aren't just talking about a policy buzzword. We're talking about the difference between a patient undergoing a preemptive life-saving procedure or alternatively enduring the gruelling, exhausting cycles of chemotherapy and immunotherapy because a condition may have been caught late. I know the cost of the latter, and not just to the Medicare system and the health system, but the human cost. Genetic testing is at the frontier of preventative health. It allows us to move from the reactive healthcare model to a proactive one. But for that to work, patients must feel secure and feel safe to access the technology. Speaker, this is why the story of Zoe, a young woman from my home state in Western Australia, is so vital. Zoe's mother was diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer at only 39 years of age and passed away only 18 months thereafter. Zoe, knowing her family history, did the responsible thing. She sought a DNA test through the public system, but unfortunately did not qualify under the rigid criteria. However, she was selected for a DNA screen trial, a groundbreaking initiative led by Monash University. That trial confirmed that she did indeed carry the high-risk breast cancer gene. Armed with that knowledge, Zoe underwent a double mastectomy. She took control, she prevented the experience that her mother suffered, and she probably saved her own life. But Speaker, here is the tragedy. Many Australians in Zoe's position choose not to take that test. And it's not because they're afraid of the needle, they're afraid of the insurance company. Their fear is that a positive result will mean that they can never get a mortgage, never protect their children's future, or be priced out of peace of mind that life insurance provides. And as a nurse, it breaks my heart to think that a patient would decline a life-saving map of their own DNA because of a corporate profit margin. This bill ends that fear. Schedule 1, ending genetic discrimination. For too long, a shadow has hung over the consultation rooms of genetic counsellors and the laboratories of our great medical research institutions. And that shadow is the fear of not being eligible for life insurance. Under the current framework, vulnerable Australians have been faced with a difficult choice. Do I take a genetic test that may save my life by identifying a predisposition to cancer or heart disease? Or do I protect my family's financial future by ensuring that I can still access affordable life insurance? And Speaker, in a first world nation like Australia, no one should ever have to make that choice. The evidence for change. Treasury's analysis on this matter is clinical and it's clear. The status quo is failing. People are holding back from essential testing. They are delaying life-saving screenings, and they are even withdrawing from groundbreaking medical research because they're terrified of being penalised by the insurer for a bad result. And when people avoid testing, we lose the chance for early intervention. We lose the chance for prevention. And when people avoid research, our scientific progress stalls. This government is stepping in to ensure that the system works for people, not against them. So how does the ban work? Schedule 1 implements the government's decision to ban life insurers from using genetic testing results to inform the offer or terms of their cover. We are amending the Insurance Contracts Act 1984 and the Disability Discrimination Act of 1992 to ensure that our laws keep pace with modern science. This ban is robust and fair. Integrity of underwriting means that insurers can still use the signs, symptoms or family medical history to conduct risk rate policies which are appropriate, but the hidden code of our DNA is protected. Patients can still volunteer results if it helps them, for example, if they do not carry the family mutation. And there is strict enforcement. The bill creates civil and criminal penalties for non-compliance, regulated by ASIC. We're not just asking the industry to do better, we're requiring it to. Schedule 2, in Schedule 2 supporting the global investment, we are streamlining our financial markets by introducing licensing exemptions for foreign financial service providers. By reducing red tape for comparable regulators and professional investors, we're encouraging global capital to flow to Australia. For our superannuation and our retirement industry, this means better access to international markets and lower costs through increased competition. It's about making Australia a more sophisticated, competitive financial hub. Schedule 3 is modernising international finance, and it modernises our engagement with the multilateral development banks and the International Monetary Fund. In our region, these institutions are at the forefront of climate resilience and infrastructure. By providing a more flexible legislative framework for transactions, like our support for the World Bank and the Asian Development Bank, we ensure Australia remains a leader in regional development. We've ensured transparency remains paramount and any new financial obligations must be notified to government. Schedule 4 reduces the burden for financial advisors. It removes the redundant Stage 2 registration of financial advisors. Speaker, as a researcher, I'm a firm believer in efficient systems. We already have a functioning disciplinary system forcing individual advisors to register annually with ASIC. And this would add another unnecessary administrative burden and cost. We want advisors focused on helping Australians plan for their future, not navigating bureaucratic hurdles that offer no additional consumer protection. Speaker, in conclusion, it's people over products. As a nurse, I've always believed that prevention is better than cure. As a PhD candidate, I understand the data tells us the same thing. And as the member for Bullwinkle, I know my community expects us to put health ahead of insurance industry loopholes. For 10 years, those opposite ignored the genetic underclass. They allowed this system to persist where Australians were punished for being proactive about their health. And this Labor Albanese government is fixing that. We're telling every Australian, your DNA belongs to you, not your insurer. We are choosing science, we are choosing prevention, and we are choosing people. I commend this bill to the House.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. The Minister for Veteran Affairs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Officially, they are called invalids. They are the healthy ill. They don't actually have anything yet. They may never have, but since few of the preconditions can be cured or reversed, it is easier to treat them as if they were already sick. This is a quote from the film Gattaca, nearly a quarter of a century ago, that might describe an imaginary future world. But discrimination on the grounds of genetic status, very sadly, is not science fiction. In my first parliamentary term, I was part of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services, and one of our inquiries was into the life insurance industry. The terms of reference for this inquiry went to the need for further reform and improved oversight of the life insurance industry, the benefits and risks to consumers of the different elements of the life insurance market, and whether entities were engaging in unethical practices to avoid meeting claims, as well as possible reform and oversight of the industry. Throughout the inquiry, concerns were raised around privacy and genetic discrimination relating to genetic testing in healthcare. And to this end, I want to pay particular tribute to Jane Tiller and the great advocacy work that she has been doing prior to that inquiry and ever since to ensure that legislation like this can come to fruition today. At the completion of the inquiry, there were a number of recommendations that went to this issue, recommendations 9.1 to 9.4, recommending that the Financial Services Council, in consultation with the Australian Genetic Non-Discrimination Working Group, assess the consumer impact of imposing a moratorium on life insurers using predictive genetic information, unless the consumer provides genetic information to a life insurer to demonstrate that they are not at risk of developing a disease. Despite this work on a moratorium, and in some ways because of it and the self-regulatory approach, a legislative approach is needed. Some of us are not surprised. Fast forward 8 or so years and we now have this legislation before the Parliament, legislation that our government committed to in its first term. And despite those opposite during the course of the debate of this legislation trying to take issue with the fact that we announced this legislation a year or so ago and we are bringing it forward now, they had 5 years since when the committee that I was a member of provided its report to that then government, under which time they did nothing. So I find it a bit rich, Deputy Speaker, that they now complain about us having taken action in progressing this legislation during our first term in government. Now, genetic testing saves lives through getting in early and preventing disease. This bill delivers on the Albanese government's commitment to ban the use of adverse genetic test results in life insurance. We're protecting Australians from being discriminated against for playing an active role in their own healthcare. Life insurers will no longer be able to use an individual's adverse genetic test results to determine whether they can get cover or to set terms for that cover. We are changing the law to put people's health needs ahead of insurer profit margins. Genetic testing does save lives, and Australians should not have to choose between their health and their ability to access life insurance. This bill will make sure that we're keeping people well for longer. Under the current law, Australians have been delaying or avoiding genetic testing because they are worried about being penalised by insurers or by being refused insurance, including through superannuation, or facing exorbitant premiums. We are fixing that. The passage of this legislation ensures Australians, especially those at higher risk of inherited conditions, that their decision to undertake genetic testing, testing that may enable them to undergo treatment that could save their life, or indeed demonstrate that they will not have that condition, will not jeopardise that access to life insurance or force them into more expensive or restrictive policies. This includes conditions like breast cancer. Genetic testing can be used to identify a fault or a mutation in the BRCA genes, the BRCA genes. That increases the risk of developing breast and ovarian cancer within a family. This testing can help individuals make decisions about how to reduce their risk of breast cancer and what sort of surgery you might want if you have been diagnosed. Unfortunately, the statistics bear out what my oncologist friends tell me. They have to warn patients that results may have to be disclosed to life insurers, and it may negatively affect their ability to be insured. This results in many, despite family history, not getting tested when they should do so that they can make their own properly informed life decisions. Our intention is that these reforms will support greater uptake of genetic testing and thereby save lives. It will also mean more Australians will be willing to participate in much-needed genetic research to save many more lives in the future without the risk of becoming uninsurable. That means better prevention, earlier treatment, stronger public health outcomes, and advances in scientific knowledge that benefit every Australian. Although genetic testing is on the rise, a recent study from Monash University saw more than half of people who signed up to participate then subsequently discontinue their involvement in the study because of concerns around accessing affordable insurance. In this DNA screening study, some 10,000 Australians between the ages of 18 and 40 were assessed for their risks of preventable cancer and heart disease. 73 of those were from my community of Burt in Perth South East. They found that 1 in 50 or 2% of those tested are at high risk. This information armed these individuals with the knowledge to be able to then do something about it. They were able to access preventative treatments and early interventions, making lifestyle changes that would benefit them in the long run. But more than half of potential participants who had the opportunity to be armed with this information lost out, unable to prioritise their own health due to a fear of hip pocket pain or risk to their family's long-term financial security. Australians have had to choose between genetic testing that could save their life and potential financial implications for their life insurance. This bill will end that discrimination and that fear and enable Australians to make decisions about genetic testing and genetic research without worrying about life insurance. These amendments ensure our anti-discrimination laws keep pace with modern science. We are aligning the Insurance Contracts Act and the Disability Discrimination Act so Australians have certainty and protection rather than fear and confusion when making decisions about their health. We shouldn't have to be relying on oncologists and medical professionals to advise of the need to seek further financial advice at a time of dealing critically with one's health. This reform has real consequences for non-compliance as well. It establishes civil and criminal penalties and places enforcement authority with ASIC, which ensures these protections are backed by strong oversight. We are acting because vulnerable Australians deserve a system that supports their health decisions, not one that punishes them. This will have positive outcomes in the long run for our economy too. We're getting ahead of disease. By treating people early and enhancing prevention, people are well for longer. This enhances productivity in the billions. People will be able to work and contribute to our economy for longer because they will be well. It will also mean we are able to continue to undertake great advances in medical science by having people able to participate in research. The Albanese government is delivering these protections so that people can take charge of their own health, fixing a problem those opposite ignored, despite the pleas from the committee of which I was a member. This bill does many other things in other schedules, Deputy Speaker. I support all of them, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question now is that the amendments be agreed to. The member for Hasluck has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Sometimes the law has to play catch-up with developments in science. Way back in the 1950s, science fiction writers like Alfred Bester in his novel The Demolished Man grappled with the idea that human potential might one day be biologically measured and then used to restrict people's lives. Science fiction is full of warnings about how knowledge and power can be misused. Genetic testing, once the stuff of science fiction, is no longer theoretical. It is a part of modern healthcare, helping Australians understand their risks, take preventative action, and in many cases save the lives of their children. But the rules governing how that information can be used have to keep up. And because of that, Australians have been forced into an unacceptable position, weighing their health against their financial security. I'm glad to say that this is what this bill fixes. In this place in 2024, I reflected on how genetic screening, being so new, can feel confronting, even unsettling, but also how it represents a profound opportunity for prevention and care when handled responsibly. This legislation supports people in their use of this technology. Because the evidence is clear. Treasury analysis shows Australians are delaying or avoiding genetic testing due to concerns about life insurance. Participation in research has also been affected. The departmental advice is backed by public reporting and independent research. For example, coverage of Monash University's DNA screening program highlighted that a significant proportion of participants withdrew or hesitated because of fears about insurance consequences. As reported by ABC News, concerns about life insurance was a key reason some Australians chose not to proceed with potentially life-saving testing. That is squarely our business, because when people avoid testing, they miss the chance for early intervention. Scientific progress is slowed and health outcomes are worse. I have met with Dr. Jane Tiller a number of times over the past 3 years to discuss the real-world impact of genetic discrimination and the urgent need for reform. Those meetings are the sort of meetings I like to have, ones that are grounded in evidence and experience. Dr. Tiller's work, particularly through the Australian Genetics and Life Insurance Moratorium, monitoring the effectiveness and response known as the AGLIMA report, has shown that genetic discrimination is not hypothetical. It is occurring and it is influencing behaviour. Dr. Tiller found that Australians were variously declining or delaying clinical genetic testing due to fears about potential insurance discrimination. She also found that there was a general lack of knowledge in the community around whether life insurance companies were legally allowed to use genetic test results in underwriting, and that there was strong support for the proposal that government should introduce legislation to protect genetic test results, and almost no opposition to that proposal. Some of the comments recorded in the studies are revealing. One respondent said, "At the moment it is better to be in the dark." Another admitted that it has caused family members to hold off the very important genetic testing. And a third stated that if I'm aware of my genetic condition and keep up with my screening, I don't think I should be discriminated against. I should be rewarded for being proactive. And this really is the nub. We all know that in relation to any disease, early diagnosis is crucial. Dr. Tiller and her group underlined their work by reference to Shona, whose screening betrays a predisposition to breast cancer. With screening and treatment, her prospects are good. Without it, they are much worse, and at the same time, much more likely to occasion high costs to an insurer. It is simply the case that when people choose not to know, out of fear, we have a failure of the system to support healthy decisions. The Australian Medical Association has publicly supported reform, stating that no one should avoid a potentially life-saving test because they fear it could be used against them. That position has been widely reported, including in coverage by The Guardian, which highlighted the medical community's concern that insurance settings were undermining preventative healthcare. Similarly, reporting in the Sydney Morning Herald drew attention to the experiences of Australians who declined or delayed testing because of uncertainty about how results might be used by insurers. Back in August 2023, Duchenne Australia held an event here in the Parliament. Duchenne muscular dystrophy, or DMD, is the biggest genetic killer of boys. Early diagnosis and treatment can make a world of difference to a child's life, as treatment can slow down deterioration. We need to have a legislative framework that supports those families. And I acknowledge my colleague, the member for McNamara, who brought a motion to the Parliament then to help raise this awareness. The current legal framework has been holding Australia back. This bill responds directly to that reality. It introduces a clear and enforceable ban on the use of adverse genetic test results in life insurance underwriting. It amends the Insurance Contracts Act of 1984 and aligns it with the Disability Discrimination Act of 1992 so that our legal protections reflect modern science and community expectations. And it provides certainty that Australians can engage with their healthcare without fear of financial penalty. It is also important to be clear about what this reform does not do. It does not prevent insurers from assessing risk altogether. They will continue to rely on clinical diagnosis, symptoms and family history. The fundamentals of underwriting remain intact. What this bill removes is a specific and harmful practice, the use of predictive genetic information in a way that discourages people from protecting their health. Not overreach, just targeted and proportionate reform. Deputy Speaker, in my earlier contribution in this place, I spoke about families who have benefited from genetic screening, families who were able to take preventative action because they had access to critical information. This is what this technology enables. But under the previous framework, the same information could affect access to life insurance, so people hesitated. They questioned whether it was safer not to know. And as Dr. Tiller's research has demonstrated, even the perception of disadvantage can be enough to deter people from acting. By removing this barrier, we will enable Australians to make decisions based solely on their health, not fear of material disadvantage. It will be good for individuals, but will also support greater participation in research and strengthen the foundations of a more preventative healthcare system. When more Australians engage with genetic testing, we improve our understanding of disease, we enhance our ability to develop targeted treatments, and we build a stronger and more resilient health system. The legislation has civil and criminal penalties for breaches with oversight by ASIC. Laws must evolve alongside our knowledge. Genetic science has advanced rapidly. Our understanding of prevention and personalised medicine has grown, and it is our responsibility to ensure that Australians can benefit from those advances without unintended harm. I spoke about the changes being based squarely on the evidence of harm created by the current laws. This legislation also reflects something fundamental about fairness. Fairness is at the heart of Labor policy. Australians believe in a fair go. They believe that people should not be penalised for taking responsible steps to protect their health. I agree, and I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Hasluck. Yep. The questions amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Treasury Laws Amendment, Genetic Testing Protections in Life Insurance and Other Measures Bill 2025. This is a bill about fairness, about modern medicine, and about ensuring that Australians are not punished for taking responsibility for their own health. Deputy Speaker, before I turn to the detail of this legislation, I just want to begin with something personal. When I was 25, I went for what I thought was a routine pre-employment medical. I was about to start my electrical apprenticeship. I felt fine, I was working hard, building a career, and like most young people, I was not thinking much about my health beyond getting through the week. That medical changed my life. A urine test picked up something that did not look right. That led to further investigations, and ultimately I was diagnosed with chronic kidney disease. I did not feel sick. I did not have symptoms that have prompted me to go see a doctor, and without that test, I would not have known. And if I had not known, I would not have been able to manage it. I would not have been able to slow its progression. I would not have been able to make decisions that have allowed me to live a full life, build a career, start a family, and stand here today. That is the power of early detection. That is the power of information. And that is exactly what this bill is about. Ensuring Australians are not discouraged from accessing that information. Deputy Speaker, the issue this bill addresses is straightforward. For too long, Australians have faced a quiet but very real disincentive to engage in genetic testing. Not because they don't want to know, not because they don't value their own health, but because they fear that what that knowledge might mean for their ability to obtain life insurance. And the evidence before this Parliament is clear. Australians have delayed or declined potential life-saving genetic tests because of concerns that adverse results could be used against them in insurance underwriting. That is not a hypothetical concern, it is a documented behavioural response. It is, in effect, a system that penalises prevention. And that is a system that cannot stand in a modern healthcare environment. This bill responds to that problem in a targeted and proportionate way. Schedule 1 amends the Insurance Contracts Act 1984 to prohibit life insurers from using what is defined as protected genetic information in underwriting decisions. That includes whether a person has undergone genetic testing, whether they have been advised to do so, and the results of any such testing. The effect is clear. An insurer cannot refuse cover, vary terms, or increase premiums based on a predictive genetic information. The bill also introduces enforcement mechanisms. It creates both a strict liability offence and a significant civil penalty for breaches with regulatory oversight vested in ASIC. This is not guidance. This is not a voluntary code, it is enforceable law. And that shift from industry-led restraint to legislative certainty is critical. It means that individuals no longer need to rely on policy settings that can be altered, withdrawn, or interpreted inconsistently. It means that rights are clearly defined, enforceable, and capable of being relied on in practice, not merely in theory. And it is important to be precise about what this bill does and what it does not do. It does not dismantle risk-based insurance. Insurers will still be able to assess risk based on clinically diagnosed conditions, medical history, and other relevant factors. What this bill does is draw a clear boundary. It says that predictive genetic information about what might happen in the future, cannot be used to deny Australians access to life insurance. That is a rational distinction. It recognises that genetic predisposition is not the same as a diagnosed condition, and it ensures that individuals are not treated as if they are already unwell simply because of what their genes might suggest. In legal terms, this reflects a careful balancing of competing interests. It preserves the principle of risk assessment while removing the category of information that is inherently uncertain, highly sensitive, and not determinative of actual health outcomes. Deputy Speaker, it is also necessary to acknowledge why legislative intervention is required. The current system relies heavily on an industry moratorium. That moratorium was a step forward, but has not resolved the underlying problem. It applies only within certain policy limits. It relies on industry compliance rather than statutory obligation, and has been the subject of confusion among consumers and health professionals alike. For many Australians, the question has remained unclear. If I get tested, will this affect my ability to obtain life insurance? Where that question cannot be answered with certainty, the rational response is caution. And in this context, caution means delay or avoidance of testing. That is precisely the outcome this bill seeks to correct. This reform is not occurring in isolation. It reflects a broader shift in how we think about data, privacy and fairness in the 21st century. Genetic information is deeply personal. It is not just about an individual, it can have implications for families, future generations and communities. And unlike many forms of information, it is not something a person chooses. It is something they are born with. And that is why it demands a higher level of protection. This bill recognises that. It acknowledges that while insurers have legitimate interest in assessing risk, there must be limits on how that risk is assessed. There are certain types of information, particularly genetic information, that should not be used to determine access to essential financial products, and that balance is carefully struck. Deputy Speaker, the public health implications of this reform are significant. Genetic testing is an increasingly important part of preventative healthcare. It allows individuals to identify risks early. It enables clinicians to tailor interventions. It supports participation in research that benefits the broader community. There is also a broader public health dimension to this reform. Genetic testing is not just about individual outcomes, it is about collective benefit. When more Australians undertake genetic testing, we improve early detection, enable more targeted treatment, strengthen our understanding of disease, and accelerate medical research. But that only happens if people feel safe to participate. If people are opting out, if they are declining tests or withdrawing from studies because of insurance concerns, then we're all worse off. This bill removes that disincentive. It supports greater participation in genetic testing and research. It aligns our regulatory settings with our healthcare ambitions. Deputy Speaker, I want to return briefly to my own circumstances. When I was diagnosed with chronic kidney disease, it did not just affect me, it affected my family. It raised questions about genetic predisposition. It raised questions about what it might mean for my boys. And that is where this bill becomes even more important, because the question is not just whether we should be protected, it's about whether our kids should be protected. It's whether in the future, if they choose to undergo genetic testing, whether out of caution, out of medical advice, or out of participation in research, they should be penalised for it. The answer, in my view, is unequivocally no. They should not face higher premiums, they should not be denied cover, they should not be put in a position where understanding their own health becomes a financial liability. This bill ensures that they will not be. Deputy Speaker, we're also at the point in medical history where genetic knowledge is increasingly actionable. In the case of kidney disease, there are now emerging treatments, new medications that can significantly slow progression and in some cases prevent kidney failure. That changes the equation entirely. A genetic predisposition is no longer a fixed destiny. It is information that can guide intervention. It is information that can improve outcomes. It allows clinicians to act earlier and with greater precision. But again, that only matters if people are willing to access that information. This bill supports that shift from reactive healthcare to preventative healthcare. I want to acknowledge the work of Kidney Health Australia and its ambition to end dialysis by 2050. That is an ambitious goal, but it is not unrealistic. It is grounded in early detection, better management and advances in treatment. It reflects a broader shift in healthcare, from managing failure to preventing it. Genetic testing has a role to play in that future. It allows for earlier identification risk, it enables earlier intervention, and ultimately it can reduce the number of Australians who progress to end-stage kidney disease. This bill supports that objective. It aligns financial settings with health outcomes. I also want to acknowledge the outstanding advocacy of Dr. Jane Tiller from Monash University, who has helped bring this issue out of the margins and into the national spotlight. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is also an economic... Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, there is also an economic dimension to this reform. A system that discourages detection is in the long run more costly. It increases pressure on the healthcare system. It reduces workforce participation. It shifts costs from prevention into crisis management. By contrast, a system that supports early detection is more efficient. It keeps people healthier for longer. It reduces long-term costs and it supports productivity. This bill is consistent with that approach. Deputy Speaker, one of the most important features of this bill is the certainty that it provides. The existing industry moratorium has not delivered that certainty. It has been limited in scope, it has been poorly understood and has left too much discretion in the hands of insurers. This bill replaces that with a clear legislated framework. It gives Australians confidence that the rules are fixed, enforceable and fair. Deputy Speaker, in closing, this bill is about trust. Trust that Australians can engage with modern medicine without fear of financial penalty. Trust that their most personal information will be treated with care and respect. And trust that our systems, both health and financial, are working in their best interests. By passing this bill, we reinforce that trust. We send a clear signal that fairness matters, that privacy matters, and that the well-being of Australians, both physical and financial, matters. This bill is, at its core, about removing a false choice. Australians should not have to choose between their health and their financial security. They should not have to choose between knowledge and protection. They should not have to choose between participating in modern medicine and participating in the financial system. This bill ensures they do not have to make that choice. It is a measured reform, it is a necessary reform, and it is a reform that reflects both the realities of modern medicine and the expectations of a fair society. For those reasons, I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for more. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak on the Treasury Laws Amendment, Genetic Testing Protections in Life Insurance and Other Measures Bill 2025. Speaker, this is an important bill. It's a bill about fairness. It's a bill about trust. And above all, it's a bill about making sure Australians can make decisions about their health without fear. At its heart, this legislation delivers on a clear commitment. We said we would stop life insurers from using genetic testing results against Australians. This bill does exactly that, Speaker. Genetic testing saves lives. It allows doctors to identify serious risks early. It allows people to take preventative action. It allows families to understand their health and pain for the future, and also plan for that future as well. But for too long, Australians have faced an unacceptable choice. Do they take a genetic test that could protect their health, or do they avoid testing because they're worried it will affect their ability to get life insurance? That's not a choice anyone should have to make. This bill removes that fear. Schedule 1 of the bill amends the Insurance Contracts Act 1984 to ban life insurers from using genetic test results when deciding whether to offer cover or what terms to offer. It's clear and it's a simple rule. Your genetic test results cannot be used against you. This reform ensures Australians are not punished for taking proactive steps to manage their health. Speaker, Treasury analysis has shown that people are delaying or avoiding genetic testing because of concerns about life insurance. Some are even avoiding participation in medical research. That's a loss for individuals, it's a loss for families, and it's a loss for our entire health system. We cannot allow fear to stand in the way of life-saving care, and this bill fixes that. It ensures that when somebody is considering a genetic test, their focus can be on their health and not on how their insurer might respond. It aligns our laws with modern science. It brings the Insurance Contracts Act into step with the Disability Discrimination Act. It provides clarity, certainty and protection. Speaker, this reform has been carefully designed. It does not prevent insurers from using clinical information. They can still consider diagnosed conditions. They can still consider symptoms. They can still consider family medical history. This is important because it ensures that life insurance remains properly risk-rated. And what we're doing is drawing a fair line. We're saying that predictive genetic information should not be used to disadvantage people. We're protecting Australians from discrimination while maintaining a functional insurance system. Speaker, there are also strong enforcement mechanisms. Breaches of this ban will attract civil penalties and criminal offences. The Australian Securities and Investments Commission will oversee the enforcement of these rules. These protections are real. They are backed by law and they will be upheld. Speaker, there is broad support for this reform. Genetics researchers support it, patient advocacy groups support it, even life insurance industry supports it. That tells us something important. It tells us that this is the right reform at the right time. And Speaker, it's not just about removing harm. It's about unlocking opportunity. We should see this reform as part of a broader shift towards prevention in healthcare. We're entering a new era, Speaker, an era where we can prevent disease instead of simply treating it. This bill helps Australia move into that era. Speaker, prevention is not only better for individuals, but it's much better for the entire system. When diseases are identified early or avoided altogether, we reduce pressures on hospitals, reduce long-term treatment costs and improve quality of life. Families avoid the trauma of late diagnosis. Communities remain stronger because people stay healthier and active for longer. This is the kind of reform that delivers benefits well beyond the individual. Speaker, I want to highlight the real-world impact of genetic testing. The DNA screen study at Monash University tested 10,000 Australians aged between 18 and 40 for genetic risks of preventable cancers and heart disease. The results were striking. 1 in 50 participants were found to be at high genetic risk. That's 2% of those tested. That's a significant number of Australians. These individuals were then able to take preventative action. They accessed surgery. They undertook regular surveillance. They began medication. These are the life-saving interventions, Speaker. Young Australians want this information. The DNA screen study was oversubscribed. Tens of thousands of people expressed interest in this. But there was a problem. The main reason many people chose not to participate was fear of genetic discrimination in life insurance. That's deeply concerning. It means people were walking away from potentially life-saving knowledge because of financial fear. This bill removes that fear and that barrier. And Speaker, it also sends a powerful signal to researchers and clinicians. It tells them Australia supports innovation in medical science and we're willing to remove outdated barriers that hold this progress back. When participation in research increases, Discoveries accelerate, new treatments are developed, lives are improved, and Speaker, we can also think about the families who carry inherited conditions that are not yet visible. A patient who knows there's a history of heart disease may hesitate to test their children. A young adult may delay testing for a cancer predisposition. Under the old system, that hesitation was understandable. Under this new framework, that hesitation should no longer exist. People can act early, seek advice, and take control of their future without second-guessing the financial consequences. Speaker, consider also regional and rural Australians who often face higher barriers of accessing specialist care. For them, early knowledge can be even more critical. Genetic testing can guide limited healthcare resources more effectively and help avoid late-stage illnesses that requires complex treatment far from home. Removing insurance fears makes these benefits more accessible across the country. Speaker, let me offer another example. A young couple planning to start a family may choose to undertake genetic carrier screening. This test can identify whether they're at risk of passing on a serious inherited condition to one of their children. Under the previous setting, some couples hesitated, worried that even the act of testing could affect their financial security. That hesitation could delay important decisions about family planning and early medical care. Under this bill, that couple can proceed with confidence. They can seek the advice, understand their risks, and make a more informed decision about the future of their family without fear of insurance consequences. Speaker, in my electorate in the Hunter, we have already seen the impact of genetic testing. At least 30 young people participated in the DNA screen study. 3 were identified as being a high genetic risk. A young woman was found to be a high risk for breast and ovarian cancer. 2 young men were found to be high risk of bowel cancer. Because of testing, they were able to take action early. That is what prevention looks like, and that is what this bill supports. Speaker, this reform will pave the way for expansion in genetic screening. The DNA screen study aims to expand to 100,000 participants. That would identify thousands more Australians at risk. And importantly, those Australians would no longer have to worry about insurance discrimination. This is how we build a healthier nation. Speaker, modelling shows that population-level genomic screening could deliver productivity gains in order of billions of dollars. This is not just good health policy, this is good economic policy. Prevention reduces long-term healthcare costs, it keeps people in the workforce, it strengthens families and communities. This bill is an important step toward that future. Speaker, turning to Schedule 2 of the bill. This schedule deals with licensing exemptions for foreign financial services providers. It introduces 3 exemptions from the requirement to hold an Australian financial services licence. The first is the comparable regulation exemption. This applies to providers that already regulate in jurisdictions with comparable standards. The second is the professional investor exemption. This allows providers to offer services to Australian professional investors without a licence. And the third is the market maker exemption. This applies to providers making markets in certain derivatives. Speaker, these reforms are about balance. They maintain the integrity of our financial system while reducing unnecessary regulatory burden. They ensure Australian businesses and investors can access a broader range of financial products and services. They support competition, they support investment, and they support economic growth. Importantly, these measures evaluate existing relief which has been provided through ASIC instruments into primary legislation. This provides greater certainty and stronger oversight. Speaker, there has been strong support for these measures from industry stakeholders. There is no expected opposition. This is sensible and practical reform. And Speaker, Schedule 3 of this bill deals with multilateral development, banks and International Monetary Fund. It modernises and streamlines the legislative framework governing Australia's participation in these institutions. These institutions are evolving. They are developing new financial models. They are responding to global challenges. Australia must be able to respond as well. This schedule provides a valid appropriation to meet commitments made in the 2024-2025 mid-year economic and fiscal outlook. It supports investment and institutions like the World Bank and Asian Development Bank. It also reduces administrative burden by allowing routine decisions to be delegated where appropriate. Speaker, these changes will make Australia a more agile and effective participant in the global financial system. They will allow us to meet our obligations effectively. They will support international efforts to address development challenges. There is no expected stakeholder opposition to these measures. Speaker, Schedule 4 repeals Stage 2 of financial advisor registration. Under existing arrangements, financial advisors are already registered through their licence. There is already a functioning disciplinary system in place, and the proposed Stage 2 would have required individual advisors to register annually with ASIC. This would have created additional red tape without improving consumer protection. This bill removes that unnecessary burden. It aligns regulation remains it ensures regulation remains effective but not excessive. It supports financial advisors while maintaining strong standards. Again, there is broad stakeholder support for this measure. Speaker, taken together, this bill delivers practical reforms across several areas, but at its core, it's about people. It's about ensuring Australians are not penalised for taking care of their health, and about ensuring our laws keep pace with science, and about building a system that works for the community. Speaker, for decades, genetic discrimination in life insurance has been a concern. Australians have worried about that information and about what their DNA could be used against them. The fear has real consequences. It has discouraged testing. And that really matters, just the same as trust matters in this as well, Speaker, because when people trust the system, they engage with the system. They get tested, they participate in research, they seek early treatment. That leads to better outcomes for everyone. Speaker, this bill is also forward-looking. It recognises that genomics will play an increasing role in healthcare into the future, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Australians can do with this and what we can do with this as a government to make sure that no Australian has to choose between their health or their financial security. Thank you, Speaker.
I thank the member for Hunter. Excuse me. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak on the Treasury Laws Amendment Genetic Testing Protections in Life Insurance and Other Measures Bill 2025. At its heart, this bill asks a simple question. In a country as wealthy and as clever as ours, should anyone have to choose between knowledge that could save their life and the security of protecting their family? Our government is saying no. This bill delivers on the Albanese government's commitment to ban the use of adverse genetic test results in life insurance underwriting, changing the law so that Australians can engage with their own healthcare without fear of discrimination. This government is aligning the Insurance Contracts Act and Disability Discrimination Act so our anti-discrimination framework keeps pace with modern science. Because genetic testing saves lives, Australians should never have to choose between their health or their financial security. People have been delaying or avoiding genetic testing, even avoiding participating in medical research because they are worried about how insurers might respond. This hesitation can mean a missed opportunity to prevent illness. It is a barrier for prevention, a barrier to early treatment, a barrier to scientific progress, and the Albanese Labor government is removing that barrier. Schedule 1 implements a clear scientific-led decision. Life insurers will no longer be able to use an individual's adverse genetic test results to determine whether they can access cover or to set the terms of that cover. It is important to note this bill does not interfere with insurance companies designing their policies. They will still be able to consider diagnosed conditions, symptoms and family medical history. It does not prevent individuals from volunteering genetic test results with written consent where doing so benefits them. What it does do is end the practice of penalising someone for proactively seeking information about their own health. It ends a regime that has forced Australians into cruel calculations. Should I stay in the dark and protect my insurance, or seek knowledge and risk financial consequences? This is not a fair choice. This is not a humane choice. This is not consistent with a country that believes in preventative health care. Genetic testing can identify risks for cancers, heart diseases and other inherited conditions long before symptoms appear. It allows doctors to monitor more closely, to intervene early, to prevent disease altogether. This is the frontier of modern medicine. In my electorate of Melbourne, more than 100 young people participated in a DNA screen study. Backed by Monash University, the study looks into preventative genetic testing. While attending an event with DNA Screen, I met Cara, a young woman from my community who did not want to wait for a health scare to take control of her future. She was told she was too young to worry. She chose to act anyway. Through DNA screening, Cara discovered she carries the BRCA2 gene variant, putting her at higher risk of breast and ovarian cancer. That kind of news could stop you in your tracks. For Cara, it did the opposite. With the right support, she was connected to medical specialists. She now has a care plan and she is being regularly monitored. She has options, she has time, she has control, and what could have been overwhelming became empowering. However, the reality is too many people are still held back from taking that step. The main reason people who signed up for the DNA screen ultimately decided not to participate is fear of genetic discrimination. Fear, not science, not medicine, not cost, just fear. For decades, Australians have raised ethical concerns about genetic discrimination. They have asked why a test taken to prevent illness could be used to price them out of insurance protection. This bill answers that question. It tells Australians, especially those at high risk of inherited conditions, that their decision to undertake genetic testing will not jeopardise their ability to protect their families. And it does something else. It supports medical research. Treasury's analysis makes clear that concerns about life insurance have discouraged participation in clinical research. When people hold back from research, the full benefits of genetic science are not realised. That slows discovery, it stifles innovation, it dims hope. By removing this barrier, we pave the way for greater participation in preventative genomic screening and stronger public health outcomes. This is what proactive governments look like. It looks ahead. It recognises that prevention is not just kinder, it is smarter. Investment in disease prevention reduces pressure on our healthcare system. It keeps people in work longer, it strengthens productivity, it lowers long-term costs. It is not just a health reform, it is an economic reform, it is a structural reform, and it will be backed with real action. The ban creates civil penalties and criminal offences for non-compliance and places enforcement authority with ASICs. Vulnerable Australians deserve more than good intentions. They deserve enforceable protections. For Melbourne, this reform matters deeply. We are a city of students, researchers, health professionals and young families, home to world-class institutions like the Forey Institute in Parkville, where this government announced the over $40 million for the fight against motor neuron disease. In my electorate, we want to be at the forefront of genomic medicine. We want our young people to participate in research that advances global understanding. We want families to make health decisions based on evidence and trust. This bill can ensure they can. This bill also speaks to something bigger. It speaks to what kind of government we choose to be. The Albanese government has been clear that health should never depend on wealth. We have reduced the cost of medicines, we have strengthened Medicare, we have invested in urgent care clinics, we have acted on women's health, and now we are ensuring that preventive genetic medicine is not undermined by financial fear. That is the story of our government, a government that backs prevention, a government that removes barriers, a government that puts people before profit. Speaker, it is also important to reflect more fully on the broader architecture of this bill. Schedule 2 provides targeted licensing exemptions for foreign financial service providers, where they are already subject to comparable regulation in entrusted jurisdictions. This is not deregulation for its own sake. It recognises that Australian businesses operate in a global marketplace and that access to international capital strengthens our economy. Australia's retirement savings system is one of the largest pools of capital in the world. Access to global markets help deliver stronger returns, builds competition and opens up new sources of investment for Australian businesses. In my electorate of Melbourne, home of some of the country's largest super funds and asset management firms, this creates stronger connections to global markets and more opportunities to grow Australian savings. At the same time, the reform maintains appropriate oversight, balancing openness with integrity. Schedule 3 speaks to Australia's role beyond our shores. It modernises and future-proofs the legislative framework that governs our participation in mutual development banks. These institutions are evolving rapidly, particularly in response to climate change and shifting global economic pressures. Australia is not a superpower, we are something else. We are a middle power with influence. We are a trusted partner in the Australian Pacific. We are a country that builds bridges and brings nations together. Through our work with these department banks and funds, Australia supports infrastructure, climate resilience and economic stability across our region. Australia has agreed to participate in hybrid capital and guarantee arrangements that expand the lending capacity of these institutions. These amendments ensure our domestic legislation can accommodate such innovative financial tools without repeated technical legislative change. They reduce administrative burden while preserving transparency, including parliamentary notifications of new financial obligations. This is responsible internationalism in practice. Australia showing up, Australia investing in regional stability, Australia using its place as a middle power to shape solutions that no country can deliver alone. And when our region is stronger, more resilient, more prosperous, Australia benefits too. Together, Schedule 2 and 3 show that government understands both the domestic and international dimensions of economic policy. A government that strengthens our financial system at home while reinforcing Australia's leadership role abroad. Schedule 4 reflects something equally important. This government knows when to step in and knows when to step back. The previous framework proposed a second layer of financial advisor registration that would have required individual advisors to undertake an additional annual processes, supported by new and costly IT systems. The current system already provides strong oversight. Advisors are registered, misconduct can be investigated, registrations can be suspended or cancelled, accountability is there, which means what has been proposed was extra process, not extra protection. Many financial advisors are small business operators. They employ staff, they serve families, they guide Australians through some of the most important financial decisions of their lives. They should spend their time supporting clients, not navigating unnecessary bureaucracy. This government is serious about reducing regulatory burden where it does not serve a clear public purpose. We will strengthen rules where consumers need protection. Schedule 4 delivers practical reform and reflects the government's focused and sustained substance over symbolism. These are sensible, measured reforms. But the moral centre of this bill sits with Schedule 1. Australians deserve certainty when they seek knowledge about their bodies. Speaker, we are living through a revolution in medicine. Genomic sequencing is faster, cheaper, more precise. It is changing what is possible. We can find risk before disease takes hold. We can step in earlier. We can guide treatment. We can give people time. Time to act, time to plan, time to protect the people they love. This changes lives. It takes someone out of the dark and puts them back in control. But policy must keep up. Anti-discrimination law must keep up. Insurance law must keep up. Regulation must keep up. This bill ensures they do. There will be some who argue that this interferes with market practice. I say this: markets exist to serve people, not the other way round. Penalising someone for taking a test that could prevent disease crosses a line. We are drawing that line today. Speaker, when I think about this reform, I think about Cara, about a young woman who chose not to wait. She now has a plan. She has a support. She has time. This reform is also about the thousands of Australians who will now step forward to participate in research without fear, about families who will make decisions in consultation with doctors, not insurers. And I think of what this reform says about us. It says we trust people with the truth. It says, and place control of their health in their hands. It says that we act early, giving people a real chance to change their future. It says we stand beside Australians when it matters most, with care, strength and certainty. We promised to ban the use of adverse genetic test results in life insurance. We are delivering on that promise. This Parliament has a choice. We can cling to outdated frameworks that force people into silence or hesitation, or we can embrace a future where science advances, prevention expands and fairness underpins our laws. For the people of Melbourne, for families across this country, for every young person considering a test that could change their future, I know whose side I am on. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the member for Melbourne. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the Assistant Minister for Citizenship, Customs and Multicultural Affairs and International Education. I'm pleased to see you so eager to speak on this bill.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am very eager to speak on this bill. I strongly support this bill, which will ban the use of genetic test results in life insurance. It's been a long time coming, and I give an enormous and very warm shout out to Dr. Jane Tiller. She is irrepressible with her intellect and her charm and her steadfast advocacy. No one can avoid Jane. She first graced my office, I think, late 23, early 24, and her work has led to this. I have no hesitation in saying this. I've campaigned for this bill also, with Jane, but more broadly for a long time, and I want to acknowledge my daughter. She, as part of the campaign a couple of years ago, spoke up in an ABC article. I was actually overseas at the time, and she rang me and said, "Oh, Dad, they've asked me to do TV." And I thought, oh my God, TV? But the interview was amazing. I was incredibly proud of her. She told her story with grace, determination. She batted away the tricky questions. She was exemplary. It's because of her personal experience. My daughter almost died in 2017 when we were in Sri Lanka. She eventually, we figured out, had a 64-centimetre blood clot in her leg. She was in ICU and they saved her. We worked out through tests and interrogation that it was a combination of an off-label contraceptive pill combined with an undetected minor genetic mutation, a factor V laden, which is very common, and the same GP, unfortunately, who put her on the pill, also at the same consultation stuck her on knew she was going on long-haul flights the next week to Europe. So it was a triple whammy. She's okay now, but there's lifelong damage. She's on blood thinners, pretty heavy dose for the rest of her life, high-risk pregnancy and all that stuff, and pays through the nose for travel insurance, health insurance and all the rest of it. I went to get tested though, which was part of the advice after this happened, and I was absolutely floored. I went to the GP, referred me to the haematologist, I think it was, and he said, well, don't get tested, it'll stuff up all your insurances. And I was stunned by that, which first got me to understand this issue. The risk, he said, was for my life insurance, my income protection insurance, and potentially even travel insurance. And when my dad died when I was 4, it was only because he had life insurance that the family survived. Mum could pay off the house and didn't have much, but we had the house. Successive governments have been promoting genetic testing and educating people on genetic health, and the advances in modern medicine are incredible. It is the way of the future. Investing in medical research, and part of that is empowering individuals and encouraging them to get genetically tested where they can, where they have the opportunity, where they can afford it, and so on. Increasingly, a new Deputy Speaker as a senior medical professional will know this far better than the rest of us, but personalised medicine, targeting interventions for disease or prevention based on your genetic heritage, your genetic lottery in life, is the way of the future. But as we had this peculiar situation where on one hand we encourage that, and on the other hand, the insurance systems, the settings, actively discriminated against some people who discovered through no fault of their own, not through a lifestyle decision, not through a personal choice that they'd made, just the lottery of life, that's just genetics, you can't change it, discovered that they were then discriminated against. It was through a Commonwealth-funded research project that Dr. Tiller found empirically through her research that consumers were putting off genetic testing because they were worried they would be denied insurance, and I understand that. It was my experience. Jane said in an article a long time ago, every time someone considers whether they want to have a genetic test or wants to be part of genetic research, we have to tell them the life insurance implications if they're signing up for that. We found that the majority of people across all of those stakeholder groups believed that legislation was required, and she was right. This full legislative ban, which we've been arguing for, will bring Australia into line with, say, Canada, which made the switch in 2017. And the world didn't end there. The government wants all Australians to take control of their health. I say to people, if you have the opportunity to do the testing, people should feel free to do that and feel safe to do that, or to participate in medical research, as the previous speaker said, without them thinking it's going to deny me life insurance cover or cost me forever. I don't want any Australian to have to regret understanding their own heritage and health and trying to do things that enable them to live a longer, happier, healthier life. My daughter, in that article, said she argued very strongly for this change, and I know she's very pleased about it. She still struggles to get travel insurance when she goes overseas and so on, but knows from our family story the importance of it. On a related matter, Deputy Speaker, I also just want to remark on the other part of her story, which does have implications potentially for insurance if things go wrong, which is around the contraceptive pills prescribing. There's been a series of recent moves by state governments across the country to allow pharmacists to prescribe contraceptive pills. It's risky, but it also may raise insurance concerns, as I said, when things go wrong, and they will. I just want to state my view clearly. As contraceptive pills pose extra risks for people with genetic conditions like my daughter. State governments can decide, are deciding, to ignore medical advice and ignore the advice of the TGA, if they wish, and allow pharmacists to prescribe contraceptive pills. They can do that. The pharmacy lobby has long advocated this, and I've got a lot of time for our community pharmacy model. Deputy Speaker, I've got an enormous amount of time for the skill and professionalism and education of our community pharmacists and for the Pharmacy Guild for the work that they do, but I do disagree on this aspect firmly. My home state of Victoria is the latest state to announce that they will allow this. I fear that the last holdouts, will fall like dominoes soon. I've been contacted since Victoria announced it, because people do the Google search and realise I've spoken on these issues for a long time, by many GPs, advocates and others who are concerned. There's been some media reporting, but I just want to record very clearly, Deputy Speaker, so there's no misunderstanding. I've made no public comments on this. But given this bill and the interest, I just want to read into Hansard my response, which I sent to a GP, Dr. Stephanie Hammond, which succinctly explains my view. Don't be scared, it's one page. Thank you for your letter and taking the time to raise this. I was also surprised, to say the least, to see this announcement by a state government against the advice of relevant medical colleges. I spent a lot of time some years ago after my daughter almost died of a DVT connected to an off-label prescription of Diane 35 researching these issues. While I'm not a medical professional, I did read a lot of journal articles and engaged widely to advocate for various policy and system improvements, some of which we got. There is a good case for repeat prescriptions to be issued by pharmacists for appropriate on-label contraceptive medications once a patient is stable on a drug, possibly with periodic clinical oversight. But having asked some basic questions, I share your concern about aspects of the model as announced. One broad issue is that there are many other options for contraception aside from the pill, both for women and also men. Many of these are less risky than women's contraceptive pills, and it's not clear whether pharmacists will or could be trained to provide a full consultation on contraceptive options in an appropriate private room setting. I understand there are some overseas models whereby pharmacists can prescribe, but in a multidisciplinary setting and where a script that is issued, then it is filled elsewhere to avoid any commercial benefit or conflict of interest through profiting from dispensing a medication. Complications are more likely on most medications, not all of course, but most, to arise in the first few weeks or month of taking a pill, a new medication. And screening for risk factors other than blood pressure, such as genetic and family history and weight and so on, would seem sensible. Going to a pharmacy for a first prescription for a contraceptive pill seems a terribly risky thing to do, and I'd strongly suggest to anyone in my life who asked, woman or man, to go and see a doctor for contraceptive advice and an initial prescription of the pill, if that is the preferred option. Thank you again for raising this. And I do make that distinction, Deputy Speaker. For appropriate pills, once there's been some clinical consultation, I think there's an enormously strong case for repeat prescriptions to be available through pharmacists. It's convenient, can save pressure on the medical system and so on. But my concern is deeply held and genuine, and I know it's held by other colleagues, including Dr Michelle Ananda-Rajah, who is a member of this House and is now a Senator for the State of Victoria, has made public comments as well. I note the Victorian Government has doubled down on its decision to allow first-time prescriptions, and I just want to keep emphasising that distinction. I think some of their plan has a lot of merit, but this first-time prescription thing is risky and it's dangerous. My old friend, actually I shouldn't call her old because it means I'm old and, you know, we've just been around a long time. My old dear friend, 30 years, Premier Jacinta Allen, stated in response to media criticism in which my letter to Dr Stephanie Hammond had appeared in the media, it's not a comment that I gave, she said, "I'm not going to let vested interests and old-fashioned ways of thinking and middle-aged white men decide when and where women should get the health care they need."
At least she said middle-aged.
Indeed, indeed. Yeah, that's right. You could argue it leaves you out, but I'm not going there, Deputy Speaker. Friendly reflection. Look, Deputy Speaker, while I don't think we need to reach for gender-based insults, stereotypes or pejoratives, I've certainly never argued middle-aged white men ought to determine such policy. But the experience of my daughter, someone who would be directly impacted by this policy, is more relevant than any older politician, regardless of their gender. I'd also note, as I said, Senator Michelle Ananda-Rajah's comments, where she raised very strong and sensible concerns that there are more effective forms of contraception these days. The pill, I think, is about 92% effective. So, you know, 8 in 100 cases, there's the baby. I won't tell the story of how my daughter was conceived in the Hansard, but had something to do with the pill. You take one every second days, it's not very effective, tip for young players. But we're on holidays, there you go, I told the story. The world needed to know that. 99% of IUDs are effective. You know, and so there are other safer mechanisms out there. It's not for me or any politician to say to young women, or indeed young couples and young men, if they want to pursue male contraceptives, what the right option is. But I passionately believe it is the safest thing to do for Australians to ensure that there's a proper medical consultation where people consider all the options and we don't have the commercial conflict of interest of a pharmacist writing a script and then profiting from dispensing the script. I say that very genuinely. The Commonwealth has announced, as the dominoes have fallen, that the government will ensure concessions are available to support pharmacy prescribing of contraceptive pills, and that is a logical position. There is little else you can do once the states have decided to do this, but extend the concessions for concession patients. I mean, it's just a ridiculous situation that you'd be paying full price for people who should be getting a concession with a valid prescription. And I'll just conclude on this. I know it was done in good faith, I really do, but I do encourage all of the states and territories who are looking at this or intending first-time prescriptions to restrict it to repeat prescriptions only. This is an area to make haste slowly, if I can say that myself. Now, I'll give the member for Calwell the choice whether he wants me to add further contributions to the Hansard. I'll give you the 5 minutes now. 5 minutes. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Calwell.
Thank you, Speaker. And I was really enjoying the Assistant Minister's contributions, so apologies for taking up some of his time. But I do rise to speak in support of this bill, and particularly the reforms contained in Schedule 1, which will prohibit life insurers from using genetic test results to discriminate against Australians seeking life insurance. At its heart, this reform is about something very simple. It's about fairness. Australians believe deeply in the idea of a fair go. We believe people should not be penalised for things beyond their control. And we believe that the benefits of modern science should improve lives, not create new barriers or new forms of discrimination. Yet until now, the rapid advance of genetic science has outpaced our laws. Genetic testing is transforming modern medicine. It enables earlier detection of risk, identification of inherited conditions, and more personalised treatments, often helping prevent illness or managing it far more effectively. As the Assistant Treasurer said when introducing this bill to the House, and I quote, "Genetic testing can help save lives, supporting medical practitioners to prevent, diagnose, treat and monitor a range of cancers, cancer predisposition syndromes and other heritable conditions. These are not abstract benefits. They are real improvements in people's health and well-being. Genetic testing can identify inherited risks of cancers, heart disease and other serious conditions long before symptoms appear. With that knowledge, people can undertake monitoring, preventative treatment, lifestyle changes and medical interventions that significantly reduce their risk. In other words, genetic testing gives people the power to act early, to protect their health and well-being of their families. But the uncomfortable truth is this. Many Australians have been hesitant to take advantage of these life-saving technologies. And the question is why? Because they fear that what they learn about their genetic risks might be used against them when applying for life insurance. For years, researchers, doctors and patient advocates have warned about this problem, and the evidence backs this up. A recent genetic testing study conducted by Monash University found that more than half of participants who withdrew from the study did so because they were concerned about the impact genetic testing might have on their ability to access affordable insurance. Think about that for a moment. People were participating in medical research that could improve their own health outcomes and potentially save the lives of others, and yet many felt compelled to walk away because they were worried that knowledge about their own DNA might come with financial risk. That is not how a modern health system should work. One of the participants in that study was Ben. Ben did not have a significant family history of cancer, but he chose to take part in a genetic testing study. The results revealed that he carries a genetic variant which increases the risk of prostate and breast cancer found amongst men. That information proved to be critically important, not only for Ben, but for his family. His female relatives were able to undergo testing, understand their own risks, and take preventative action. Ben himself has begun adopting strategies to reduce his risk and monitor his health. In other words, genetic testing did exactly what modern medicine intended it to do. It gave a person and their family the information they needed to take control of their own health. But the fact that Ben's story comes from a research study where many participants withdrew because of insurance concerns tells us something deeply troubling. Too many Australians are still being forced to make a choice between protecting their health and protecting their financial security. That is a choice nobody should have to make, and that is the problem this legislation seeks to address. This reform has also been the subject of extensive consultation, research and evidence. The government did not arrive at this legislation lightly. For years, there has been growing concern from researchers, clinicians, patient groups and the broader community about the impact of insurance practices on genetic testing. A parliamentary inquiry into the life insurance industry raised the issue as far back as 2018. warning that the use of genetic test results in insurance underwriting was discouraging Australians from participating in research and even undertaking clinically recommended testing. In response, the industry introduced a voluntary moratorium in 2019, but it was always understood that this arrangement would need to be monitored carefully. Treasury subsequently released a national consultation paper to examine the issue in detail and seek views from stakeholders across medicine, research, the insurance sector and the community. The evidence that emerged from that consultation was clear. Australians continued to report difficulties accessing insurance after genetic testing, and some avoided testing altogether for fear of financial consequences. Stakeholders also raised concerns about the moratorium and a lack of confidence in its consistent application. In other words, the voluntary system and the effectiveness of industry...
It being 7:30, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Herbert.
Mr Speaker, last week Australians learned a sobering news that an Iranian projectile struck near the Al Minhad Air Base in the UAE, where Australian Defence Force personnel were stationed. An accommodation block was damaged, a medical facility was damaged, and while thankfully no Australian personnel were injured, the message to this Parliament could not be clearer. The world is becoming more dangerous, faster than this government is acting. This is not theoretical, this is not strategic abstraction, this is not a line in a white paper. This is an Australian-linked base under attack. And yet, at precisely the moment our servicemen and women face rising risk, Labor continues to tell the Australian people what they are doing is enough. It is not enough. Because while Labor boasts about headline announcements, the reality is this. Defence spending remains stuck at around 2% of GDP, with the 2025-26 budget around 2.05%, and even the government's own long-term trajectory only reaches over 2.3% by 2034. In a far more dangerous world, this is not urgency, this is drift. And Australians know it. The Port Macquarie RSL sub-branch recently wrote to its local federal member warning of deep concern about defence spending and recruitment, saying members fear we will not have the resources to procure the armament required for modern warfare and calling for a much stronger national commitment. They also raised concern about the ongoing fallout from the Brereton report and the way that it's been handled, warning that public demonisation of serving personnel has harmed morale, damaged esprit de corps and undermined recruitment. Those concerns are real, those concerns are justified, and they are not isolated. RSL Australia has publicly called for the government to immediately lift defence spending to 2.5% of GDP and then to 3% within 12 months, warning that Australia needs a balanced force, stronger recruitment and retention, and more investment in defence equipment. In its pre-budget submission, the RSL also warned the government must properly resource both ADF capability and the implementation of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, because a hollowed-out Australian Defence Force and a broken veteran system is a betrayal of those who serve. RSL national leadership has warned that the government risks hollowing out the ADF, pouring money into select high-end platforms while neglecting manpower, retention and readiness, and calling the outsourced recruitment model an abject failure. So let's get real. You can't deter aggression with slogans. You can't recruit with spin. You can't ask Australians to wear the uniform while refusing to give them the tools, the numbers, the support and the certainty that they deserve. The strike near Al Minhad should be a wake-up call. If our people can be placed in harm's way overseas, then this Parliament has a solemn duty to ensure they are properly protected, properly equipped and properly backed. That means real investment. That means urgency. That means rebuilding capability, strengthening recruitment and retention, restoring morale,
and funding defence for the strategic reality we face, not the political comfort zone of the Albanese Labor government. Because peace is preserved through strength, and right now, Labor is asking Australia to accept weakness. We must do everything to ensure that the Australian Defence Force has the equipment, the ability to fight, to win, and be supported. Because right now we have a recruitment, a retention, and a readiness issue. And it has not been addressed by this Labor government. It has been glossed over and pushed to the side. Members of the Australian Defence Force are worried. They know that they need the equipment now. You need to train like you fight. And they can't because of poor investment, poor leadership. The Australian Defence Force have professional men and women inside it, and they need to be supported by this weak Labor government.
The question is the House during our journey. Give the call to the honourable member for Dixon.
Thank you, Speaker. This is a difficult speech for me because it's personal, but it is not unique. I'm telling it in the hope that the Queensland Government reverses its decision to delay, effectively cancel, the construction of the Queensland Cancer Centre, which was to be a state-of-the-art hospital and centre for research and treatment excellence. The hospital was due to start construction last year in 2025 and begin treating cancer patients from 2028. It was shovel-ready, with funding allocated by the former Queensland Labor government and the Albanese Labor government. It was a lifeline for cancer patients across Queensland, in particular leukaemia and blood cancer patients. Years of planning, of staff and patients making do until construction, all now in the bin. My boy Henry lost his battle with leukaemia at the Royal Brisbane and Women's Hospital on February 20, 2024. We were told on a Sunday afternoon that he would not make it, and by Tuesday he was gone, taking his last breath in the cancer ward, the general cancer ward at the RBWH. He spent 12 months almost constantly in hospital after a bone marrow transplant, while the dedicated nurses, doctors and healthcare professionals did absolutely everything they could for him. For us, his experience at the RBWH was fraught and distressing, not just because he was fighting cancer, but because the hospital did not have enough space, enough isolation beds, and no beds specifically for 18-year-olds in an adult system. His health and his mental health were constantly at risk because the RBWH, as a specialist centre for bone marrow transplants and blood cancers, is not fit for purpose in 2026. He regularly shared cramped 4-bed rooms with a single bathroom with much older patients when severely immune compromised after his transplant. Many of those older patients were dying, extremely ill, incontinent, had Alzheimer's and dementia, and the impact on his mental health was devastating. One day he tried to run away. I found him in the hospital car park, crying, begging to never have to go back. No teenager should have to endure an overcrowded hospital sharing rooms with much older patients in wards that compromise their health, that increase their risk of an early death. I spoke to staff about the risk to Henry at the time, and their response was always the same. Sorry, there's no other option right now, but there's a new Queensland Cancer Hospital on the way, and that will change things. Now there is no light on the hill. The Queensland Cancer Centre was due to start construction last year. Funding allocated, the preferred contractor had been engaged to progress the design. It was shovel-ready. It was to be built within the Hurston Health Precinct at the RBWH site. Plans called for 150 dedicated beds, 4 operating theatres, outpatient consultant rooms, pathology, pharmacy and chemotherapy services. But the Queensland Crisafulli government has put those plans on ice. They have pushed back construction of the Queensland Cancer Centre until 2031 at the earliest. There is no line item in last year's budget or the forward estimates. It feels to me like it's been erased. It is quite difficult to comprehend the thinking behind this decision. It is cruel. It is a decision made on a spreadsheet, far removed from the reality of a parent watching their child get sicker. Now we're left with no centre and no construction date. The Queensland Cancer Strategy 2024 set out a plan to expand cancer services across regional areas and hospitals, as well as the construction of the Queensland Cancer Centre for more complex cancer services, all costed and budgeted for. And while the Christopher government seems to be talking about more cancer services in the region, which I am all for, there is radio silence on the Queensland Cancer Centre. The urgent need for more dedicated beds at the RBWH impacts people right across Queensland who must come to Brisbane for a transplant. It is unacceptable that the lives of young people are being compromised due to a lack of beds. I urge the Queensland Government to reconsider to start construction of the Queensland Cancer Centre.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Grey.
Speaker, today I stand here to speak for the hard-working people of regional remote SA. We are facing a huge crisis. Feral animals are tearing apart our beautiful land. From the APY lands to our far north-east borders, pests are destroying our farms, our native bush and our transport roads. Kangaroos, pigs, dogs, brumbies, camels, cats, rabbits, wombats, deer and goats, all causing significant damage. The people in Canberra do not want to admit how bad this problem really is, but the families and the farmers living out there see the awful truth every single day. We must act to fix this crisis now before it's completely too late for everyone. Right now, there are more than 300,000 feral camels wandering all across Australia. In the APY lands, they smash fences and drain our precious water. The Labor government and the Greenies have completely dropped the ball. Numbers are out of control. And Speaker, with some of these species, we do have a value chain. We can't rely on just helicopters shooting at them, and that's a terrible waste. Instead, we must fund the mustering of these camels to export them. We have a fantastic but empty abattoir in Peterborough. We could use it to turn a massive pest into a good trade. And I acknowledge the current trade they do have with the Turkey Defence Force at the abattoir in Peterborough. It's not just camels that are causing trouble. Out at Quandong Station, the owners are fighting a hard war against tens of thousands of feral goats. The farm property covers 147,000 hectares. Already this year, they've had to cull 5,000 goats. Goats strip the ground bare. They even reach up to eat the leaves on trees. But it costs too much money to round them up. A whole truckload of goats might only sell for $1,500. That does not even begin to pay for the diesel, the motorbikes, or the workers needed to catch them. Then we have feral pigs. They are spreading fast, even moving into the northern Flinders Ranges. These pigs cost our farming sector $160,000 every single year. They are tough animals. A single pig can have litters of 13 piglets multiple times a year. They take over water troughs, they even eat newborn lambs. People are now seeing them wandering into our towns like Hawker, Quorn and Coober Pedy. And Speaker, feral deer are just as bad. A few years ago, we had 40,000 deer across South Australia. Hard work has removed 28,000 of them, but the rest are breeding fast. Down in the southeast and the Adelaide Hills, they break fences, eat crops and cause crashes on our roads. I want to take a moment to thank the great work of the Foundation for Rabbit Free Australia. Rabbits remain to be our worst pest. They threaten 300 species and cost our farmers over $200 million every single year. Groups like Rabbit Free Australia do vital work to protect our native bilby and fight back against the rabbit plague. I also want to praise our local graziers, our wildlife experts and our traditional owners. They fight this tough battle every single day. To do this, they rely on firearms, and we must have a common sense approach to guns for licensed farmers and locals. The daily pest control is the only thing stopping these animal numbers from exploding between big government culls. We must not create silly rules that stop them from doing this important work. Speaker, our farmers are tired. Our land is hurting. These feral pests threaten our roads, our towns and our whole way of life. It is time for Canberra to wake up and listen to the locals, to fund real culling solutions and solutions like the Peterborough Abattoir. We cannot afford to wait another single minute. Action is required right now from our leaders. Let us protect our great state. Thank you.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Macarthur.
Mr Speaker, every day I'm left astounded by the tremendous accomplishments of our younger generation in my electorate of Macarthur. Recently, 10 students from Magdalen Catholic College, a school within my electorate, travelled to the United States to represent Australia in the prestigious International Space Settlement Design Competition held at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. This opportunity came after this team of students was successful at the Australian Space Design Competition national final held in Brisbane early last year, where Magdalen was named national champion. Magdalen Catholic College were one of only 2 Australian schools invited to compete in this international competition. These 10 students, Isabel Abbey, Isla Attard, Angelina Bampton, Zachariah Belansky, Sienna Bella, Christine Brazier, Lachlan Campbell, Lachlan Chadwick, Charlotte Hawkins and Lucas Saprin were accompanied by their teachers, Mr Chris Ferry, Mrs Jodie Hort, Mr Danny Avalos, on this thrilling journey. The students competed over 3 days alongside 250 students from over a dozen countries to simulate the work of aerospace engineers, challenging students to collaboratively design a large-scale space settlement. For this competition, the students had to create a professional engineering tender to design, plan and build a floating or propelling settlement within the atmosphere of Venus in 2075. The experience which these students undertook was invaluable and a learning experience, as they had to respond to a formal brief, present their proposal to industry judges and work under pressure in a 3-day design sprint. I was impressed to hear how hard the students work, the energy and dedication which they put into their proposal and how well they delivered themselves professionally. These students benefited from the international connections they made, as well as being active in the competitive STEM community. This isn't the first time I've been impressed with the students at the college and their work in STEM. The school and their students have excelled over the years, both in national and international competitions, from F1 to robotics and coding. To these students at Magdalen Catholic College, thank you for your hard work and dedication to your fields of interest. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. To the teachers, parents and school community who supported and assisted these students along the journey, you've done wonders to support such an incredible group of students, and I congratulate you. The young minds engaging in STEM across our nation are the minds of tomorrow, and the work, thought and dedication with these students put into their studies will pay dividends for both themselves and to all of us in the wider community. High quality STEM education is critical for Australia's current and future productivity. Young Australians engaging in STEM learning and studying STEM subjects in schools across the region will support a pipeline of individuals in STEM skills and careers in the future. I'm proud to see our government invest in STEM education to bolster the STEM teaching workforce and to support STEM educators, improve participation in achievements in STEM in schools and building STEM pathways to encourage more diverse cohorts to take part. I'm also pleased to hear the Minister for Industry and Innovation and Science announcing the sponsorship grants for the STEM science engagement and international competitions in 2026, which is now open. The Albanese government is providing $1.6 million in sponsorship grants to schools and eligible organisations to support students participating in science, technology, engineering and mathematics activities, events and competitions. It's initiatives like these which allow our students to flourish, and I hope to see many of the students in my electorate benefit from these grants. I want to congratulate the teachers in all STEM education in my community, and the wider education as well, across the public, Catholic and independent schools in the over 80 schools in my electorate. They do wonderful work. I'm incredibly proud of the students. I'm incredibly proud of the work that they do. We're now seeing them in our universities, in Western Sydney University, and particularly in the medical faculty, where I still do some student teaching. It's great to see many of our local students coming there, showing us their skills and excelling across the medical faculty and further into the future. Now many of our students are advanced specialists doing incredible 21st century work in healthcare. They're now working in science, they're working in research, and making me very proud of them, my electorate, and young people across Australia who are really showing us the way forward in the 21st century. Thank you.
The question is the House to now adjourn to give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Speaker. The issue, the subject that's on everyone's lips at the moment is what is happening with fuel in this nation. People want to know where they can get cheap fuel, when they're going to get cheap fuel, and what is the government actually doing to try and help this situation. Now, to give you a sense of the froth and bubble that we've seen from the Albanese Labor government on this issue, let's look at one announcement that they made recently. They were going to get the ACCC, to deal with gouging, and they were bringing whole new powers to get the ACCC onto it. Now, guess what? They made that announcement, I think, let's be kind to them, about 2 weeks ago. Have we seen the legislation that's going to give the ACCC these new powers? Was it here at midday, at 10 o'clock when we got here back to Parliament? Because, of course, it was very urgent. They were going to come down on people who were driving the prices up. Nothing. Not one bit of legislation. And I'll be very interested to see what's on the notice papers tomorrow, Speaker, because I doubt whether the ACCC legislation is going to be on the notice papers. This great urgency, this great hurry has turned into zilch. Nothing on the ACCC and these new powers and this new legislation. And you'd sort of think to yourself, OK, well, this government, there might have been issues with the drafting or whatever, but it's true to form, because Chris Bowen also announced that he was going to put measures in place to stop fuel being exported out of Australia because of its sulphur content during this national fuel crisis. Now, he made that announcement, and the member for Maranoa will remember when he made that announcement. Well, guess what? That required paperwork to make those changes. It required paperwork to make those changes. Guess how long it took the minister to do the paperwork? 1 day? 2 days? 3 days? 4 days? 5 days to tick off on something which would have meant that we would have had fuel staying here in Australia instead of being exported overseas. 5 days to do the paperwork. What utter arrogance, how out of touch is this minister? Well, let's be maybe a little unkind. What incompetence. It beggars belief. And now we get here to today, and where is the minister? We ask him, because we wrote to him on the 10th of March, asking him to detail where the fuel shortages are and where's his plan to make sure that he could get fuel to where those fuel shortages are. And he should be able to do that location by location. We haven't heard boo. And yet today in question time he turns up. He's able to give partial answers for Queensland, New South Wales and Victoria. But guess what he had to say about Tasmania? Nothing. Guess what he had to say about South Australia? Nothing. Guess what he had to say about the Northern Territory? Nothing. And my good friend from Western Australia is here. Guess what with Western Australia? No idea. Well, I don't think the minister's got any idea. That's the problem. And the Australian people are rightly concerned, because guess what this minister promised them in the lead up to the 2022 election on over 97 occasions? $275 off your power bill. $275 off your power bill. And now this is the minister who's in charge of this national fuel crisis. And not only that, guess what he did last week? When the national fuel crisis was getting worse and worse, supplies getting worse and worse, he went to Brisbane for a climate change meeting. Because guess what else he's doing at the moment? He's the chief negotiator for COP. Well, what a cop-out, seriously. Do your job, Minister. Do your job. Forget about COP. And as people are now rightly interjecting, when is the reshuffle going to come? I mean, the minister said in question time today, I'm done. Chris Bowen in question time today said, I'm done. Surely he's done, Prime Minister. Do the job for him.
The question is the House to now adjourn. Give the call to the honourable member for Holt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I begin with a remarkable local milestone, the 25th anniversary of Moonlit Century in Pearcedale. I was pleased to join the community in marking this special occasion to recognise the extraordinary work of Michael Johnson and the entire team behind Moonlit Century. Over the past 25 years, their dedication has helped build the sanctuary into one of Victoria's leading wildlife conservation and education centres, playing an important role in protecting native wildlife, supporting breeding programs for threatened species, and inspiring visitors of all ages develop a deeper appreciation for our natural environment. What began as a childhood dream has become a source of pride for Pearcedale and for the wider Holt community, attracting visitors from across Victoria and contributing to local jobs and tourism. I congratulate Michael and everyone at Moonlit Sanctuary on this important milestone, and I thank them for everything they have done over the past 25 years. Mr Speaker, this strong community spirit brings me to another fantastic local event, the 4th annual Holt Harmony Gala, which I hosted in my electorate last weekend during Harmony Week. It was a wonderful evening and a very strong reflection of the community I represent in this place. Holt is one of the most multicultural electorates in Australia. In our community, people from many cultures, faiths and backgrounds live side by side and raise their families, run businesses, volunteer, worship, celebrate and contribute immensely to our nation. The gala was an opportunity to proudly celebrate that diversity. It was a night that brought together culture, connection and community spirit. I am proud to be a part of a Labor government that sees multiculturalism as one of Australia's greatest strengths, not something to be exploited for political gain. I want to thank my parliamentary colleagues who made the trip down to join us, Minister Tony Burke, who attended as our special guest, and Member for Deakin Matt Gregg, who did a fantastic job as MC for the evening. I also want to thank Yvette and the entire venue team for their tremendous work behind the scenes, which helped make the evening such a great success. Mr Speaker, I want to turn to a policy that is delivering real cost of living relief for households in Holt, Labor's Cheaper Home Batteries program. Home batteries let you store cheaper solar energy generating during the day to use it at night when families are home and need it most. At a time when households are doing everything they can to manage rising costs, many families want to bring down their power bills, improve the efficiency of their homes, and take part in energy transition. But too often, the upfront cost of a battery has been a major barrier. That is exactly why Labor's 30% discount matters. It is bringing that upfront cost down and making home batteries much more affordable for households. The result is lowering power bills, greater control over household energy use, and less pressure on the grid. This policy is already making a real difference across the country, with more than 250,000 households, small businesses and community organisations having installed a battery under Labor's Cheaper Home Batteries program. And in Holt, I'm incredibly proud of the local uptake. Before this program began, there were just 721 home batteries across our community. By early March, that number had risen to 1,741. That is an increase of more than 1,000 installations, and it means now Holt ranks as the 5th in Victoria for the battery uptake. Mr. Speaker, that is not just a statistics. It means more local families keeping more money in their pockets. This is what Labor governments do. We back Australians with practical policies that ease the pressure on household budgets now, while preparing our country for the future.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until the ringing of the bells tomorrow in accordance with the resolution agreed to on 23rd March.